Chapter 1306. Clap, clap, clap. Little brother, you're smart. In the tunnel, the man in black clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That wild cat in the provincial governor's mansion not only saved you, but also saved me. So you and I can be considered brothers in distress now. Haha." Fashion was just testing the waters. He didn't expect that he wasn't the only one who sneaked into the provincial governor's mansion tonight. He was shocked and asked, "Who are you? Why did you sneak into the provincial governor's mansion?" The man in black chuckled and said, all right, now isn't the time to talk about this. Let's get out of here first. But, little brother, you should know my identity very soon." "Oh, it's just ahead. Little brother, follow me up." They had already reached the other end of the tunnel. There was a rope hanging over their heads. The man in black pulled the hemp rope and climbed up easily. "Little brother, hold the rope. I'll pull you up." The man in black stood on top and shouted at Fashion in the tunnel. Fashion hesitated at this time because the identity of the black-clothed man was too mysterious. He didn't know what the situation was like above. Would he be surrounded by a group of people as soon as he went up? Since this person also sneaked into the provincial governor's mansion, it means that he isn't from the Chui family. He can't be that bad. After struggling for a moment, Fashion gritted his teeth and reached out to pull the hemp rope. He shouted, "Done!" Then, a huge force came from the other end of the hemp rope, and Fashion was gradually lifted to the ground. This was an ordinary small courtyard. Beside him was a dry well. They had just come out from the bottom of this dry well. "Sir, you're back?" At this moment, a few big men appeared in the courtyard. They walked over and bowed to the man in black. "Sir?" Fashion was shocked and quickly held the hilt of the sword at his waist. He looked at the man in black warily and said, "You're from the army?" "Haha." The man in black chuckled and took off the black sand on his face. Under the reflection of the candlelight in the room, his facial features could be vaguely seen. His eyes were bright like a nighthawk. "That's right. I'm from the military. However, little brother, there's no need to be nervous. Just because I'm in the military doesn't mean that I'm on Governor Pan's side. We might even become friends. Men, invite this little brother into the house to have a seat." After the black-clothed man finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the house. Immediately, a few of the soldiers in the courtyard walked towards Fashion, obviously to prevent him from escaping. Fashion frowned and said, "I don't need your invitation. I can walk on my own." Although the identity of the black-clothed men was indeed beyond his expectations, it was fine as long as they were not from the Chui family or the provincial governor's office. Fashion thought to himself, In order to avoid any accidents, I would like to ask little brother to hand over your weapon first." A burly man stood in front of Fashion and said in a low voice. Fashion frowned, but he did not refuse. He handed over the sword at his waist and walked into the house. "Haha, our servants have offended you just now. I hope little brother can forgive us." After Fashion walked into the house, he saw that the black-clothed man had changed into a gray, unlined garment. He cupped his fists and apologized to Fashion. "It's fine." Fashion waved his hand and then took off the black veil on his face. When the man saw this, he was immediately surprised and said, "I didn't expect little brother to be so young. You're really a hero from the younger generation." "Haha." Fashion was unmoved. He said directly, "Sir, can you tell me your true identity now?" The man stopped smiling and nodded. "Since little brother wants to know, I won't beat around the bush with you. My name is Lu Rengue, and I am the Bien Province Army officer." "Bien Province Army officer? Then what are you doing in Guan County?" Fashion asked curiously. "Haha, little brother, why don't you tell me what you heard on the roof of the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion?" Lu Rengue said with a faint smile. Fashion said in a low voice, "Why should I tell you?" "Because we have a common enemy. I think that is enough, right?" Lu Rengue's eyes flashed and he said meaningfully. Fashion was silent for a while. Then he looked outside the house and said, "If I don't tell you, Will I not be able to get out of this house? Lu Rengue laughed and said, Little brother, what are you talking about? I have always treated you as a friend. If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. Wait until tomorrow morning and you can leave by yourself. Yi Fashion didn't know how sincere this man's words were, but he could conclude that Lu Rengue was definitely not with Pan Jinyue. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Lu Rengue and said, No matter what, I have to thank Lu Rengue for saving my life tonight. As for what I heard in the provincial governor's office, I can also tell Lu Rengue that the people in the main hall should be Chui Junchuo and Zhengzhou provincial governor Pan Jinyue. From their words, I can roughly tell that Chui Junchuo has joined forces with Xinjiang's Zhang family and Boling's Chui family to start a rebellion. In Guangxing County, it was very lively at this time. A large group of soldiers held torches and ran through the streets of the city. They didn't miss any corner, as if they were searching for something. West of the city, Chui Mansion. The conversation between me and Jinyue must have been heard by that thief. Qili, take Wangjin and Xuanxiu and immediately go to the city to search for this thief. Now all the doors of the houses in the city are closed. I think he can't escape anywhere, Chui Junchuo said with a gloomy face. At the same time, a bad premonition rose in his heart. As time passed, the premonition became stronger and stronger. Yes, grandfather. Qi Li's eyes and nose were red. He was probably scalded by the lime and spicy mustard powder. He cupped his fists and turned to leave. Grandfather, could that person be sent by Wei Zheng? Chui Xuanji, who was serving Chui Junchuo, asked at this time. At that time, he spread rumors and encouraged the widows of the soldiers who died in Snake Spirit Mountain to go to Li Zishuan's house to make trouble. In the end, Chui Yunhan took the blame for him and was exiled to Chongzhou. He himself was scared back to Zhengzhou. Now that Chui Junchuo was going to start a rebellion, as a junior, of course, he had to come out and help. Chui Junchuo thought for a moment and said, Impossible! All the people Wei Xuanqing brought have been killed. Even if he is not dead, there is no one we can use now. Chui Xuanji wondered. Then who could it be? Chui Junchuo sighed worriedly and said, It's not Wei Zheng's people, nor is it our people. It means that there is a third hand in Guangxing County now. This is what I am most worried about. Chapter 1307. That's all I heard. Since Lu Qinjun is so interested in the information of the provincial governor's mansion, I wonder if you can tell me why you came to Guangxing County? Or are you going to carry out a mission? In a house in the south of Guangxing County, Yi Fashion and Lu Rengue sat opposite each other. Yi Fashion told Lu Rengue about the information he had obtained from the provincial governor's mansion. Then he asked Lu Rengue tentatively. Lu Rengue's eyes flashed, and he suddenly looked at Yi Fashion with a smile that wasn't a smile. After looking at him for a long time, he smiled and said, Little brother, I have already told you my identity, but I still don't know anything about you. If you recognize me as a friend, shouldn't you also introduce yourself? Yi Fashion was silent. Although Lu Rengue was not a member of Pan Jinyue and the Chui family, he came to Guangxing County as a Bian provincial governor. His purpose and mission were also unknown, so the impact this person brought to the situation was uncontrollable. If he told Lu Rengue his true identity and if there was an accident, then his second uncle's family and little Yu would all be exposed. But if Lu Rengue's purpose was the same as his, maybe he could help him out. This was a dilemma. Yi Fashion hesitated for a long time, gritted his teeth and said, Lu Qinjun, I'm Yi Fashion from Nanyang Yi Clan. Yi Fashion? Nanyang Yi Clan? Lu Rengue frowned. He had never heard of Yi Fashion, but he had heard of Nanyang Yi Clan because his ancestral home was Bian Province, not far from Nanyang. Are you really Yi Fashion? Why are you in Guangxing County? At this moment, a dull voice suddenly came from the side of the main hall. Even though Yi Fashion was always calm, he couldn't help but jump in fright at this moment. He turned his head to look and saw a thin old man in a black robe walking out from the right side of the side hall. After seeing the person's face clearly, Yi Fashion was really surprised and delighted. Wei Zhuqing, why are you here? Who else could it be but Wei Zheng, who had disappeared for half a month, and the provincial governor's mansion was looking for him. It was because of this that Yi Fashion was both surprised and happy. Yi Fashion had stayed in Chang'an City for almost half a year and had met Wei Zheng a few times. For example, on New Year's Eve last year, Li Er had brought his family and many civil and military officials to Yun Mountain to watch the fireworks. Yi Fashion had met Wei Zheng once. Although Yi Fashion had met Wei Zheng before, Wei Zheng had never paid any attention to him. However, he had heard about the Nanyang Yi family's visit to the capital last year. Therefore, when he heard Yi Fashion's introduction, Wei Zheng came out from the side hall. Seeing Wei Zheng come out, Lu Rengui's face didn't have the slightest bit of surprise. He stood up and respectfully cupped his fists towards Wei Zheng. "Greetings, Left Minister Wei." Obviously, he knew that Wei Zheng was eavesdropping from the side. Or rather, this interrogation was arranged in advance. Wei Zheng nodded and looked at Yi Fashion. "Oh, so you know this old man. Then let me ask you, why did you come to Guangqing County?" Seeing that Wei Zheng and Lu Rengui were obviously in cahoots, Yi Fashion no longer had any scruples in his heart. He answered truthfully, "This time Fashion came alone. There is another person, Li Yu, a reporter from Datong Daily. I came with her. She was asked by my cousin to come to Zhengzhou to investigate the matter of the bandits causing trouble some time ago." "Oh, Chang'an has received the news?" Wei Zheng's eyes flashed and there was a hint of joy in his tone. Yi Fashion shook his head and said, "At that time it was just some hearsay. There was a rumor from the peddlers that there have been a lot of bandits around Zhengzhou recently. Li Yu and my cousin were worried about your safety, so Li Yu and I came here." "I see." Wei Zheng nodded, then sighed and said, "Sigh, but now, Guangqing County only allows entry and not exit. You are already in deep trouble and can't extricate yourselves. Speaking of which, this old man has implicated you." Yi Fashion hurriedly said, "Lord Wei, you are a pillar of the country. Saving you can save millions of people. Although Fashion and Li Yu are in danger now, we have never regretted it." Lu Rengui couldn't help but laugh. Brother Yi is really a bosom friend. Who in the Tang Empire doesn't know that Wei Zuoqing is a rare good official? If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have brought my men and risked my life to save Wei Zuoqing. Wei Zheng shook his head and said, "Saving me can save millions of people? This old man can't afford it. Looking at the whole world, other than the current emperor, I'm afraid only your cousin Duke Yong has the ability to save millions of people." Yi Fashion was speechless. He was quite convinced of his cousin's abilities. After a long pause, Yi Fashion looked at Wei Zheng and asked, "Wei Zuoqing, Fashion heard from Lu Kanjun that when the bandits caused trouble in the city, he was the one who led the troops to save you? What exactly happened? Can you tell me?" Wei Zheng smiled and looked at Lu Rengui. "This question? You should ask Lu Kanjun yourself." After Lu Rengui heard about Yi Fashion's background, he let his guard down. He grinned and said, "Hee, actually this is nothing. At the beginning of last month, I suddenly received a transfer order from the provincial governor of Bian province. He asked me to bring 200 elite troops and sneak into Guangqing County. There was only one purpose, and that was to secretly protect Wei Zuoqing. At that time, I was still doubtful about this transfer order. However, the provincial governor told me that this was the order of the pacification commissioner. I didn't dare to disobey. So, I chose the elite troops and sneaked into Guangqing County. On the 15th day of the previous month, hundreds of bandits entered the city in batches and suddenly went on a rampage, injuring thousands of people and charging into the magistrate's office. Although the imperial guards brought by Wei Zuoqing were well trained, they were outnumbered and all died. While the bandits and the imperial guards were fighting, I knocked Wei Zuoqing unconscious and secretly hid in the tunnel of the Xingwang Temple. After a few days, the storm calmed down. Then, we quietly returned to the surface and stayed in the house that we had previously bought. However, just in case, Wei Zuoqing still hides in the tunnel during the day." Yi Fashion listened and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, he asked doubtfully, "Lu Kanjun, how did you find out about the tunnel in the Xingwang Temple?" Lu Rengui smiled and said, "This tunnel wasn't originally there. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to children. Among my subordinates, there are 2 brothers. Their ancestors were very famous tomb raiders, so it's naturally easy for them to dig a section of the tunnel. Chapter 1308. In China's ancient times, there were 4 main schools of tomb raiding. The main ones were Fuqiu Hangxiu, Fuqiu Dai Fuqiu, Fuqiu de 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 Fuqiu. The Tomb Raider commandant was a tomb raider from the Tomb Raider sect. Yi Fashion nodded in realization and said, Lu Sanjuan's subordinates are really capable. Fashion is impressed. Lu Rengue thanked him profusely. At this moment, Wei Zhang said worriedly, although Lu Qinjun saved me, the current crisis is not over yet. Over the past month, the Cui family and Pan Jinyue's actions have become more and more frequent. Although I'm not in the government office, Lu Qinjun and his men have been spying in the city. I didn't expect to meet you tonight. Just now, Lu Qinjun only wanted to fish out the information you have, so he didn't tell you that this old man was here. From the recently popular Zhang Zhou Daily. This old man can also see that Cui Junchuo and Pan Jinyue's intentions to rebel are as clear as day. Furthermore, according to what you just said, Cui Junchuo has not only joined forces with the Zheng family, but also the Cui family of Bowling. With this, the power of these traitors will only grow. Through a swift attack, it is not impossible to take down Luoyang. If that happens, the imperial court will be in big trouble. Yi Fashion didn't hide it anymore. He cupped his hands and said, Left Deputy Wei, Fashion's second uncle is the county governor of Guangqing County. He might be able to help us at a crucial moment. Li Yu, who came to Zhengzhou with the monk, is also at my second uncle's house. Now that we've found you and investigated the situation in Zhengzhou clearly, we can send the information here back to Chong, and tomorrow, after my cousin learns of it, he will definitely report it to His Majesty and have His Majesty dispatch an army to eliminate the rebels. Wei Zheng frowned and said, Now that the city gates are closed, you can only enter and not leave. How are you going to send the information back to the capital? Besides, according to what you said just now, Cui Junchuo and Pan Jinyue are going to start an uprising in 2 days. Even if we can send the news back to Chang'an, I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Once they take over Luoyang, the imperial court will definitely fall into a passive position. Yi Fashion glanced in the direction of the door. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he cupped his hands and said, Left Prime Minister Wei, to tell you the truth, we brought a telegraph machine with us when we came to Zhengzhou. We can use this to quickly send information back to Chang'an. Once His Majesty receives the news, if he sends an urgent message, he will be able to mobilize the surrounding troops to hold them back for a while. Furthermore, he can inform Luoyang in advance to reinforce the city defenses. In this way, there shouldn't be any problems holding them back until the imperial court's army arrives. Telegraph. Wei Zheng finally lost his composure. When the telegraph machine was first introduced, very few people knew about it. However, when the Yanhuang Academy opened, Li Zixuan gave a public lecture to all the students and demonstrated the magic of the telegraph machine. Later, the Tang Dynasty Daily even published it. Although Wei Zheng didn't see it with his own eyes, he still knew a little about the magical functions of the telegraph machine. At this moment, he excitedly said, Zhengzhou is more than 400 miles away from Chang. The telegraph machine made by the Marquis of Yong, and can transmit information from such a distance? In the past 6 months in Chang, and Yi Fashion had spent time studying engineering. He replied, although the distance between Zhengzhou and Chang and is more than 400 miles, the distance in a straight line is no more than 200 to 300 miles. Furthermore, Fashion remembered that my cousin once said that in theory, without interference, the telegraph machine can transmit information from a distance of a few hundred miles. Wei Zheng exclaimed, This telegraph machine is so magical? That's great. There's no time to lose. After the gate opens, Fashion, you will meet up with Li Yu. Of course, for safety reasons, you can also bring her and your second uncle here. After that, you will immediately send the news back to Chang, and through the telegraph machine, Luoyang must not fall into the hands of the rebels. Yes. Yi Fashion cupped his hands and agreed. Lu Rengue, who was beside him, was dumbfounded. What kind of telegraph machine could transmit information from 100 miles away? He didn't pay much attention to Datong daily. These things were simply unheard of. However, when he saw that Wei Zhang, a cultured person, didn't question his words, he didn't interrupt. After hearing Wei Zhang's instructions, he looked at Yi Fashion and said, "Brother Yi, if you want to bring Li Yu and the others here, I can bring some men to escort you secretly. Otherwise, if you are followed by someone, it will be troublesome." Yi Fashion thought that when he found a place to send the telegram tomorrow, he would have to arrange for people to protect him. Hence, he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Lu Rengue." Lu Rengue laughed and said, "No matter what, I have gone through thick and thin with Brother Yi. If Brother Yi doesn't mind, you can call me Big Brother Lu. Previously, I didn't know your identity and offended many of my subordinates. However, I was also protecting Left Prime Minister Wei's safety. It was my duty. I believe Brother Yi won't mind, right?" Yi Fashion wasn't an unreasonable person. When Wei Zhang appeared, all the doubts in his heart were cleared. At this time, he cupped his hands and said, "Big Brother Lu, what are you talking about? No matter what, if it weren't for Big Brother Lu's help tonight, I would probably be in prison by now. How can I be blamed?" Lu Rengue laughed and said, Good. Fashion, you are my brother." This guy didn't know that his brother would become an awesome existence in the future. He would become the leader of the world's Taoist sects and a true Taoist master. Yi Fashion also didn't expect that his unintentional friend would become a famous general of the Tang Empire in the future. The night passed very quickly. This night, many people didn't sleep at all. For example, Cui Junchuo, Cui Xuanji, Qi Li, Little Yu and Yi Minglei. Uncle Yi Fashion didn't return last night. Something must have happened. I'll go out and look for him now. Little Yu didn't know how many times she had cried that night. At this moment, her eyes were red as she looked at Yi Minglei and said, "Sigh, Miss Li Yu, your identity is special. It's inconvenient for you to appear in public. Let me go. At least, I'm still the deputy county magistrate. Eat some porridge and rest for a while." How could Yi Minglei not be anxious? Yi Fashion didn't return last night. He was so worried that his hair was turning white. He pointed at the breakfast that the servants had just brought over and said to Li Yu, "No, Uncle Yi." Little Yu also stood up and said stubbornly, "This time, I came to Zhengzhou on my own initiative. It has nothing to do with fashion. He didn't have to come here to take the risk. It's all because of me that he got involved in this dispute. Now that he's in trouble, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I have to go and look for him." Chapter 1309. Yi Minglei couldn't persuade Little Yu. The two of them rested for a while and prepared to go out to find Yi Fashion. "I'm back." What they didn't expect was that as soon as they left the backyard, they saw Yi Fashion standing there with his back straight, looking at them with a smile. Little Yu was stunned. She was already in despair, but her heart was suddenly filled with joy. "Fashion, you're okay? That's great. I thought you were caught by the provincial governor's mansion. Uncle Yi and I were going to the provincial governor's mansion to get some information." Little Yu rubbed her eyes to make sure it wasn't a dream. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed Yi Fashion's arm and said excitedly, That's great. Yi Minglei was in tears. Yi Fashion didn't return last night. The pressure he was under was no less than Li Yu's. Yi Fashion looked at the 2 people in front of him. Their eyes were red with dark circles and they looked haggard. He knew that Li Yu and Yi Minglei must have been worried and didn't sleep last night. He said apologetically, "Second uncle, Miss Li Yu, I'm sorry. I made you worry. There was an accident last night, so I came back now." Yi Minglei smiled and said, That's great. Let's talk inside." Li Yu quickly shook her head and said, "That's great." Yi Fashion stepped aside and said, "Li Yu, second uncle went to the provincial governor's mansion last night. Not only did he get some information, but he also brought us some reinforcements. This is Brother Lu from the Bian Province Army. The other two are Brother Lu's subordinates. Yi Minglei and Li Yu were shocked. Their attention was on Yi Fashion just now, so they didn't notice the three people behind Yi Fashion. Of course, what surprised them more was Lu Rengui's identity, the Bian Province Army Adjutant. How could the Bian Province Army Adjutant be in Guangxing County? Could it be that the army sent by the imperial court had started to sneak in? Yi Minglei. Greetings to Army Officer Lu. Yi Minglei bowed to Lu Rengui and said, the position of Deputy County Magistrate was lower than Grade 8. Bianzhou was the administrative center of Hunan Province and belonged to the Upper Province. The military officer in Bianzhou was lower than Grade 7. Therefore, in terms of rank, Lu Rengui was indeed his superior. Deputy Yi, you don't have to be so courteous. This is not a good place to talk. Please find a quiet room. What we are going to talk about next is top secret. It is about life and death. Lu Rengui was not arrogant. He cupped his fists and returned the greeting. Yi Minglei hurriedly said, Okay. This Yi understands. Adjunct Lu, come with me. Then he brought Lu Rengui, Yi Fashion, Li Yu and the others to a side room in the backyard. The few of them went in to discuss matters. The two guards that Lu Rengui brought along stood guard outside to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Zheng family ancestral home. Bastard! For an entire night they had sent out so many people, but none of them were able to catch a single thief. What a bunch of trash! Cough cough. Cui Junchuo shakily stood up and pointed at the three black-clothed warriors kneeling below and angrily said. Before he finished speaking, he coughed violently. At the end of the day, he was still old. In addition, he didn't sleep at all last night. How could he bear it? Grandfather, please don't be angry. Your health is more important. Cui Xuanji hurriedly stepped forward to support Cui Junchuo and comforted him. Grandfather, please calm down. Qi Li and his two brothers quickly said in unison. Cui Junchuo panted violently. After a while, he said angrily, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and continue to search. Yes, Grandfather. The three of them cupped their fists and took their leave. Cui Xuanji carefully helped Cui Junchuo to sit down on the couch. Then he asked tentatively, Grandfather, now that our plan has been heard, do we still need to hold the morale-raising ceremony the day after tomorrow? Cui Junchuo sighed faintly. Then, he looked at Cui Xuanji and asked, Xuanji, do you want to be the master of the world? Cui Xuanji was stunned. Master of the world? He had never thought about this position before. However, ever since Cui Junchuo told him about the plan to overthrow the regime a few months ago, he couldn't help but fantasize about it. If the Cui family could really gain power, then as the eldest grandson of the Cui family, he would be able to ascend to the throne one day. By then, thinking of this, Cui Xuanji couldn't help but breathe heavily. After a while, he noticed that Cui Junchuo was staring at him. Cui Xuanji shuddered and quickly said, Grandfather, I believe that the Cui family will be able to defeat the Li family of Longxi. By then, you will be the master of the world. All I want is to kill Li Zishuan and Li Shimin to avenge my mother. Back then, Li Zishuan used public opinion to incite the people to break into the Cui family in the capital, causing his mother to commit suicide out of fear. After that, the Cui family was severely punished. Moreover, Li Zishuan didn't allow his mother to be buried in the Cui family's ancestral grave. To Cui Xuanji, this was the greatest humiliation in his life. He hated Li Zishuan and Li Shimin even more. Cui Junchuo nodded happily. He patted Cui Xuanji's shoulder and said, Good boy, good boy. Since Li Shimin was heartless to our Cui family, don't blame us for being unjust. Xuanji, go and inform Jinyue that the plan is as usual, but ask him to send more soldiers to guard the city gate. From today onwards, the entire Guangxing County will be locked down. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Equip the city wall with archers. Don't even let a bird out. In this way, even if the thief finds out about our plan, he won't be able to spread the news. Cui Xuanji said happily, Grandfather is wise. I'll go to the provincial governor's mansion now. Grandfather, you didn't sleep last night. You'd better rest well. You can go now. Chui Junchuo waved his hand and Chui Xuanji left. What? Is Wei's watching really fine? That's great. Guangqing County might be saved now. In the side room of the Yi family's backyard, Yi Fashion told Yi Minglei and Liu everything that happened yesterday. Yi Minglei was overjoyed. At this moment, his mood could only be described with a poem. Mountains and rivers. There is no road, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. Liu's eyes lit up. She looked at Lu Rengue and asked, Adjunct Lu, I heard from Fashion that you have soldiers who are good at digging tunnels? Lu Rengue knew that Liu and Li Zixuan had a close relationship. He did not dare to be negligent. He cupped his fist and said, That's right. What can I do for you, Miss Liu? Liu quickly said, I don't dare. I want to ask if you can let your soldiers dig a tunnel out of the city? As long as Wei Zuoqing is sent out of the city, he will be able to mobilize soldiers from other prefectures to encircle the rebels in Guangqing County. This girl's dreams were pretty good. But, Miss Liu, you don't know this, but Guangqing County is the capital of Zhengzhou. The foundation of the city wall is more than 10 feet deep, and there is a moat outside the city. It is impossible to dig a tunnel out of the city in a short time. Lu Rengue smiled bitterly when he heard this. Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. I'm so ignorant. Liu was a little embarrassed as she repeatedly apologized. Lu Rengue waved his hand and said, Haha, it's okay. In fact, if I had anticipated today's situation, I would have ordered them to dig a tunnel in advance. Perhaps they would have been able to dig a tunnel out of the city. But now it's obviously too late. Yi Fashion then said, There's no point in talking about this now. Second uncle, according to Chui Junchuo, they will gather the people's will and lead the soldiers to revolt. When that happens, the city will be in chaos. What Fashion means is that Miss Liu, you and second aunt will follow me to the south of the city to meet with Wei Zuoqing. Miss Liu and I will find a place to send a message to my cousin. Yi Minglei was a decisive person. He nodded and said, Okay, Fashion will do as you say. I'll send someone to the county office to ask for leave. Just say that I'm not feeling well and need to rest at home. At this juncture, the county magistrate will not have time to deal with this. Then I'll bring your second aunt and the rest to meet with Wei Zuoqing. Yi Fashion nodded and looked at Liu. Miss Liu, shall we send a telegram to Chang'an now? Liu nodded and said, I'll go back to my room to get the telegram machine. Lu Rengue was worried that something might go wrong. He quickly stood up and said, I'll go with you. Liu nodded and did not refuse. After a while, the two of them carried the telegram machine and pushed the door open. Liu skillfully connected the telegraph machine. This was the first time that Lu Rengue and Yi Minglei had seen this legendary item that could transmit sound from 1,000 miles away. The two of them opened their eyes wide and curiously looked at the telegraph machine. Liu smiled and then said, You're right. Sir once said that, in theory, the transmission distance of this telegraph machine can reach up to 100 miles, but we have never tried such a long distance. In order to avoid any accidents, I will first send a code to Chang'an and see if they can answer me. Yi Fashion nodded and said, That's how it should be. Therefore, Liu opened the password book and searched for a while. Then, she began to press the telegram machine's transmission handle. Everyone could only hear a series of DDD sounds. After a while, Liu said softly, I sense, sir, are you there? Now, we're waiting for a response. If we don't receive a response, it means that the telegram machine can't transmit messages that far. Hearing this, everyone was nervous. Although Wei Zhang was not dead and could take charge of the situation, the most important thing to do now was to use the telegram machine to inform Chang'an and to send troops as soon as possible. If the telegram machine could not work, they were finished. Miss Liu, according to the telegram machine's speed, how long will it take for us to receive a response? After waiting for a while, there was still no response. Lu Rengue could not help but ask softly. Liu's face turned pale. She shook her head and said, It's enough. According to the time we waited was enough for them to send a message back. But this means that our telegram machine can't transmit messages that far. Ah, Everyone was shocked. Yi Minglei said anxiously, "What should we do? The Chui family is going to revolt the day after tomorrow. Even if they didn't lock down the county, it would be too late for us to send a message back to Chong and—" Lu Rengue said in annoyance. "Miss Liu, didn't Marquis Yong and say that the telegram machine can transmit messages from 100 miles away? Why can't it work now?" Liu shook his head and said, "Like I said, that's only in theory. In reality, when this thing is in the process of transmitting a message, it can easily be damaged due to some other factors." "Oh right, I have an idea. Uncle Yi, is there a particularly tall pagoda or attic in Guancheng County?" Yi Minglei asked curiously. "Miss Liu, why are you asking this?" Liu said excitedly, "I remember Mr. once told me that the telegraphic machine's transmission can be understood as a formless energy. When this energy encounters an obstacle and passes through it, it will be damaged to a certain extent. Now that we're surrounded by houses, the damage will naturally be greater. Therefore, if there is a very tall pagoda or attic in the city, sending a telegram from there can greatly reduce the damage to the building. At that time, Chong and might be able to receive the telegram from us. In ancient times, ordinary houses were usually 1 to 2 stories high. There were very few that exceeded 3 stories. Pagoda was an exception. Normally, pagoda would have 10 to dozens of stories. In ancient cities, pagoda was equivalent to a crane in a flock of chickens. Yi Minglei did not fully understand, but he understood the general idea. Hearing this, he quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. There is a relatively tall pagoda in the city. It is located in the Songyue Temple in the south of the city. It was built in the 2nd year of Emperor Xuanwu's Yongping. It was originally Emperor Xuanwu's Li Palace, but it was later changed into a Buddhist temple. There is a pagoda in it called the Songyue Temple Pagoda. It has a total of 15 stories and is about 100 feet high. It should meet Miss Liu's needs." Hearing this, Liu was overjoyed. "That's great. Without further ado, I will bring the telegram machine to the Songyue Temple." Hey, Miss Liu, please don't be impatient." Yi Minglei quickly stopped him and said, "To avoid suspicion, I will let my wife and monk accompany you. Coincidentally, the abbot of Songyue Temple has some friendship with me. After you go, just say that I have caught a cold and am bedridden. You want to go to the pagoda to pray for me. I am sure that the abbot will agree to it. Also, this way no one will be suspicious." Before Liu agreed, Lu Rengue smiled and said, "That's great. Then I will act as the Yi family's guards and escort Miss Liu along the way." Liu thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, then we will do as Uncle Yi and Brother Lu said. We will make our own preparations and leave in a while." Half an hour later, a horse carriage drove out of the Yi family and went straight to the Songyue Temple in the north of the city. After a while, a servant came out of the Yi residence, holding a handwritten letter written by Yi Minglei, and went to the county office to apply for leave. "Abbot Hui Guang, my master has unfortunately been infected with an illness and is bedridden. This old woman has specially brought 2 juniors to pray for my master at the Songyue Temple Pagoda. I hope that Abbot can help us out on account of our past friendship." Yi Minglei's wife, Madame Li, was also a lady from a wealthy family back then. She was quite sensible. After learning that her husband was trapped, she did not hesitate to accompany Liu and Yi Fashion to Songyue Temple to act out this show. The abbot did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at Yi Fashion deeply. After a long time, he looked at Madame Yi and said, "Amitba, District Deputy Yi treats the people well and is honest. He is a rare good official. Now that I heard that he is sick, I am worried. Since Madame Yi wants to pray for District Deputy Yi in the temple, I have no reason to refuse. Huyen, quickly bring Madame Yi and the others to the Buddhist pagoda." At this moment, a young monk stood out from the side. He put his palms together and said, "Yes, Abbot." Then he said to Madame Yi, "Benefactors, please follow me." Chapter 13:10. Thank you for leading the way, Little Master Huyen. This is a token of my appreciation for the temple. Madame Yi, Yi Fashion, Liu, and the others ascended to the top floor of Songyue Temple under Huiyin's lead. Madame Yi chuckled as she took out a small stack of Tang Yuan from her sleeve and passed it to the little monk. The little monk stole a glance at the Tang Yuan in Madame Ye's hand and was stunned. All of them were in the denomination of 10 Tang Yuan. Adding them all together, it was at least 100 Tang Yuan. This was really a big deal. His eyes could not help but reveal a look of greed. Amitba, Madame Yi, I don't dare to accept such a huge sum of money. The little monk quickly hid the greed in his eyes and clasped his hands together. Madame Yi smiled and said, Money is just a worldly possession. This old woman only wants my master to be able to recover quickly. This money is firstly to add some incense money to the temple and accumulate some merit for my master. Secondly, I want Master Huiyan to help me look after the temple and not let anyone come up to disturb this old woman praying for my master. After all, if this praying is interrupted, then it would seem that my heart is not sincere, and Buddha will definitely blame me. Little master, don't you think so? A trace of excitement flashed through the little monk's eyes, and then he said, Amitba, Madame Ye's true feelings for County Deputy Yi will definitely move the Buddha. I'll help Madame Yi guard below to prevent outsiders from disturbing Madame Ye's prayer. After saying that, he took the Tang Yuan from Madame Yi and hid it in his sleeve quietly. Madame Yi clasped her hands together and said, Thank you, little Master Huiyan. The little monk nodded and left. Fashion. Miss Liu, let's go in. After the little monk left, Madame Yi said softly. Liu nodded and said gratefully as she walked, Thank you for helping us. If it wasn't for you, little Yu would have to spend a lot of effort to come here. She was right. Songyue Temple was usually not open to ordinary pilgrims, let alone the top floor. Madame Yi smiled and said, It's okay. As long as it can solve this crisis, I am willing to do anything. Miss Liu, now that no one is disturbing you, quickly try to see if your telegraph works. Okay, all right. Liu nodded and walked to an incense table. She began to fiddle with the telegraph. Yi Fashion, who was standing at the side, finally couldn't help but say, These Buddhists are hypocrites. They are greedy for money and profit. They eat the fat of the people and don't do anything productive. They are indeed the scourge of our Tang dynasty. As a Taoist, he didn't like Buddhists. Just now, the little monk Huiyan's little trick made him very angry. However, he also knew that the situation was urgent, so he had been holding it in. Now that there was no one on the entire 15th floor of the pagoda, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Just now, the abbot of the temple had been staring at him because he had felt the pure Taoist aura on him. A Taoist priest came to a monk's temple to pray for blessings. Presumably, the abbot was in a state of confusion for a moment. Madame Yi smiled and said, Monk, what's the point of saying all this now? As long as Miss Li you can achieve her goal here and send the news back to Chong, and my money will be well spent. Yes, second aunt is right. Yi Fashion nodded. At this moment, he finally turned his attention to Liu. Miss Liu, how is it? Liu heaved a sigh of relief and said, I just sent it. I'm just waiting for a reply. Then, she clasped her hands together and bowed to the Buddha statue. Buddha, please bless Mr. He will definitely receive the news. This was the last method she could think of. If it still didn't work, she would be completely out of ideas. Actually, sending a telegraph from a high tower could indeed send it further. The principle was similar to the early television towers in modern society. Back then, television towers were usually built very high to expand the range of electromagnetic waves that could receive and transmit signals. This was because electromagnetic waves were easily affected by obstacles near the ground. They would weaken or change. This was not conducive to signal transmission. However, there were no obstacles at high altitudes. In addition, the electromagnetic waves could be transmitted further from high altitudes. Perhaps Buddha had heard Liu's request, or perhaps Liu's method had played a key role. Lantian County, Yunshan. Yanhuang College Dormitory 007. Suddenly there was a DDD sound. Meng Wenhao, who was reading on the bed, suddenly sat up and ran to the telegraph machine. He quickly picked up a pen and started to record the code. Mr. Are you there? This string of code was very short. Meng Wenhao quickly recorded and translated it. Looking at the 4 words on the paper, he was indescribably excited. It's little fishy. It's little you. She had finally replied to the letter. That's great. No, maybe she's in an emergency. I have to reply to her quickly. Meng Wenhao forcibly suppressed his excitement and sat down to reply to the telegram. Little fishy, I'm here. I'm Meng Wenhao. I'm helping Yamacho look after the telegraph machine. Without flipping through the password book, Meng Wenhao sent the telegram directly. Ever since he received the telegraph machine and password book yesterday, he had already memorized the password in the password book by heart. He knew in his heart that once he encountered such an emergency, time waits for no one. If he replied quickly and translated the code quickly, he could buy Liu a moment more. This was a matter of life and death. D. On the top floor of Songyue Temple more than 400 miles away, everyone was quietly waiting for the telegraph machine to ring again. At this moment, they all felt that time was passing very slowly. It was like a year. Finally, after much anticipation, the telegraph machine finally emitted a series of DD sounds. Little Fishy immediately moved. She bent over the table and quickly recorded the code. After a moment, she stood up and said with a face full of ecstasy, "We did it! We did it! There's a reply from Chang. It's Wenhao. He said that he's helping Mr. look after the telegraph machine." She was really happy. Firstly, it was because she had been rescued from a hopeless situation. Secondly, it was Meng Wenhao who received the telegram. That's great. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Now that they had witnessed the miraculous function of the telegraph machine, Lu Rengue and Madame Yi were completely convinced. Yi Fashion quickly took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and said, "Little Fishy, quickly send the information over. This is the current situation in Guangxing County that I've organized. It's already the most concise sentence. Quickly send it over." Okay. Liu took it. Then, she compared it to the password book while manipulating the handle of the telegraph machine to send the telegram. For a moment, only the sound of DDD could be heard in the room. Fortunately, Madame Yi had asked the little monk to guard downstairs to prevent anyone from going up to the 15th floor. Otherwise, if someone came up and heard the strange sound, they would definitely push the door open and investigate. Chapter 13:11. Yamacho, little Yuer has sent a letter. Zhengzhou's Chui family is going to revolt. Luoyang will be in danger. When it was close to noon, Meng Wenhao arrived at Yunshan's first courtyard with the translated message in his hand. He rushed to Li Zishuan in the courtyard and hurriedly shouted. He didn't notice that other than Li Zishuan, Li Gang was also in the courtyard. "What? You said the Chui family is going to rebel against the imperial court? How is that possible?" Li Zishuan was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Li Gang stood up and said in shock, "Oh, greetings, Mr. Li." Meng Wenhao finally noticed Li Gang in the courtyard and quickly went forward to greet him. Li Gang waved his hand and asked with a serious face, "Wenhao, is what you said just now true?" Meng Wenhao quickly handed the message in his hand to Li Gang and said, "Mr. Li, it is absolutely true. This is the message sent by Li Yu in Zhengzhou through the telegraph. Please take a look at it with Yamacho." Li Gang took the message and read it seriously. Li Zishuan was already standing behind Li Gang and also read it. In the 2nd month of the 2nd year of Jingguan, Guangxing County was attacked by bandits. Wei Wuxing's whereabouts are unknown. In the 3rd month of the 2nd year of Jingguan, Zhengzhou Daily appeared in Zhengzhou. The content criticized the imperial court and His Majesty. The Chui family's intention to rebel is clear as day. Last night, Yi Fashion risked his life to sneak into the provincial governor's mansion and found out that the provincial governor of Zhengzhou had colluded with Chui Junchuo. Furthermore, the Chui family has joined forces with the Zheng family of Xingyang and the Chui family of Bowling to launch a rebellion the day after tomorrow. They are going to attack Luoyang directly. The Chui family wants to take down Luoyang and rule the world with the imperial court. The situation is urgent. Please make a decision and send an army to eliminate the rebels. The message wasn't long, only about 300 words in total. It could be seen that the message had been condensed before it was sent out. However, the amount of information contained in the message was far more than 300 words. Zhengzhou was about to undergo a great change. Hunan province is going to change. If this matter wasn't handled properly, the Great Tang would undergo a major change. How would the Cui family dare? This is treason and heresy, destroying the integrity of my court. Yamacho, we must report this to His Majesty as soon as possible. After Li Gang finished reading, his face was full of anger. If it wasn't for the urgency of time, he would have scolded these traitors. Li Zishuan took the report from Li Gang, then cupped his hands and said, Teacher Wenji is right. I will enter the palace now. Non-base, fast. Prepare the horses. Yes, Marquis. After a while, Li Zishuan and Pang Feiji rode down the Cloud Mountain and headed straight for Chang'an City. In the Imperial Palace, the morning court session had just ended. Li Er was resting in the Sweet Dew Hall. After all, the morning court session every day was extremely exhausting for an emperor like him. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and is requesting an audience outside the hall, saying that it's an extremely urgent matter. At this moment, an attendant came in from outside the hall and reported with a bow. An extremely urgent matter? Li Er, who was leaning on the couch, narrowed his eyes and said, Send it in quickly. Yes. The chamberlain retreated, and not long after, Li Zishuan walked in. Without waiting for him to bow, Li Er asked, Speak, what exactly is so urgent that you're willing to leave the Cloud Mountain? Li Zishuan took out the report, raised it above his head and said, Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from Zhengzhou. The Cui family wants to oppose them. What? As soon as the last 3 words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly stagnated. Even Zhao Song, who was standing below Li Er, could not help but reveal a trace of shock in his eyes. After being stunned for a moment, Zhao Song hurriedly came down, took the report from Li Zishuan, and handed it to Li Er. After Li Er scanned the contents of the report with a serious expression, he ordered, Quickly summon Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xinling, Du Ruhui, Li Jing, Chang Jijia, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and Duan Jishuan for a meeting. Zhao Song's expression turned serious as he bowed and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Speaking of which, the officials were probably still on their way home after court. If he wanted to summon them back, he would probably have to send someone to look for them on the road. Marquis of Yong'an, where did this report come from? How many days has it been since the time in this report? After Zhao Song left, Li Er stood up from the dragon couch and looked at Li Zishuan and asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. After all, the report said that the Cui family would start an uprising the day after tomorrow. But who knew if the day after tomorrow had already passed? This was the problem of the timeliness of information that the ancient people often encountered. Your Majesty, this report was just sent from Zhengzhou through the telegraph. It was less than 2 hours ago, and the Cui family's uprising date is the day after tomorrow. Li Zishuan bowed and said. Li Er raised his eyebrows. After thinking for a while, he understood and said, Previously, when your cousin Yi Fashion and Li Yu went to Zhengzhou, they must have brought a telegraph machine with them, right? Back when Yi Fashion and Li Yu went south to Zhengzhou, Li Er had warned Li Zishuan not to act rashly in Zhengzhou and ruin his plans. Now that Li Zishuan mentioned the origin of this report, he could roughly guess the cause and effect. Your Majesty is wise. I was worried that they would meet with an accident in Hunan, so I gave them a telegraph machine. Li Zishuan replied. Li Er nodded. Seeing that Li Zishuan was still frowning and looking worried, he couldn't help but say, This time, the report that Li Yu and Yi Fashion sent back was considered timely. The imperial court had enough time to react and make corresponding arrangements. The safety of Minister Wei and the rest should not be a concern. Besides, I already knew about the chaos in Zhengzhou last month. How could I not have made any preparations? Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the hall. It was Zhao Song. Your Majesty, Duke Zhao, Prime Minister Fong, and the rest are all waiting outside the hall. Li Er nodded and said, Let them in quickly. After a while, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fong Xianling, and the rest all came in. After a round of greetings, Zhang Sun Wuji glanced at Li Zishuan in the hall, then looked at Li Er and asked, May I know why your Majesty has summoned us here? Li Er looked at the officials in the hall and said in a deep voice, Last month, the Cui family connived with the bandits and attacked the magistrate's office. They wanted to use this opportunity to assassinate Wei Zheng. After that, they arbitrarily published the Zhengzhou Daily to attack me and the imperial court. They wanted to use this to bewitch the people and plot a rebellion. Also, I have received news that Cui Junchuo has already joined forces with Zhengzhou provincial governor Pan Jinyue, Xingyang's Zhang family, and Boling's Cui family. They will gather the people's opinions and start a rebellion the day after tomorrow. Their first target is Luoyang. My beloved officials, what do you think I should do? Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest were instantly shocked. They were summoned right after the court. Before they came, they had thought of thousands of possibilities, but they didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Your Majesty, give me 20,000 men and horses. I will go to Zhengzhou and destroy these rebels. While everyone was still in shock, Cheng Yaojin had already jumped out excitedly and shouted anxiously. He was indeed excited. Speaking of which, the world had been peaceful for so long. This old fellow had long been bored to death at home. Now that there was finally a war to fight, how could he not be excited? Your Majesty, as long as you give me 10,000 troops, I will be able to exterminate the rebels. Yuchi Jingda reacted and hurriedly said, Bah! Yuchi old hey, what do you mean? Cheng Yaojin immediately lost it. He was the one who said it first, but wasn't Yuchi Jingda trying to cut him off? What do you mean, what do I mean? I want to share His Majesty's worries. What does it have to do with you, lunatic Cheng? Yuchi Jingda retorted without a trace of fear. You Yuchi old hey, do you want to fight again? Then let's fight. Silence. These two people were enemies in the previous life. They fought as soon as they met. Li Er's face turned darker and darker as he watched. Finally, he couldn't hold it in and shouted. As expected, Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda immediately quieted down. In the court, the military situation is extremely urgent. As important officials of the court, you two are actually quarreling. Where is the propriety? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the younger generation? Li Er criticized in annoyance. Then, he looked at Li Jing and said, Apothecary? What do you think of the Cui family's rebellion? In the end, there were many people in the court who were suitable to be generals. However, there was only one person who was most suitable to be the commander of an army, and that was Li Jing. In terms of foresight, military strategy, and strategy, almost no one could compare to him. Li Jing cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I think that the most important thing right now is to send people 800 li to inform Luoyang's magistrate to strengthen the city's defense. Luoyang has Hanjiatsong, and there is enough food for 500,000 soldiers to eat for a year. We must not let Luoyang fall into the hands of the rebels. Luoyang's Hanjiatsong was the world's largest granary. At its peak, the amount of food stored was close to 6 million dan. This was also the main reason why Cui Junchuo wanted to take down Luoyang as soon as possible. In addition, I think that Your Majesty should issue an edict to mobilize the available provincial troops around Zhengzhou to first resist the rebel army. Then, from Chang'an, we will mobilize the army to Hunan province. Zhengzhou is only 400 li away from Chang'an. If we rush, we can reach it in 5 days. In other words, as long as Luoyang's guards and the other provincial troops can delay it for 3 to 4 days, Luoyang will not fall into the hands of the enemy. Only then can the court deal with the rebel army with the least loss. In addition, before the army sets off, we have to figure out the number of rebels so that we can deal with them. Qinghe Cui clan, Xingyang Zhengzhou clan, and Boling Cui clan are all large clans that have existed for thousands of years. They have tens of thousands of disciples, and countless scholars, officials, and generals that rely on them. This time, Cui Junchuo used Zhengzhou daily to criticize your majesty and incite the people to join the rebel army. Therefore, according to my estimation, the number of rebels is definitely not less than 200,000. No matter who your majesty sends to quell the rebellion, I hope that he will not underestimate the enemy. Li Jing was indeed Li Jing. Once he said this, the officials in the hall stopped arguing. Li Er nodded and said, Zhao Song, immediately issue an edict. Order Luozhou's governor Chu Tudong to strengthen the city's defenses. Prepare rolling stones, crossbows, and other defensive tools in advance. We must defend the city. Order Hunan Province's Anfu ambassador Run Ken to immediately mobilize the troops of Chenzhou, Shuzhou, Songzhou, Chaozhou, Haozhou, Qizhou, Qingzhou, Bianzhou, and Suzhou to quell the rebellion in Zhengzhou. Also order Wang Yu, who is hiding in Dengzhou, to immediately lead the army to Zhengzhou. Li Er's arrangement at the beginning was still considered normal, but the last sentence was earth-shattering. Chapter 13:12. On the 13th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda, Li Shimin abolished the Xingtai system and set up a governor's office in Luozhou, Luoyang. In the first year of Zhengguan, Li Shimin appointed Chu Tudong as the governor of Luozhou. In the same year, Li Er divided the world into 10 daos. Luoyang and Zhengzhou both belonged to Hunan daos. At that time, the imperial court did not set up fixed officials and offices in each daos. They only temporarily sent officials and ambassadors to patrol. At first, they were called pacifiers. It was not until the second year of Ruizong Jingyun that the imperial court set up Jidushi in each daos. The Enlushan rebellion at the end of the Tang dynasty was caused by the military power of the Jidushi. Speaking of the current pacifier of Hunan daos, Ren Ken, his brother Rengui was also the pacifier of Hunan daos in the first year of Wuda. Lu Rengui was indebted to him. At that time, Rengui was drafting memorials to discuss state affairs. Lu Rengui saw the draft and helped him edit a few lines. Rengui was amazed by his talent and learning, and as a result, she appointed him as the Shi province army commander. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhao Song received the order and left. He had to draft the imperial edict and send it out. After all, time waits for no one. At the same time, Li Er's last sentence attracted the attention of everyone. Fang Xuanling's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands and asked, Your Majesty, Provincial Governor Wang should be in Suizhou. Why is he in Dengzhou? According to the Tang dynasty's laws, the governors of each province should be in charge of their own affairs. They were not allowed to leave the province unless the emperor ordered them to do so. Now that Wang Yu suddenly appeared in Dengzhou, and from what Li Er said, Wang Yu even brought an army with him. Li Zishuan's heart stirred, and he also looked towards Li Er. Li Er smiled faintly and said, A month ago, I received news that there were bandits in Zhengzhou causing trouble. I thought that Wei Zhang would face the retaliation of the local officials and the fierce retaliation of the Cui family. To prevent some people from acting out of desperation, I ordered Ren Ken to choose 200 elites to sneak into Guanqing County to protect Wei Zhang in the dark. I also ordered Sui Province's Governor Wang Yu to lead 20,000 troops to hide in Dengzhou and be ready to assist Wei Zhang. Now, it seems that some people will always take risks and commit treacherous acts. Therefore, Wang Yu's troops can also be put to use. When the officials heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim, Your Majesty is wise. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, secretly curled his lips. He thought to himself that old Li was indeed a sly old fox. No wonder he wasn't worried at all. It turned out that he had already prepared a backup plan. Qin Qiong cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty, Governor Wang's 20,000 troops will not be able to stop the Cui family's rebel army. Even if Ren Ken gathers 10 states' troops, he will not be their match. The imperial court must send elites to Zhengzhou. Li Er nodded and said, What Xu Bao said is also what I was thinking. In that case, who do you think I should send to Zhengzhou to quell the rebellion? Chang Yaojin was immediately energized. He stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this old subject requests permission to lead the right guard to Zhengzhou. Your Majesty, this old subject requests battle. I am willing to lead the right Marshal Marquis to Zhengzhou. Your Majesty, this old subject is willing to lead Zhuo Wei to Zhengzhou. Yuqi Jingda and Niu Jinda did not want to be left behind. They also stepped forward and asked for battle. Li Zishuan was not interested in war. However, when he saw this scene, he could not help but feel his blood boil. He was fascinated. This was the prosperous Tang dynasty. This was the prosperous Tang dynasty that countless people of the Yan Huang dynasty were proud of. In the face of war, no one was afraid. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit. The Yellow Sand wore golden armor after 100 battles. They would not return until they had conquered Lulan. This was the belief that every Tang dynasty general had. They would press forward without stopping until they reached their goal. What a great era this was! Your Majesty, this subject requests battle too. This subject is willing to lead the black armored army to Zhengzhou. Although Chang'an is a few hundred miles away from Zhengzhou, the black armored army can reach it in 2 days. As long as the rebel army dares to leave the city, this subject will lead the black armored army to wipe them all out. At this moment, a middle-aged general in his 30s saluted Li Er. This was Duan Zhishuan. Among the people that Li Zishuan had asked Zhao Song to summon, only Duan Zhishuan was someone that Li Zishuan had never seen before. Thus, when this person appeared, Li Zishuan guessed his identity. Good. Seeing the emotions of the officials below, Li Er shouted, "Everyone, listen to the decree." The faces of the officials in the hall turned serious as they saluted. "This subject awaits the decree," Li Er said. Cui Junchuo from the Cui family of Qinghe ignored the grace of the emperor and did not repent. She actually assassinated an important official of the imperial court, bewitched the people, and disrespected the emperor. I hereby order Li Jing to be the general in charge of the military of Hunan province. He will lead the left, middle, and right armies into Zhengzhou to wipe out the rebellion. Qin Xiong will be the deputy general in charge of the military. He will lead 20,000 troops from the middle army to Zhengzhou through Luoyang. Chang Jijie will lead 20,000 troops from the right army to surround Zhengzhou and prevent the rebels from escaping to other provinces. Niu Jinda will lead 20,000 troops from the left army from Shuzhou to prevent the rebel army from attacking Luoyang. At that time, if the rebel army has already left Zhengzhou or Luoyang has already fallen, the 3 armies will combine their forces to wipe out the rebel army. Duan Zhishuan, I order you to lead 3,000 black armored troops to Zhengzhou. If you meet enemies in the wilderness, go all out to wipe them out. For this rebellion, all of you must exterminate the rebels. Since the Cui clan of Bowling and the Zheng clan of Xingyang are accomplices and have committed such treacherous acts, they must be exterminated without leaving a single one alive. When the emperor was angry, millions of corpses would fall, and blood would flow for 1,000 miles. When these cold words came out of Li Er's mouth, it meant that many people would die in the following period of time. This subject obeys the decree. Li Jing, Qin Xiong, Chang Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Duan Zhishuan stepped forward and cupped their fists solemnly. The hearts of the other officials turned cold. Li Er actually sent out the black armored troops to wipe out the rebellion. This was the most elite heavy cavalry in the world. Even the wolf cavalry of the Turks had to flee when they saw them. 3,000 black armored troops was not a small number. When Li Shimin defeated Wang Shichong at Hulao Pass, he had only used 1,000 of the black armored troops. In the end, he had captured and beheaded more than 6,000 people. Later on, Wang Shichong was unwilling to admit defeat and sent 100,000 men. Li Shimin had used 3,500 black armored troops to lead the charge and ultimately defeated these people. From this, one could see the strength of this heavy cavalry force. Of course, one could also see that old Li was determined to kill the Cui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Bowling. Time is of the essence. My beloved subjects, gather the troops. Tomorrow morning, the 3 armies will set out for Zhengzhou. Li Er nodded. There was a saying that a cannon shot was worth 10,000 taels of gold. Although there were no cannons in this era, fighting wars was still rather expensive. However, the Great Tang's treasury was filled with grain and fodder. so Li Er had the confidence to start this rebellion. Yes. The officials cupped their fists and left. Marquis Yong and you stay. Li Zixuan also wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, but Li Er's words forced him to face this cruel reality. Chapter 13:13. Marquis Yong and we will have official Fong, official Du, and the others write a few articles and send them to the editorial department of the Great Tang Daily. We will use this opportunity to let the people of the world see the true colors of the Chui clan and Zheng clan. They were the ones who were unjust, so they can't blame us for being ruthless. In the Sweet Du Hall, after Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xinling, and Cheng Yaojin left, Li Er looked at Li Zixuan and instructed. Li Zixuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect old Li to know how to make use of public opinion. This time, the Chui family used public opinion to attack Li Er to incite the people to rebel against the imperial court. Now, old Li wanted to use the same method to gain the people's trust and support. Only a ruler who valued the people's trust would be a successful ruler. Yes, Your Majesty. In the next few days, the Tang Daily will cooperate with the imperial court to announce the Chui family's rebellion to the world. As the saying goes, those who are righteous get more support while those who are unrighteous get little support. Chui Junqiao has no regard for the emperor's grace and is not a subject. He will definitely be despised by the people. I will also list out all the good deeds and benevolence Your Majesty has done to the people since you took over the throne. People's hearts are made of flesh. I don't believe that the people can't differentiate between good and bad. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and replied, Yes. Li Er nodded and said, The Chui and Zheng family have thousands of scholars in their hands. Actually, I am not afraid of how many soldiers they have. I am only afraid that they will use these scholars to bewitch the people and attack the imperial court. After all, the people are innocent. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Your Majesty is so considerate of the people. It is the blessing of the people. Li Er smiled and didn't deny it. After a while he said, I have an idea. Listen to it and see if it is feasible. Li Zixuan's expression turned solemn as he listened attentively. Li Er paused for a moment before continuing. Since ancient times, when a general was away from the capital, he would not obey military orders. The reason was that the battlefield was quite far from the capital, and the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. Therefore, the previous emperors would not interfere with the generals away from the capital and give orders. But this time, when Liu used a telegraph to send information to Chang'an from Zhengzhou, I had an idea. That is it possible for me to understand the situation on the battlefield immediately through the telegraph? Then, if I or any other officials in the imperial court have any good ideas about military formations, I can also send them to the front line through the telegraph at the very first moment. What do you think? Li Zixuan was shocked. He thought to himself that old Li's thinking was quite advanced. He even knew how to engage in information warfare. Your Majesty, our telegraph is not mature yet. This kind of ultra-long distance communication is not stable. This time, the reason why little Yu was able to send the information from Zhengzhou to Chang'an was because she sent the telegram from a Buddhist pagoda that was more than 100 feet high. When the army goes out, how can there be such a high altitude everywhere? In addition, the power supply of the telegraph is also a problem. Therefore, I think that it is still too early for Your Majesty to use the telegraph to command the battle formation this time. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Li Er couldn't help but frown. He asked doubtfully, What does the telegram sent by the telegraph have to do with the height of the terrain? Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, if I may be so bold as to ask you, if this person stood on a high mountain and shouted to the foot of the mountain, would his voice travel far? Or if he stood on the street and shouted, would his voice travel far? Li Er thought for a moment and replied, Of course, if he stood on a mountain and shouted, his voice would travel far. Li Zixuan smiled and said, That's right, Your Majesty. In fact, the telegram sent by the telegraph is just like shouting. If you stand high and the position is spacious, it will naturally travel far. There are many houses in the city, which will block the telegram sent by the telegraph, so it won't travel far. He definitely couldn't tell Li Er about the transmission loss of electromagnetic waves. Otherwise, if he wanted to explain it clearly, he would have to talk for a long time. After thinking about it, Li Zishuan could only give an example to explain to Li Er. I see. Li Er nodded thoughtfully. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, I still have a plan. This time we can let the pharmacist bring 2 celestial lamps. On one hand, it can be used to scout the enemy from the sky. On the other hand, we can use the celestial lamps to send information to Chong, and from the sky. What do you think? Li Zishuan didn't object this time. In fact, he had thought of using the celestial lamps to carry the telegraph when he came here. The reason why he didn't tell Li Er at the first moment was because he was worried that this kind of technology that was ahead of its time would cause uncontrollable variables in the future if it was used on the battlefield too early before it matured. The Tang dynasty's biggest enemy was still the Turks. Li Zishuan felt that using the celestial lamps and the telegraph to deal with the Zhengzhou rebels was a little overkill. Your Majesty's wisdom is as vast as the sea. This subject admires you. This subject feels that this method is feasible, as long as you pay attention to the power supply of the telegraph. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er's face finally revealed a victorious smile. At this time, he looked at Li Zishuan meaningfully and asked, You must be wondering why I am so insistent on using the telegraph in this rebellion, right? Li Zishuan was silent. Seeing this, Li Er continued, 5 families and 7 hopes. Just 3 families working together to deal with me? What a joke. I don't put Cui Junchuo in my eyes. However, using the blood of the Cui family and the Zheng family to sharpen the blades of my army seems to be a good choice. I won't hide it from you. I long for war. In the 9th year of Wuda, the Turks attacked the city and I was forced to sign the treaty. This is the greatest shame of my life. At the latest next year, I will send troops to the Turks and fight it out with Shelley. I can't wait to go to the battlefield and kill them with my own hands. However, as the emperor of the Tang dynasty, how can I casually go to the battlefield? And the telegraph that you, Marquis Yong, and built just happens to solve this worry of mine. Although I can't go to the battlefield, I can control the situation through the telegraph. And now, the Cui family's rebellion can be used to train my troops. Your telegraph must be used this time. Even if there are problems along the way, I don't care. Li Zishuan was silent. Although Li Er was just over 30 years old, he had been on the battlefield for more than 10 years. He was a real emperor on horseback. Such a strong Li Er was attacked by the Turks back then. How could he not be angry? However, Li Er was now the emperor of a country. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he couldn't personally go to the battlefield. For a former world hero, this was also a kind of grievance and suffering. This subject obeys your majesty. Currently, this subject has a total of 3 telegraph machines. One of them was given to Li Yu. Since your majesty wants to arrange it this way, then when the army sets out tomorrow, this subject will send a student from the academy who knows how to use the telegraph to bring 1 telegraph machine and 2 celestial lamps with the army. This subject will send the last telegraph machine to the palace. At that time, your majesty can let His Highness, Prince of Wei, teach the people in the palace how to use the telegraph machine. Since Li Er had put it this way, Li Zishuan naturally had no reason to refuse. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said. Li Er was finally satisfied and said, So kind! Ha ha! After this rebellion is quelled, I will remember your merit. This subject does not ask for a reward. If there is merit, it should be the contribution of the student from the academy who went to Zhengzhou. In the afternoon, Chang'an City suddenly became busy. In the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue, officials went in and out, all of them in a hurry. They were all busy. In the city, teams of soldiers were constantly escorting carts of grain and fodder out of the city. Since ancient times, grain and fodder had always been the first to move. This time, the imperial court's army of more than 60,000 was going to Hunan province. The amount of grain and fodder they needed was not a small amount. However, they would not bring all the grain and fodder at once. They only needed to bring about 10 days' worth of rations. When they arrived at Hunan province, they could either exchange the grain from the local government or transfer it directly from Luoyang. In Chang'an City, The old people who had experienced the great chaos in the early years were all worried when they saw this scene. Where did this war break out? There is going to be a war. The imperial court is going to war. I just don't know where it will be this time. Did the Turks start to harass the border of the Tang Empire again? At present, the imperial court had not officially issued a notice, so even if the people felt that something was wrong, they could only make wild guesses in private. However, those in the officialdom basically knew the cause and effect. The Chui family had rebelled and the world was going to change. Wen Hao, Iron Egg, I won't force you. In fact, I don't want you to take risks. So, whether you go or not, it's all up to you. On the way back to Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan had been considering the candidates from the academy who would go south with the army. First of all, he definitely could not go. It was not that he was afraid of death and did not dare to go on the battlefield. With his current martial arts cultivation, as long as he was not alone on the battlefield and was not surrounded by thousands of people, he would not die. The main reason why he could not go was that the construction of the dam at Ba River had reached the most critical stage. Recently, Yan Xiaoning and Mo Huai had often encountered this and that kind of problems. He had to find a way to solve the problems. If he really could not leave, then the dam would really be ruined. He had spent too much money and effort on this dam. He really could not bear to give it up halfway. Moreover, in his eyes, although the Chui family and the Zheng family had a strong foundation and a lot of people, they were still vulnerable in the face of the Tang army. The reason why Chui Junchuo felt that he had a chance was that he wanted to take Luoyang and strengthen himself before the imperial court reacted. However, the telegram sent by Li Yu had completely destroyed the Chui family's painstaking plan. In this way, Chui Junchuo was even less of a threat. Therefore, Li Zishuan felt that it was not worth it for him to go, and there was no need for him to go. Since he was not going, he could only let his students go. Among his students, only Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, and Iron Egg were proficient in using the telegraph. Although Cheng Chumo was the first to come into contact with the telegraph, this idiot had never learned how to use it. Therefore, after returning to Yunshan, Li Zishuan sent someone to call Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg to the side yard. He briefly told them about the imperial court's intention to send an army to Zhengzhou to quell the rebellion, and then began to ask for their opinions. Sir, I'm willing to go. I'm willing to follow the army to Zhengzhou, Meng Wenhao said without hesitation as soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking. Speaking of which, he was still worried about how to help Li Zishuan resolve the crisis. Now that Li Zishuan had made this request, it was exactly what he wanted. Instead of worrying in Chong, it was better to go directly to Zhengzhou to help resolve the crisis. Master, Iron Egg is also willing to go. Not long after Meng Wenhao finished speaking, Iron Egg also spoke up. Li Zishuan looked at the two of them with a solemn expression, saying, both of you should think carefully. This is going to the battlefield, not a game. Although you will be staying in the main tent at that time, and the danger will be much smaller, but on the battlefield, there will never be an absolutely safe place. Wenhao, your life doesn't belong to you alone. You still have your parents and sister. If anything happens to you on the battlefield, what will you do to them? And Iron Egg, you are the only son of the Han family. If your father knew that you are going to the battlefield, what would he think? To be honest, Li Zishuan was quite conflicted. Strictly speaking, following the army to the south was a good opportunity for the students of the academy to gain experience. There was little danger, and if they won the battle, they might even be able to gain military merits, which would benefit them for life. But he was also worried that something would happen to his students in Zhengzhou. After listening to Li Zishuan's earnest words, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg both lowered their heads, but after a while, Meng Wenhao raised his head and said, Yamacho, I have made up my mind. This trip to Zhengzhou, I must go. If I don't go, I will regret it for the rest of my life. As for my parents, I will persuade them. Iron Egg also raised his head and said with red eyes, Master, Iron Egg also wants to go. My father went to the north to kill the Turks. Iron Egg also wants to become a hero like my father. Iron Egg. Suddenly, a complicated female voice came from the door. It was Han Yushi. Wife. Li Zishuan hurriedly got up and greeted her with a guilty conscience. because he didn't have time to discuss this matter with his wife. Sister, can you not stop Iron Egg? Iron Egg stood up and looked at Han Yushi, his eyes full of persistence. Han Yushi stared at Iron Egg in front of her in a daze, looking at her brother who she had personally raised. After a long while, she walked forward and patted Iron Egg's shoulder, saying with a complicated tone, Iron Egg, you have grown up. I don't have the right to make decisions for you anymore. If you've decided on something, then go ahead and do it. Sister only wants you to be safe. Seeing Han Yushi like this, Iron Egg felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. He held back his tears and said, Sister, don't worry. Iron Egg will definitely make himself safe. Iron Egg will definitely become a hero like my father. Husband, you two continue to talk. I will go out and see Lanner. Han Yushi quickly turned around and gently wiped the corner of her eyes with her sleeve. She said to Li Zixuan and hurriedly went out. The room was silent. After a while, Li Zixuan forced himself to be spirited and asked, Both of you want to go? Yes. Yes. Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg nodded solemnly at the same time. Li Zixuan sighed softly and said, That's good. Since that's the case, then let's both go. We can take care of each other on the way. Go back and pack up immediately. Tomorrow morning I will send you to Uncle Li. In the future you will listen to his orders. As for the academy, you don't have to worry. I will ask for leave for you first. When you come back, I will arrange for someone to make up lessons for you. Yes. Yamacho. Yes, Master. Chapter 13-14. Oh, isn't this Madame Yi? Are you here to pray for blessings at Songhua Temple? I heard this morning that County Deputy Yi was sick. Could it be true? Guanqing County, at the entrance of Songhua Temple. Madame Yi brought Liu, Yi Fashion, and a few others out of the temple. She was stopped by a fat, shifty-eyed, greasy, middle-aged man. Behind the man were 4 or 5 bailiffs. At this moment, he was staring at Madame Yi maliciously and said with a smile, Registrar Wang, what do you mean by this? My husband is sick in bed. As a colleague, it's fine if you don't care about him, but you're actually making sarcastic remarks here. Has your sense of propriety been eaten by dogs? Hearing this, Madame Wang's face was filled with anger, and she scolded mercilessly. She looked exactly like a wife who was eager to protect her husband. Registrar Wang saw this and his eyes flashed. Then, he said with a smile, Hee, Madame Yi, please don't be angry. Who said that I don't care about County Deputy Yi? I even sent people to send County Deputy Yi a lot of ginseng, bird's nest, and other precious tonics. As a person, what I value the most is the righteousness between friends and colleagues. Madame Yi glared at Registrar Wang coldly and didn't continue to say anything. Registrar Wang rolled his eyes and pretended to be depressed. He patted his head and said, Look at this official's memory. I brought people here to catch the rebels. Why did I mention this to Madame Yi? Rebels? Madame Yi, Yi Fashion, Liu, and the others were all shocked. Finally, Madame Yi forced herself to look calmly at Registrar Wang and said, What rebels? When did Guanqing County have rebels? Moreover, Registrar Wang, why did you catch the rebels at Songhua Temple? Registrar Wang didn't answer. He turned his gaze to Yi Fashion and Liu behind Madame Yi. Then he went forward and asked, Madame Yi, who are this young master and this young lady? I've known County Deputy Yi for many years. How come I've never seen them before? Don't tell me they're your long-lost children. Shut up. Upon hearing this, Madame Ye's eyes were filled with anger as she said, Don't talk nonsense, Registrar Wang. They are my master's niece and nephew. They entered the city a few days ago. If Registrar Wang continues to talk nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Fashion and Liu were also furious. If it weren't for the special situation, they would have beaten Registrar Wang up a long time ago. Don't be angry, Madame Yi. Please don't be angry. Registrar Wang waved his hand fearfully and said, I'm just asking casually. There's no need for Madame Yi to be angry. Oh right, were this young master and this young lady at home last night? Yi Fashion's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, what should come has finally come. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Madame Yi standing in front of him. With a look of disdain, she said, nonsense. If they're not at home, where else could they have gone? Registrar Wang crossed his arms and asked lightly, is there anyone who can testify? Madame Yi panicked, but she knew that she couldn't panic at this moment. She took 2 deep breaths and glared at him. What? Registrar Wang wants to testify? Fine, when we return to the Yi residence, I'll ask all the servants and maids to testify. Our Yi family has never done anything wrong. Why would we be afraid of your investigation? But you, Registrar Wang, without any evidence, what right do you have to interrogate our Yi family members? You're offending your superiors. When my master recovers, I'll go to the county office to find the county magistrate to judge. Registrar Wang's eyes flashed with an unnatural look. Then he smiled and said, ha ha, I'm the one who's joking. There's no need for Madame Yi to be angry. As for Deputy Yi going to find the county magistrate to judge, he can do as he pleases. I'm afraid he won't make it in time. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Registrar Wang laughed proudly. Won't make it in time? What do you mean? Madame Yi frowned and asked. Ha ha. Nothing. Registrar Wang shook his head and looked at Madame Yi. He whispered, Li Lanju, 10 years ago, why didn't you choose me, Wang Cheng? But Yi Minglei? Haha, what's the result? In a few days, Yi Minglei will die and you'll be a widow. TSK. What a pity. What a pity. You, Wang Cheng, you've gone too far. Madame Yi was shocked and angry. She pointed at Registrar Wang and said while gritting her teeth, you're asking for death. Yi Fashion looked at Registrar Wang with a gloomy look. His heart was filled with murderous intent. Although Wang Cheng's voice was low, Yi Fashion heard every word. From his point of view, he had brought trouble to his second uncle's family when he accompanied Li Yu to manage the city. Now, someone had insulted his second aunt, whom he had respected since he was young, in front of him. How could he tolerate this? Moreover, after Wang He, the servant of the Yi residence, found out about Li Yu's identity, he secretly went to inform on Wang Cheng. Kill. Although Yi Fashion was a Taoist, when he met someone who deserved to be killed, he would not show any mercy. However, there were too many people here. If he killed Wang Cheng, none of them would be able to escape. I'll let this bastard live for another 2 days. Yi Fashion thought to himself. Haha, all right. Since there are no traitors here, I'll take my leave. However, I still have to give Madame Yi a piece of advice. For the next 2 days, you and Deputy Yi should not go out as you wish. Wang Cheng smiled and then left with his men as if nothing had happened. Humph, Brother Yi, this bastard is evil. If there's a chance, I'll cut off his head for you. After Wang Cheng had left, Lu Rengue patted Yi Fashion's shoulder and said, thank you. After returning to the Yi residence, Yi Minglei asked Madame Yi, Li Yu and Yi Fashion to change into the coarse clothes of the commoners. He also instructed the housekeeper to close the door and decline all visitors for the next 2 days. When the sky was about to turn dark, Lu Rengue led the Yi family out of the residence and headed towards the south of the county. At this time, the commoners were in a hurry to go home. There were quite a lot of people on the streets. Moreover, the sky was dark and it was not easy for others to recognize them. 3/4 of an hour later, they finally arrived at Lu Rengue's rented courtyard without any mishap. How is it? Has the information been sent out? As soon as they entered the house, Wei Zheng impatiently went up to them and asked before they could even greet each other. Little Yu clasped her hands and smiled. Deputy Wei, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. When it was close to noon, I had sent everything here to the Yamacho. The Yamacho said that he will go to the palace immediately to meet the emperor. He estimated that the army from the imperial court will be here soon. Wei Zheng was overjoyed. It's done? It's really done? The Duke of Yong's telegraph machine has done a great job. Next, we should think about how to get out of here and help the imperial court to suppress the rebellion. Chapter 13-15. The officials of Chang'an were busy, and the people panicked at the news of the war. The soldiers of the three armies were mobilized to reinforce Luoyang. The war decree, signed by Li Er, the ruler of the Great Tang Empire, had instantly placed Chang'an in a state of war. Mobilizing 60 to 70,000 soldiers to quell the rebellion in Zhengzhou was no small matter. The mobilization of soldiers, the allocation of weapons, and the allocation of rations were all coordinated by the officials of the various departments of the imperial court. Moreover, the military situation was urgent. The army was about to set out tomorrow, so the officials were even busier. The officials of the 6 ministries of the imperial court all wished they had 8 legs. Those officials who had applied for leave at home were all called back. Unless they were so sick that they couldn't get out of bed, even if the sky fell down, they had to return to their yamen. The last time the 6 ministries of the imperial court were as busy as they were today was back in the 9th year of Wuda, when the Turkic army had besieged the city. This emergency war was an enormous test for all the departments of the Great Tang imperial court, and it was also a good opportunity to test the efficiency of the officials of the 6 ministries. Within Ganlu Palace, Li Er was not idle for even a moment. For the entire afternoon, there were constantly courtiers coming in and out of this place, reporting to him on the progress of the various preparations for the army's expedition. At this time, a special person who rarely appeared in the sweet nectar hall. Your Majesty, all the officials in Chang'an who are related to the Chui family of Qinghe, the Chui family of Bowling, and the Zheng family of Xingyang have been monitored by the cavalry. Once they act rashly, they will be arrested immediately. This person was Li Junxian, the man who was in charge of 100 cavalry for Li Er. Junxian, you've done well. In addition, you must have people on guard against these officials sending pigeons to Zhengzhou. Li Er's eyes flashed with cold light as he sternly said, the Chui clan of Qinghe, the Zheng clan of Xingyang, and the Zheng clan of Bowling were all 1,000-year-old clans. Many of the officials of the Great Tang imperial court had once been scholars from these 3 clans. After all, although the imperial court had opened the imperial examinations, scholars relying on the great clans was still the norm. In this situation, Li Er had no choice but to guard against the officials related to the Chui clan and the Zheng clan secretly leaking information. At this time, Li Er had to be grateful to his old man, Li Yuan. Back then, after Li Yuan established the Tang dynasty and pacified the world, he had already begun to intentionally exclude the officials from aristocratic families from the center of power. Although there were still a large number of officials in the court who came from aristocratic families, there were very few who held important positions. At present, the rising nobles of Great Tang were gradually gaining the strength to contend against the established noble clans. This subject obeys the decree. Li Junxian clasped his fist and left. Cloud Mountain Villa. Wife, are you blaming your husband for letting Iron Egg go to Zhengzhou? After finishing all the work in the afternoon, Li Zishuan saw Han Yushi sitting alone in the courtyard in a daze. He walked quietly behind her, bent down, and held Han Yushi's slender waist as he whispered in her ear. Husband! Suddenly being hugged by someone, Han Yushi was startled. When she turned her head and saw that it was Li Zishuan, she leaned her head on Li Zishuan's shoulder and whispered, Husband, this concubine doesn't blame you. This concubine knows that you are doing this for the good of Iron Egg. If he can earn a military merit this time, he will be able to enjoy glory and splendor for the rest of his life. However, this concubine only has this one younger brother. For him to suddenly go to such a faraway place by himself, this concubine is very worried. Seeing his wife frown, Li Zishuan stroked her cheeks with some heartache. Then he said, Wife, there is no need to worry. This trip to Zhengzhou is not for him to charge at the front lines. He should only be managing the intelligence in the central tent. Besides, Iron Egg now also has martial arts. Even if he encounters an accident, he will be able to protect himself. Don't you think so? Han Yushi turned around and pressed her forehead against Li Zishuan's forehead. Her clear eyes looked into Li Zishuan's eyes. After a while, she whispered, This concubine will listen to you, husband. You are our Han family's benefactor and also our Han family's lucky star. If you say that Iron Egg will be fine, then he will definitely be fine. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee. I didn't know that your husband had this ability. After making a joke, Li Zixuan's face became serious. He said, "All right, wife, don't be unhappy. This husband has to go and see grandfather and grandmother, especially grandmother." After she heard that Fa Shan was trapped in the city, she couldn't even eat lunch. "I have to go and see him." Han Yushi nodded and said, "All right, this concubine will go with you, husband." All right. The sky was getting dark, but the city of Chong and did not become quiet because of the curfew. The 6 government offices near the imperial city were still brightly lit. There were still troops and grain carts passing by on the streets. All these signs indicated that a war was about to break out. Correspondingly, the city of Guanqing was not peaceful tonight because the state government's army was catching the thieves. The cause of the incident started when Registrar Wang returned to the county office in the afternoon. "County Magistrate Old Master Chui will start a rebellion the day after tomorrow. Before that, we have to get rid of the spies in the county office. Otherwise, if we ruin Old Master Chui's plan, I'm afraid we will lose our lives." Registrar Wang came to the back office and found Chui Yong, the county magistrate of Guanqing County, who was drinking tea and listening to music. He was a distant relative of the Chui family. Hearing this, Chui Yong narrowed his eyes and said, What does Registrar Wang mean? There is a spy in the county office? Who is it?" Registrar Wang looked around. Chui Yong waved his hand impatiently and said, all right, you can all leave now." The maids and servants around, as well as the girl who was playing the song, all left as instructed. Registrar Wang then said carefully, "County Magistrate, Deputy Yi is the spy hiding in our county office." Chui Yong was shocked. He stared and swallowed his saliva, saying, "Registrar Wang, you can't say this casually. Do you have any evidence?" "County Magistrate, of course I don't have any evidence. Yi Minglei will be very careful when doing this kind of thing. How can he leave any evidence? But County Magistrate, think about it carefully. Yi Minglei has an inexplicable relationship with the Yi family in Nanyang. And I heard from a friend in Chong, and last month that old Master Yi went to Chong, and last year to recognize his relatives. And he recognized Marquis Yong, and do you think Yi Minglei will help old Master Chui or His Majesty in the future? And several times before, when old Master Chui asked us to recruit people into the army, Deputy Yi has always been a yes man and refused again and again. Do you think he has an ulterior motive? County Magistrate, forgive me for being blunt. At this critical moment, we would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than miss one. Otherwise, you and I will be doomed eternally." Finally, County Magistrate Chui was persuaded by Registrar Wang. He immediately asked the constable of the county office to go to the Yi family and invite Yi Minglei to the county office for a talk. The Yi family was now closed to visitors, so the constable of the county office couldn't enter. Later, Registrar Wang personally led the Yamen runners and forced their way into the Yi family's mansion, only to find that Yi Minglei and his family were all gone. So, after reporting to the higher authorities, the provincial governor's office was alerted. The soldiers of the provincial government and the Yamen runners began to search the whole city for Yi Minglei. Chapter 13:16. Brother Dainiu, are you at home? In front of a house in the south of Guanqing County. Yes. Su Fangzheng, why are you here? The door of the house opened and Lu Rengue walked out. Since he sneaked into Guanqing County last month, he even changed his name. Now he was called Rendainiu. Alas, aren't the officers and soldiers of the county government looking for Deputy Yi everywhere? They even said that he is a traitor. But Deputy Yi is so nice to the people. How can he be a traitor? I don't understand the world anymore. Oh Dainiu, after a while the officers and soldiers will find our workshop. I will go to each house in advance to see if anyone has hidden Deputy District Magistrate Yi. Su Fangzheng was an old man in his 60s. He looked honest and kind. He looked at Lu Rengue and talked for a long time before he told him the real purpose of his visit. There was a market system in the Tang dynasty. Naturally, there was a Fangzheng. The Fangzheng was not only in charge of the opening and closing of the gate, but also in charge of maintaining the public order in the district. Lu Rengui was a little surprised, but he pretended to be depressed and complained, "Fangzheng, why is Guangqing County getting more and more chaotic recently?" The deputy magistrate of the county yamen was actually mistaken as a spy and even locked the city gates every day to prevent people from going out. "Sai, we were originally here to help people purchase goods from the county. But because of this delay, it has been almost a month. What a loss, what a loss." Su Fangzheng couldn't bear it. He had heard about Lu Rengui's experience before. Now he was trapped in Guangqing County. He sympathized with him. So Su Fangzheng comforted him. "Dainyu, it's all because of the government. I don't want to see you lose money. For now, all of you can rest assured and stay here. When the city gates open, this old man will come over to inform you." Lu Rengui said gratefully, "Alas, thank you, Su Fangzheng. Oh, Fangzheng, since you are here to find a spy, come in and have a look." Su Fangzheng nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I will go in and have a look." Then he walked into the yard with his hands behind his back. "Alas, Su Fangzheng is here?" Su Fangzheng. In the courtyard, Lu Rengui's brothers saw Su Fangzheng come in and quickly came over to greet him. Su Fangzheng nodded and then walked straight into the inner room. In the end, he didn't even see a single outsider. "Su Fangzheng, have you finished your investigation? Other than us rough men, who else would come here?" A quarter of an hour later, Lu Rengui saw Su Fang coming out of the courtyard. He hurriedly went up to him and asked, "Yes, there are no outsiders in the house." "Then, little brother Dainyu, this old man will not disturb you any further. Goodbye." Su Fangzheng cupped his hands and took his leave. "Su Fangzheng, take care." Lu Rengui watched him leave. Then he turned to the several big men behind him and said, "Old Feng, later when the people from the county government come, you help to deal with them. During the day, I met Registrar Wang. If he leads a team to search tonight, he may recognize me. I will go to the underground tunnel to accompany Minister Wei and the others tonight." "All right, don't worry, General. Old Feng will be careful." A slightly older, middle-aged man cupped his fists and replied. Lu Rengui nodded and went into the house to tidy up. Then he jumped into the well. Half an hour later, the house was slapped once again. Bang, bang, bang. "Open the door, the government is investigating." Old Feng, who had promised Lu Rengui to deal with the soldiers, hurriedly went to open the door. "Coming, coming. Hey, officers, come in and have some tea," Old Feng said with a big smile, because he saw that among this group of people, there were all constables from the county government. No one was wearing an official's uniform, which meant that Registrar Wang didn't come in person. Since the King of Hell didn't come, these little devils could be dealt with some benefits. "Humph, I heard from Su Fangzheng that you are not locals. Tell me, where are you from? Are there any other unidentified people staying here today?" The head of the constables said arrogantly. Speaking of which, as low-level officials, if they didn't think of ways to plunder the wealth of the people, how would they live their lives? Old Feng was very perceptive. He stuffed a few notes of Tang Yuan and said, "Officer, we came to Guangqing County to buy goods for a boss in Shuzhou. We didn't expect that Guangqing County didn't allow people to go out of the city. So, we temporarily live here. This house has always belonged to us, and there has never been an outsider coming here." The constable nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, whether there are outsiders or not, we will know after checking. Go in and search. Be gentle, don't break other people's things. As the saying goes, if you eat someone's food, you have to be soft-hearted." The constable was also a smart person. Yes. 5 constables entered the house, and the constable was invited to the front hall to drink tea. Half an hour later, a group of people went out and left. Naturally, they didn't find Yi Minglei inside. It was a close call but not dangerous. Chang'an, Lantian County, Yunshan No. 1 courtyard. It was late at night, but the light in the study was still on. Lu Rengui. I wonder if this Lu Rengui is the same Lu Rengui from history. Li Zixuan leaned on the chair and looked at the information sent by Li Yu in the morning. He was in a daze. During the day, he focused on the Cui family's rebellion and didn't pay attention to the other key person in this matter, Lu Rengue. If he remembered correctly, Lu Rengue was an extremely famous general in Tang dynasty. In the third year of Gaozong Long Shua's reign, Wennian became stronger and stronger. At that time, Emperor Tenzi of Japan wanted to occupy the Korean peninsula and then the mainland. Therefore, he supported Baekje to fight against Silla. He sent nearly 50,000 soldiers and thousands of warships to fight against Tang dynasty. At that time, Lu Rengue of the Tang dynasty only brought 7,000 soldiers and encountered the main force of Wennian at Baijiankou. After a big battle, the Wennian army was almost completely wiped out. In the Battle of Baijiankou, the Tang dynasty navy fully utilized their advantage and defeated the Wennian navy, which had several times more soldiers and warships. It could be said to be a classic naval battle where the few won against the many. This battle was also the first battle between China and Japan as national entities. It was also one of the earliest known international battles in Northeast Asia. The final result of the victory of the Tang dynasty and the Xinhua Alliance Army basically established the political, economic, and cultural structure of Northeast Asia for more than 1,000 years. At the same time, this battle taught Wennian how to behave and made them realize the huge gap between them and Tang dynasty. Thus, until Toyotomi Hideyoshi invaded Korea in 1592, Japan didn't dare to fight against China for nearly 1,000 years. Feiji, tomorrow you will go with the army to Zhengzhou. After you go, follow Iron Egg or be Uncle Li's personal guard. If you meet someone called Lu Rengue and he's in danger, do your best to help him. After destroying the rebels, bring Lu Rengue back to Chang'an. This marquis wants to see him. Li Zishuan came to the door and instructed Pang Feiji, who was outside. He was a nationalistic youth, and Lu Rengue, to a modern person like him, was an out-and-out national hero. Not only did he raise the prestige of the country, but he also ensured that China wouldn't be invaded by Wennian for nearly 1,000 years. He really wanted to see such a person with his own eyes. Marquis. But if I go to Zhengzhou, who will protect you? Pang Feiji said reluctantly. Li Zishuan glared at him and said grumpily, I'm the one protecting you? Or you protect me? Do I need you to protect me? If I tell you to go, then go. This matter is very important to me. Go and pack. After saying that, he went straight to his room to sleep. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji scratched his head and could only go back to pack his luggage pitifully. Chapter 13:17. The next day, the morning court was adjourned. Li Er led the officials out of the imperial city. They passed through the Vermilion Bird Avenue and headed straight for the south gate of Chang'an. The citizens who had noticed the chaos in Chang and yesterday saw Li Er leading the officials out of the city. They were even more certain that the imperial court was preparing for war. The Tang dynasty, which had unified the world and enjoyed peace for many years, finally welcomed another war. However, most of the citizens did not know where the war was going to take place this time. However, they would know everything in an hour. That was because the latest issue of Datong Daily would be released in an hour, outside Chang'an, in the southern suburbs. At this time, the soldiers of the three armies had already gathered. More than 60,000 soldiers stood neatly on the drill ground with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They formed a line horizontally, a line vertically, and a line diagonally. Speaking of which, such a neat formation was all thanks to Li Zishuan. Last year, when Yanhuang College held its opening military drill, Li Er led the officials and envoys from various countries to watch it. The neat formation and running movements of the students shocked Li Er, the officials, and the envoys from various countries. After that, Li Er announced that he would patrol the barracks. Hence, the daily training of the various barracks in the capital was more or less influenced by the military drill of Yanhuang College. Therefore, it was not surprising that these 60,000 soldiers were in such a neat formation. Li Er led the officials out of Chang'an's Mingda Gate and went straight to the drill ground. The officials stood on the left side of the drill ground, while Li Er went up to the stage to call out the generals. In addition, Li Zishuan had also arrived. He had arrived earlier than the others. He had handed Meng Wenhao, Iron Egg, Pang Feiji, a telegraph machine, and 2 fairy lamps to Li Jing and waited there. Now that Li Er had arrived, he slipped into the crowd of the officials. "Greetings, Your Majesty." After Li Er ascended the stage, the civil and military officials, as well as the 60,000 soldiers below the stage, bowed and saluted him. Their voices were like a great bell, and their auras were majestic. "Rise!" Looking at the mighty and majestic army in front of him, Li Er could not help but feel agitated. The battlefield was the place he, Li Shimin, yearned for. After a moment of silence, Li Erhong said, "Ever since I ascended the throne, I have worked hard every day and night. I have only one goal, and that is to let the people of the Tang Empire live and work in peace and contentment. After more than a year of hard work, I have almost achieved it. Especially last winter, no one in Chong froze to death. I believe all of you know this. However, there are some people who have evil intentions and want to overturn my country. Let the people, let your family, elders, and fellow villagers live a bitter life again, and let the world become chaotic again. I ask you, do you agree or not?" "No, I don't agree." As soon as Li Er's words fell, the 60,000 soldiers on the drill ground all roared at the top of their lungs. Their shouts shook the sky, and the clouds above everyone's heads disappeared at this moment. It was as if they were scattered by this earth-shattering roar. After a few breaths, Li Er pressed his hand down, and the soldiers of the 3 armies immediately became quiet. Then he said, "Good. Today, Chui Junchuo of the Chui family of Qinghe disregarded the emperor's grace and cooperated with the Chui family of Bowling, the Zheng family of Xinjiang, and the provincial governor of Zhengzhou to rebel against the emperor, destroy our country, and subvert the country. I order you to go to Zhengzhou immediately to suppress the rebellion. Where is Li Jing, the general officer of the army of Hunan province?" Li Jing, dressed in armor, stepped forward and saluted. "I am here." Li Er raised the long sword in his hand and said, "This is my sword and also the emperor's sword. When you go to Zhengzhou, the 28 states of Hunan province will be under your control. If anyone dares to disobey, you can directly kill him with this sword. I give you the right to kill first and report later. Come forward and receive the sword." After that, all the officials looked sideways. Li Jing's body and mind were shocked. Li Er gave him such a heavy right in front of everyone's eyes, which all showed Li Er's deep trust in him. This made Li Jing, who had been hiding at home in recent years, very moved in his heart. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Li Jing will go and eliminate the rebels for the imperial court." Li Jing saluted and said solemnly, "Yes, I believe you." Li Er nodded and gestured for Li Jing to go on stage to accept the emperor's sword. Li Jing went on stage and respectfully received it with both hands. Right at this moment, a red sun rose from the east, and instantly, it shone brightly onto the drill ground. Li Er suddenly had a feeling of lofty ambition, and he shouted, "Beat the drums, soldiers of the 3 armies, set out, destroy the rebels and reinforce Luoyang." Dong, 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 dong. The 4 bare-chested strongmen on the stage began to beat the drums at the same time. The drumbeats went from slow to fast, as if they were beating on everyone's hearts. Everyone on the drill ground couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Li Jing, who was on the stage, hurriedly cupped his hands and stepped down to command the army to set off. What was interesting was that the Tang army's turning and running movements were very similar to the military training of Yanhuang College's students. Their movements were very uniform. However, in comparison, the movements of these soldiers had more iron and blood. One could feel the killing intent emitted by the army from afar. Bang, bang, bang. More than 60,000 soldiers, led by their generals, left the drill ground in an orderly manner. Only the sound of their neat footsteps and shouts could be heard in the world. "Destroy the rebels and reinforce Luoyang. Destroy the rebels and reinforce Luoyang." The army gradually moved away. The civil and military officials on the drill ground looked in the direction of the army and could not help but feel agitated. At this moment, Fang Xianling stood behind Li Er and said with emotion, "Your Majesty, with such a powerful army, there is no need to worry about the rebels and the Tang Empire not prospering. Li Er turned to the officials and faintly smiled. If the Great Tang wants to prosper, it still has a long way to go. Now that the internal problems have arisen, there are still external problems. In the future, my beloved officials, only by working diligently can you help us build a prosperous Great Tang. Your subjects will definitely do our best until the day we die. The officials heard this and bowed in unison. Haha, good. Prepare the carriage and return to the city. Li Er waved his sleeves and turned to leave. The mobilization meeting before the war finally came to an end. Li Zishuan looked to the south again. Among the 60,000 soldiers, there were his personal guards, students, and apprentices. He would not believe it if he said that he was not worried. However, the army of the imperial court this time was unprecedentedly strong. With Li Zishuan as the commander, Chang Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Qin Qiong as the generals, not to mention the rebels of the Cui family, they could even fight against the Turks. It was because of this that Li Zishuan dared to let Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao go south with the army. The officials returned to the city while Li Zishuan returned to Yunshan. The people of Chang and only heard the sound of drums and deafening shouts from outside the city. However, for them, a lively day had just begun. Chapter 13:18. Newspapers are being sold. Newspapers are being sold. The freshly printed Datong Daily. Today's headline, Cui family of Qinghe rebelled against the imperial court. Li Jing, the minister of war, led troops into Zhengzhou to quell the rebellion. The commotion outside the city had just subsided. Inside Chang'an City and the surrounding counties began to bustle with noise and excitement. The manservants at the newsstands and the paperboys on the streets were hawking as usual. However, the content that came out of their mouths today was earth-shattering. What? The Cui family rebelled? Quick! Give me a copy of the newspaper. Give me one too. When the people heard this, combined with yesterday's rumors and the commotion outside the city this morning, they instantly believed 90% of it. Everyone rushed to the newsstands or the paperboys, wanting to buy a copy of Datong Daily to find out what was going on. In today's Datong Daily, the articles on the interaction of literati and current news sections were all talking about the same thing, the Cui family's rebellion. Many of the authors of the articles were big shots in the imperial court, such as Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and so on. These big shots had never appeared in Datong Daily before. Now, because of the Cui family's rebellion, all of them appeared at once. It was really a feast for the eyes of the literati. Under the condemnation of the big shots in the imperial court and the reporters in the editorial department of Tang Daily, the numerous crimes committed by the Cui family in the early years, the conspiracy to rebel in Zhengzhou this year, and the instigation of the people to rebel were all exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Ghastly, it could only be described as ghastly. Last year, Li Zishuan had used the unjustly dead maid Nianyu to ignite the anger of the people in Chang'an City. He had directly flattened the Cui family's stronghold in Chang'an City. Therefore, the people did not have a good impression of the Cui family. Now that this matter had happened, the people did not have a good impression of the Cui family of Qinghe that had existed for thousands of years. How dare they? The Cui family actually dared to privately recruit soldiers and rebel against the imperial court. To think that they are from the 5 surnames and 7 nobles. How dare they do such a disgraceful thing? What? The Cui family colluded with bandits to assassinate Minister Wei in Zhengzhou? Who gave them the guts? Tisk. Isn't it because Wei Zhuoqing found out too much about the Cui family's illegal activities in Zhengzhou that they became anxious? What? Wei Zhuoqing was assassinated? How is he now? Oh, this is not clear. Datong Daily only said that last month, Zhengzhou Guangxing County was attacked by a group of bandits. This group of bandits also collided with the provincial government office. Wei Zhuoqing's whereabouts are unknown. Datong Daily's reporters suspect that all of this is the Cui family's doing. Wei Zhuoqing was harmed by the Cui clan? Damn the Cui family. Left Minister Wei is a rare good official in our Great Tang. Nothing must happen to him. After a few years of peace, the Cui family wants to start a war again. The ones who will suffer are the local people. Humph. The Chui family has committed all kinds of evil deeds and should be punished by both humans and gods. I want to join the army and quell the rebellion for His Majesty." Although the aristocratic families of today had won over many scholars, there was still a considerable number of scholars from humble backgrounds who were biased towards the imperial court. Once they heard that the Chui family had plotted against Wei Zhang and plotted a rebellion, many scholars rolled up their sleeves and prepared to give up their brushes to join the army and rush to the battlefield. Perhaps this was the spirit of a scholar. "Scholar Zhang, you should save your breath. With your delicate skin and tender flesh, how can you endure the hardships of the battlefield? You should study hard and obtain scholarly honors." "Uncle Hu, you're wrong to say that. If I can endure the hardships of studying, why can't I endure the hardships of the battlefield?" "Hee, say whatever you want. Even if you want to join the army to quell the rebellion, it's already too late, because when this old man entered the city this morning, I saw that the army outside the city had already set off." "What? The army has already set off? So soon?" "Of course. If it were any later, wouldn't the Chui family have done even more evil?" Yunshan Yanhuang College. The news of the Chui family's rebellion caused a huge uproar among the students. Of course, what shocked the students even more was that Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao had also set off with the army this time. This was quite incredible to them. Since ancient times, the dreams of scholars were nothing more than self-cultivation, ruling the country and pacifying the world. Now, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao were leading everyone on the path of pacifying the world. This made the students very envious and yearn for it. "Damn, why can Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao go, but Bao Lin and I can't? With our martial arts skills, if we go to Zhengzhou, won't we be able to kill 7 times in and 7 times out of the rebel army?" When Chang Chumo heard the news, he couldn't help but pat his thigh and gloomily said, "Speaking of this rebellion, his father Chang Yaojin directly led the army. He should be the one who went the most." In the end, the people who went were Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg. It would be strange if he wasn't depressed. "Chumo, I want to go too, but my father definitely won't let me go." "You too." Yuchi Bao Lin thought about it and shook his head. "Why? My martial arts skills are so good. I can definitely make a name for myself if I go." Chang Chumo stared at him and shamelessly said. Yuchi Bao Lin pursed his lips and hesitated. After a while he said, "Cho Nyo, I think Yamacho is right. Next year, on Arbor Day, I should plant a tree in your heart." "Damn, Bao Lin, are you asking for a beating?" Chang Chumo almost choked to death. Just as he was about to hit him, a light cough came from behind him. Ahem. Chang Chumo turned around and saw Li Zishuan. He quickly stopped. Li Zishuan glanced at him, then ignored him and went straight to the podium. In Class 1, the students suddenly quieted down. The 2 empty seats were a bit conspicuous at this time. The Chui family is rebelling. Wenhao and Iron Egg are going south with the army. They are both Yanhuang College's heroes. I know that some of you want to be heroes, but before you do, please learn the knowledge that the teachers from the school have taught you. Do you know why I chose them to go to Zhengzhou? It is because they know how to use a telegraph. The transmission of information from Zhengzhou to Chong and requires a telegraph. In the future war, it is not enough to just rely on martial arts. When the time comes, the wisdom of Yanhuang College's students will be used more and more. So, if you want to serve the country, you have to learn well. Do you all understand? Li Zishuan looked at the pairs of eager eyes below the podium and nodded with satisfaction. He then spoke to all the students. Understood. After the students heard the reason why Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg joined the army, they felt energized. In the past, they only thought that engineering could allow them to become a small official or a wealthy person. Now, they realized that engineering had a more important role, and that was to protect the country. Chapter 13:19. How many soldiers do we have now? Do we have enough provisions? Zhengzhou, Guangxing County, Chui Family Courtyard. Chui Junchuo looked at Pan Jinyue, who came to report, and asked. Pan Jinyue cupped his hands and replied, "In the past 2 months, we have secretly and openly recruited a total of 200,000 soldiers. All the youths inside and outside the city have been taken away by us. In addition to the 20,000 soldiers and the 30,000 secret guards of the Chui family, we have a total of 250,000 soldiers. As for the provisions, the Chui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xinjiang are not willing to provide manpower. They are only willing to provide material and financial resources. Therefore, we have enough provisions to feed the 250,000 soldiers for 3 months. Chui family of Bowling? Zheng family of Xinjiang? They are all old foxes. Chui Junchuo heard this and snorted with dissatisfaction. He thought for a while and said, "Let's not care about them for now. They are all people who sail according to the wind. After we take down Luoyang, they will bring their soldiers and deliver themselves to us." Great-grandfather is wise. Pan Jinyue cupped his hands and agreed. The aristocratic families valued benefits. The Chui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xinjiang were only tied to the same boat because of benefits. They were far from being able to live and die together. Try to recruit more people for tomorrow's pledge ceremony. As long as they are under 40 years old, you can recruit them. Some of them are weak, so let them charge and break through the enemy lines. Luoyang is big and strong, so it needs to be filled with human lives. Remember, the soldiers of the provincial governor's office and the secret guards of the Chui family must not be used as vanguards. Chui Junchuo's eyes flashed coldly and said coldly. Pan Jinyue felt a chill in his heart. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Yes, great-grandfather." Chui Junchuo nodded and said, "However, the Jianghu experts that the Chui family has raised over the years can be transferred to you. Although these people are strong in martial arts, they are simple-minded and far from being generals. However, if they are used for assassination or as the vanguard to attack the enemy's formation or kill the enemy's generals, they should be competent." Pan Jinyue was excited. Most of his subordinates were mediocre, so he needed those experts. Therefore, he cupped his hands and said, "Great-grandfather, thank you for your trust. Have you found Yi Minglei and Wei Zhang?" After a moment of silence, Chui Junchuo suddenly asked. Wei Zhang had always been a thorn in his heart, but Yi Minglei, who had mysteriously disappeared yesterday, had planted another thorn in his heart, making him unable to eat or sleep in peace. Pan Jinyue cupped his hands in embarrassment and replying to Grand Duke, "This student has sent people to search the entire Guangxing County, but we couldn't find Wei Zhang and Yi Minglei." Lost in thought for a long time, Chui Junchuo sighed helplessly and said, "It's fine if we can't find them. They should be hiding in some unknown corner, struggling at death's door. Anyway, it won't affect the overall situation. Let's prepare for tomorrow's morale-raising ceremony." His words sounded like he was comforting others, but only Chui Junchuo knew that he was comforting himself. "Yes. How is it? Are you not used to it?" On the official road from Chong and to Zhengzhou, tens of thousands of soldiers stretched for several li and were advancing rapidly. The soldiers ran for a while and walked for a while without resting in between. This was the rapid march of the ancient times. Because of Li Zixuan, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg received some preferential treatment. They didn't have to walk, but rode horses instead. Iron Egg was as agile as a monkey, so riding a horse was not a problem for him. However, Meng Wenhao had never ridden a horse before, so he had to ride with Pang Feiji. At this time, Iron Egg looked at Meng Wenhao's pale face and asked worriedly. Riding a horse was not like riding a carriage. Riding a horse would only be more bumpy. The army had only advanced for more than 30 li, but Meng Wenhao was already a little dizzy from the bumpy ride. At this moment, when he heard Iron Egg's concern, he forced a smile on his face and said, "I'm fine. Iron Egg, how many li have we traveled?" "About 20 or 30 li. Wenhao, if you persist for a while, the army will probably stop to rest and cook in a while." Iron Egg looked at the sun that was about to reach the top of their heads and said, "Oh." Meng Wenhao heard and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked curiously, "Iron Egg, why do I feel that you are very familiar with marching and fighting?" Iron Egg smiled and said, "I heard it from my father. He often told me about his battles in the north a few years ago." "Oh." I see. The Grand General has ordered the 3 armies to rest and reorganize. All the cooks in the barracks will cook. After 2 hours, the army will set off and continue to march. The Grand General has ordered the 3 armies to rest and reorganize. All the cooks in the barracks will cook. After 2 hours, the army will set off and continue to march. Coincidentally, as the two were talking, a messenger came from the front of the army, riding a horse and shouting at the same time. Zhengguan's 2nd year, the 30th of March. Hunan Province, Zhengzhou, Guangxing County. Early in the morning, the soldiers of the government office knocked on every door and asked all the people to gather at the drill ground in the east. No matter men or women, old or young, everyone must go. Adjunct Lu, are we really all going? In the south of the city, in the house rented by Lu Rengue and the others, a big man asked Lu Rengue. Just now, Su Fangzheng came to tell them that the soldiers were coming to urge them to go to the drill ground. Lu Rengue frowned and hesitated for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Go! If we don't go, this place will probably be surrounded by the state capital's troops when the time comes. But Deputy Wei and Deputy Yi can't go. I will talk to them later and ask them to hide in the tunnel. Oh, old Feng, I heard that you know how to disguise yourself. Can you help me? Registrar Wang of the county government has seen me before. We can't let him see through it." Old Feng's real name was Feng Wu. He used to be a lieutenant in the Bianzhou provincial governor's mansion. He was almost the second in command in this army. Hearing this, he was a little embarrassed and said, "Hey, Adjunct Lu, I used to brag about it to others. To put it nicely, it's called a disguise. In fact, it's just putting a few mustaches on the face and making a few wrinkles. It's not a disguise." Lu Rengue choked. After a while, he said helplessly, "Just put on the mustaches. It's fine as long as Registrar Wang doesn't recognize me." Old Feng, hurry up. Feng Wu was suddenly energized. He said excitedly, "Okay, Adjunct Lu, just wait and see. Hey." A quarter of an hour later, Lu Rengue returned with a basin of water. Looking at the ferocious-looking man with an unshaven beard and a hideous scar on his face reflected in the water, Lu Rengue suddenly had the urge to chop him up with a knife. He used to be a handsome Confucian general. Okay? How could he meet people like this? Adjunct Lu? Adjunct Lu? How's my skill? Look, this scar looks like a real one. I'm sure your mother won't recognize you. Old Feng didn't have good eyesight. He was still complacent. Get out. Lu Rengue was furious. He suddenly raised his head and roared. Old Feng was so scared that he immediately ran away. This Registrar Wang is really a hindrance. If it wasn't for him, would it be so troublesome? I have to find a chance to get rid of him. Lu Rengue pinched his big beard and muttered softly. East of the city on a drill ground, tens of thousands of people came to the drill ground. These people not only included the people in the city, but also many people from the villages outside the city. In the past month, people were only allowed to enter the city, but not allowed to leave the city. Those farmers who didn't know the truth, once they entered the city, they couldn't leave. Today, they were also sent to the drill ground. Stand in line. Men stand on the left, women stand on the right. Children under 10 years old and people above 40 years old stand at the back. On the drill ground, there were thousands of armored soldiers patrolling and maintaining order. You stop? Suddenly, a soldier stopped a middle-aged man. The man trembled and said, "Sir, you called me?" The soldier said coldly, "Where are you going? How old are you?" "I'm 45 years old this year," the man said with a panicked look. The soldier said angrily, "Bullshit. Men, take him to the secretary for verification. If he lied about his age, cut off his head and feed it to the dogs." Immediately, the two soldiers behind him rushed forward and grabbed the middle-aged man. "Spare me, sir. I don't dare to lie anymore. I'll stand in front now." The middle-aged man's face was full of fear and he repeatedly begged for mercy. "Humph, sure enough, he lied to me. Drag him down and behead him," the soldier said coldly and mercilessly. When Lu Rengui arrived at the drill ground, he saw this scene. Similar situations had happened more than once today. Under such deterrence, the commoners were much more well-behaved. There were very few people who lied about their age and secretly snuck to the back. You guys? Which village do you live in? Why don't you go to the front and line up? After the soldier finished showing off, he noticed Lu Rengui and the others and shouted again. Lu Rengui hurriedly went forward and said, General, we are not locals. We came to Guan County last month to help Boss Zhou of Bianzhou escort a batch of goods. Later, we couldn't leave the city, so we have been living in Wuning village. From another place. The soldier rolled his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. He said again, I seem to have heard about you guys. How many people are there in total? Lu Rengui had a bad premonition, but he still braced himself and answered, We have a total of 200 people. 200 people? Good, good, good. You guys just stand here. After the provincial governor finishes speaking, all of you come and find me. Do you hear me? My surname is Huang, and I'm an adjunct of the provincial governor's mansion. The soldier clapped his hands and laughed. Lu Rengui didn't know what this guy was up to, but he didn't want to cause trouble here, so he could only say, Yes, Adjunct Huang. That's more like it. The soldier nodded his head in satisfaction and then walked away. On the other side, a few people with noble auras appeared on the stage in front of the drill ground. Chapter 1320. Guangqing County, on the drill ground in the east of the city. Zhengzhou Provincial Governor Pan Jinyue, Cui Junchuo of the Cui clan of Qinghe, Cui Wenji of the Cui clan of Bowling, and Zheng Shuwu, Cui Shuwu of the Cui clan of Xingyang. The four of them led the officials of the state government up the stage. The soldiers below quickly maintained order and calmed the commoners down. Pan Jinyue looked at the hundreds of thousands of people in front of him, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. The speech he had carefully prepared last night floated through his mind word by word. At this moment, Pan Jinyue took a deep breath and loudly said, The current emperor killed his brother and imprisoned his father. He obtained the position unjustly. He is tyrannical and oppressive. He is licentious and is worse than a beast. He is a completely incapable ruler. The commoners of Zhengzhou, ever since the imperial court sent Wei Xuanqing to Zhengzhou, countless good officials have been dismissed, causing the people's livelihood to wither and local law and order to fall into chaos. Last month, bandits even entered the city to burn and rob. This is the imperial court that you worship. Do you think it is worth it? Not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth it. As Pan Jinyue's voice fell, the state government soldiers on the drill ground took the lead to shout loudly. Slowly, some commoners also began to shout. After all, in the past half a month, those reactionary articles in the Zhengzhou Daily had brainwashed many commoners, making them feel that Li Er was an incapable ruler. They felt that if they wanted to live a good life, they could only rely on Pan Jinyue, this great and honest official. Those commoners who were not brainwashed, although they did not believe Pan Jinyue's nonsense, the state government soldiers were watching them from the side. They had no choice but to follow suit. Pan Jinyue was very satisfied with the enthusiastic response given by the commoners. After the commoners quieted down, he continued to shout at the top of his voice. The Cui clan has been entrenched in Zhengzhou for hundreds of years. In these hundreds of years, how many poor commoners have the Cui clan raised in Zhengzhou? How many talents have they cultivated? Cui Junchuo wholeheartedly served the people. Last year in Chang'an City, he was harmed by scoundrels and was demoted back to Zhengzhou. He, Li Shimin, was known as a wise ruler, but he appointed traitorous officials and killed the loyal. Such an incapable ruler, yet he seized the country's important weapon. As long as he is alive, the commoners of Tang will not have a good life. This official is the Zhengzhou provincial governor, Pan Jinyue. In order to let all of you live a good life, this official has decided to rise up today and lead all of you to overthrow the tyrant. I hereby promise that as long as Li Shimin can be overthrown, all the common people in the world will be given a share of the hereditary Yongye fields, and all the gentry will not have to pay taxes. I will take out all the treasures in the Chong, an imperial palace, and distribute them to the generals and soldiers who have rendered meritorious service. From today onwards, all the males in Zhengzhou who were above the age of 10 and below the age of 40 would have to join the army. They wouldn't be joining the army for free. Every soldier would receive a monthly salary of 200 copper coins. If they were able to kill the enemy, the reward would be even greater. Other than monetary rewards, they will also be rewarded with official positions. As for the soldiers who have rendered great service, they will be rewarded with official positions according to their discretion. After we overthrow Li Shimin, these people will become the founding ministers of the country. Being conferred the title of Marquis and Prime Minister will not be a problem. Of course, with rewards comes punishment. As for those traitors who fled and secretly colluded with the imperial court, once discovered, they were all killed without mercy. Their family members were also implicated in the crime. Therefore, fellow villagers, if you want to live a good life in the future, then let the men in your family join the army. Together, we will destroy the tyrant and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Disgraceful. Pan Jinyue's words could only be described as disgraceful. Lu Rengue frowned as he listened to what Pan Jinyue had said. If there were no guards on the drill ground, he would have rushed up to the stage and killed Pan Jinyue. Destroy the tyrant and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Destroy the tyrant and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The soldiers on the drill ground were elated. Many common people also followed and shouted crazily, especially the scholars and gentry who were standing at the front. They shouted the most fiercely because according to what Pan Jinyue had said, if they could overthrow Li Er, then they, the top people in Zhengzhou, would be the biggest beneficiaries. The gentry did not need to pay taxes. The country had just been established, so there would be many vacancies. The scholars and gentry would undoubtedly have the greatest opportunity. After a full quarter of an hour, the drill ground finally quieted down. Pan Jinyue's eyes darkened as he said, "As for the old, weak, women and children, although you cannot participate in the war, the logistics of the army, such as cooking, transporting rations, and tailoring, will be your responsibility in the future. Where is the provincial governor's commandant Chui Quan?" A middle-aged soldier stepped out from the crowd and cupped his fists. "This general is here," Pan Jinyue ordered. "These men of suitable age will all be handed over to you. From today onwards, everything will follow the rules of the military camp and manage them. Now, send someone to record their names and addresses and assign them to various camps. Give them half a day to go home and pack up. Before the sky turns dark in the afternoon, they must all report to the military camp. Those who do not arrive in time will be executed immediately. This general receives the order." Chui Quan cupped his fists and said loudly, "Buzz." The people below the stage immediately became a little restless. Many of them had their sons conscripted to the state capital to serve as soldiers. The men standing in the front left were usually the pillars of their families. The women all panicked. Pan Jinyue was conscripting not only their sons, but also their husbands. Ancient people married early. Their sons were in their teens and their fathers were in their 30s. "What are you making so much noise for? Everyone be quiet. Whoever makes any more noise will be thrown into prison." Chui Quan saw the situation and let out a loud roar. His voice reverberated throughout the drill ground. The thousands of soldiers from the state capital quickly scattered into the crowd of commoners and arrested a few dozen who were the fiercest. The rest of the commoners immediately quieted down. "Generals of all camps, listen to my order. Bring your men and horses and register these men. Whichever camp they are registered in, that will be where they will be placed in the end. Before the sky turns dark today, all generals of all camps must report all the deserters. Tomorrow I will send people to arrest them." Chui Quan ordered loudly. This general receives the order. A few dozen soldiers below the drill ground shouted in unison, "F***CK. Mother F***Ker. The thing that I was most worried about still happened. This is great. I have to serve the rebel army." Lu Rengue felt a little bitter. When he came, he had this worry. After all, according to the information that Yi Fashion received, the Chui family would be holding a pledge ceremony today. Therefore, he estimated that if he went, he would be kept as a strong man. But could he not go? Of course not. If he did not go, he could only hide in the tunnel. After all, Guangqing County was only so big. There was nowhere else to hide. However, if so many of them suddenly disappeared, it would definitely arouse suspicion. When the time came, the soldiers of the provincial governor's office would search inside and out of their rented residence. It would be very easy for them to find the secret passage under the house. Not only would they be arrested, but Wei Zheng, Yi Minglei, Li Yu, and Yi Fashion would also be implicated. Therefore, Lu Rengue and his 200 men knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but they still chose to go there. All of you will follow me from now on. At this moment, the Zhengzhou provincial governor's office's army that Lu Rengue met earlier came over and said to him, "Yes, Adjunct Huang, thank you so much for your support." After hesitating for a moment, Lu Rengue clenched his teeth and pretended to be touched. "Haha, don't worry. Follow me and work hard. When you have enough merits in the future, I will naturally let you go back to Bianzhou. Don't think about escaping, because once you are caught, the consequences are not something that you can bear." Adjunct Huang patted Lu Rengue's shoulder and smiled meaningfully. His full name was Huang Cheng. Now that Pan Jinyue had raised the flag of rebellion, as an adjunct of the provincial governor's office, he naturally wanted to follow behind and make contributions. Lu Rengue and his men were all strong men, and they seemed to have good combat strength. If these people were placed under his command, they would definitely help him make a lot of contributions. Therefore, he took advantage of the fact that the other officers were not paying attention to him and came to snatch them away. Yes, Adjunct Huang is right. I understand. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. Lu Rengue completely acted like a grandson. Huang Cheng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good. What's your name?" Adjunct Huang. "My name is Rendaniu." "Good. Rendaniu, you will help me take care of these people around you in the future. Now, take them to my adjunct officer to register. After registration, go back and pack some luggage and come to the barracks. Don't run away or be late. Understand?" Huang Cheng said with a serious face. The reason why he chose Lu Rengue to be the small leader of this team was probably because he thought Lu Rengue looked more fierce. When Lu Rengue heard that Huang Cheng did not scatter his men into the barracks, he was immediately happy. As for whether he was the leader or not, he did not care. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Adjunct Huang. I will kill the enemy well in the future and repay Adjunct Huang. Lu Rengue had turned into a bootlicker at this moment, nodding and bowing with joy. At this time, the joy on his face was somewhat real. Good. Go quickly. Adjunct Lu, this is bad. Are we betraying the country and defecting to the enemy? When the army of the imperial court arrives, what are we going to do? After registration, Lu Rengue and his men hurried to Wuning Square in the south of the city. On the way, Feng Wu said with a sad face, "What do you mean, what to do? How do I know what to do? We can only take one step at a time." Okay, don't cry. Let's go back and ask Wei Zwiching later. He has a lot of ideas. Maybe he can find a way. Lu Rengue waved his hand impatiently and said gloomily, "Oh, yes. Let's go and ask Wei Zwiching. Hurry. Let's go back." When Feng Wu heard this, his expression immediately changed and he quickened his pace. Squeak! Everyone returned to the rented house. Old Feng took the lead and jumped into the dry well in the courtyard. Wei Zwiching, this is bad. Adjunct Lu and I have joined the enemy. P.S. Recently, the subscriptions and ticket sales have not been very good. It's too bad to look at. I almost don't have the motivation to continue writing. Please support the original version and give the swordsman more motivation to continue writing. The swordsman will definitely update more to repay everyone. Chapter 1321. Speaking of which, Wei Zheng was quite pitiful recently. A while ago, he could still stay in the underground tunnel during the day and return to the surface at night. However, in recent days, the situation in the city had become more and more tense. He had to stay in the underground tunnel 24 hours a day, living a life without seeing the light of day. It was really depressing. What was worse was that Yi Fashion, Liu, and Yi Minglei's family also stayed in the underground tunnel yesterday. Wei Zheng suddenly felt that the air down there was more suffocating. At this moment, Wei Zheng felt a little dizzy. This old man was short of oxygen. Suddenly, he heard Feng Wu yelling at the entrance of the underground tunnel, which was the dry well in the yard. Wei Zheng was shocked at first, then he was furious. He walked to the well angrily and said righteously, "How dare you? You are greatly indebted to the country. How can you betray the country and join the enemy?" When he heard that Feng Wu had betrayed the country, the first thing that came to his mind was not to run for his life, but to persuade Feng Wu to change his ways. Lu Rengue, who was still on the surface, couldn't help but cover his face when he heard the terrible conversation. It was really shameful to have such a one-track mind as a subordinate. Helplessly, in order to prevent Feng Wu from making things worse, he had to quickly walk to the well and jump into it. Left Minister Wei, don't misunderstand. Don't listen to old Feng's nonsense. I will tell you the whole story. Before Feng Wu could continue, Lu Rengue came over and interrupted him. If old Feng was allowed to continue, wouldn't Wei Zheng treat his allies as his enemies? You? Are you Army Officer Lu? Wei Zheng's face was filled with shock because the person in front of him had a full beard and a hideous scar on his face. It was truly frightening. However, he still recognized Lu Rengue's voice and asked in surprise. Well, yes, I am. I was worried that Registrar Wang would recognize me, so I disguised myself. Only then did Lu Rengue remember that his current face had been processed, so he quickly explained. Ha. Xiao Yuer walked over and looked at him from head to toe. She couldn't help but laugh. Brother Lu, you don't look like a soldier at all. You look like a bandit. Ha. Old Feng couldn't hold back his laughter and laughed out loud. Lu Rengue turned his head and stared at Old Feng. Old Feng was scared and covered his mouth. Lu Rengue glared at Old Feng and then turned to look at Wei Zheng. He told Wei Zheng everything that happened in the drill ground and how they were forced to join Huang Cheng's force. Big Brother Lu, wouldn't you all be in danger if your identities are exposed? Yi Fashion, who also lived in the tunnel, asked worriedly after hearing Lu Rengue's explanation. Lu Rengue gave a relaxed smile and said, Brother Yi, don't worry. Although the names we use are fake, the documents we carry are all signed by our provincial governor personally. No one will be able to see any flaws. Ancient travel permits and customs documents were similar to modern travel permits, not tourist visas. In different dynasties, they had different names. In the Han and Tang dynasties, they were called Guasuo. In the Yuan dynasty, they were called Wen-yin. In the Ming dynasty, they were called Lu. According to the ancient laws, residents who went out for business, travel, or visit relatives needed to check the pass. If they didn't have the pass, they would be arrested and punished. Even travelers who wanted to stay in hotels in other places needed to check the pass. During the Tang dynasty, the application process was very complicated. First of all, the applicant had to find a good guarantor and explain the purpose and time limit of the trip to the county government. After the county government received the application, they had to examine the applicant. Those who had not completed their term of service or had committed a crime were not allowed to apply for a transfer. After the county government checked and approved the application, it would be sent to the prefectural government for approval. After the prefectural government verified the application, the applicant could be granted the pass. Lu Rengue and his men lied that they were helping a boss in Bianzhou transport goods to Guancheng County. Naturally, they had to show their pass. But they were backed by the Bianzhou provincial governor's manor. They had already prepared fake passes and identities before they came. How could the officials in Guancheng County find out? The problem now is, if we work for Pan Jingyue, won't we be helping the evildoer? What's more, Pan Jingyue might lead his troops to attack Luoyang tomorrow. Do we really have to help him attack the city? Lu Rengue looked at Wei Zheng worriedly and said, Ha. God bless Tang. God bless Tang. To everyone's surprise, Wei Zheng suddenly threw his head back and roared with laughter, completely out of character. Wei's watching. Are you okay? Lu Rengui thought that Wei Zheng had lost his mind after hearing the bad news. He quickly shook Wei Zheng's arm, trying to wake him up. "Haha, I'm fine. I'm fine." Wei Zheng looked at Lu Rengui with joy and said, "Adjunct Lu, now it's time for you to serve the imperial court in Tang. Now that County Deputy Yi is wanted by the entire city, we have one less channel to get information from the county government. But I never thought that you would have such an opportunity. This is a good opportunity, a great opportunity to sneak into the rebel army. Adjunct Lu, you and your men can not only pass on the rebel army's movements to me, but you can also unite the people in the rebel army who don't want to rebel against the imperial court. When the imperial court's army arrives, we can work together from the inside and outside. Even if the rebel army has a lot of people, they can be defeated in an instant." It had to be said that Wei Zheng was indeed a famous official. Other than being good at scolding people, he was also better than anyone in this underground tunnel in terms of strategy and calculation. A moment ago, it was still a dead end for them. But after he said that, he immediately revived the dead end. "I see Wei Zhuqing is wise. I admire you." Lu Rengui's eyes lit up, but then he asked worriedly, "If Pan Jinhua sends troops to attack Luoyang tomorrow, what should we do?" Wei Zheng stroked his beard and suddenly smiled mysteriously. "Humph! They can't attack Luoyang tomorrow. Don't worry, Adjunct Lu. Now you have to hurry up and prepare, and then report to the state capital camp directly. Remember, you must be careful and don't expose yourselves." Lu Rengui was confused. He thought, why can't Pan Jinhua attack Luoyang tomorrow? But seeing that Wei Zheng didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask further. He clasped his fist and bowed. "I'll be careful. Goodbye." After that, he left the underground tunnel with Feng Wu. "Adjunct Lu, why is Wei Zhuqing so sure that Pan Jinhua can't attack Luoyang tomorrow?" Old Feng climbed out of the dry well and asked with a confused face. "You're asking me? Who should I ask? And, Old Feng, why were you laughing just now?" Lu Rengui turned to look at Feng Wu and said in an unfriendly tone, "Well, Adjunct Lu, why don't I go down and stay for a while? It's cooler down there." Feng Wu swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but sneak his feet towards the mouth of the well. "Get back here. Go back to your room and pack up. We're going to the camp in a while." Lu Rengui knew that now wasn't the time to make a fuss. He said in a bad mood and then left. Oh. Old Feng was relieved and quickly followed him. "We're Adjunct Huang's soldiers. We're here to report." Although there was still a long time before the sky turned dark, Lu Rengui had already brought 200 men to report to the camp. The guards at the gate stopped them, and Lu Rengui explained to them. "What's your name?" A guard asked expressionlessly. "Sir, my name is Rendaniu. These people all came with me," Lu Rengui said with a flattering smile. Another guard next to him flipped open a booklet. After searching for a moment, he said, "Rendaniu, I've heard Adjunct Huang mention you guys. All of you belong to the 9th camp. Quickly go in and report to Lieutenant G of the 9th camp." Yes. Thank you. Lu Rengui cupped his fists and thanked him. Then, he led Old Feng and the others into the camp. In the early days of the Tang dynasty, the army used the Fu army system. Based on the peasant households who used the equal field system, there were 634 military manors set up in the various Taoists, prefectures, and counties under the heavens, collectively known as the Zhichong manors. According to the size of the organization, they were divided into 3 ranks: upper, middle, and lower. The head of the manors was the Zhichong Due, primary 4th rank. The deputy heads were the Zhua and Yu Guai Due. Below the Due were the Zhangjun. Under the government there were regiments, also known as battalions, with officers and captains. Under the regiments there were squads with captains. Under the squads there were squads with captains. Each battalion had 5 squads, and each squad led 3 groups. Cui Quan, who was at the pledging ceremony, was the commandant of the Zhichong house in Zhengzhou. He was the highest military officer in this camp. "Greetings, Officer G." After coming to the 9th camp, Lu Rengui finally saw the captain of the 9th camp, Ji Zhongxing, a middle-aged man with a small mustache and a cunning look. "Oh, you are Rendaniu?" Not bad, not bad. Looks like you guys can fight. Not bad, not bad. In the future, you guys will be the 5th group of the 9th camp. You will be the commander of the 5th group. When you fight in the future, be brave. That will be good for you and good for me. Do you understand? Ji Zhongxing stood up and walked in front of Lu Rengue. He looked at him from head to toe and then shouted. Lu Rengue frowned inwardly. This officer Ji in front of him reeked of alcohol. It was obvious that he had drunk a lot before Lu Rengue arrived. Drinking was prohibited in the army. However, this person was an officer and yet he dared to be so unscrupulous. From this, it could be seen how lax the military discipline of the Zhicheng house was. Thank you, officer, for your support. This lowly one knows many rich merchants in Bianzhou. In the future, I will definitely offer you 2 jars of pure immortal drunken wine as repayment for your support. Since this fellow liked to drink, Lu Rengue naturally had to cater to his taste. As for whether the military discipline was lax or not, what did it have to do with him? He couldn't wait for the entire camp to be lax and unorganized. Chapter 13:22. Good, good, good. You're very good. When our army passes by Bian province in the future, you have to send your 2 jars of immortal drunken wine to me. Zhengzhou's Zhaozong Residence's camp. Lieutenant Ji of the 9th camp was immediately energized when he heard Lu Rengue mention immortal drunken wine. His eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Rengue with admiration. Although the immortal drunken wine was commonly seen in Chong and City, it was priceless in the local counties. Generally, only high-ranking officials and wealthy families had the right to enjoy it. Therefore, Officer Ji couldn't help but be tempted by it. Of course, I only hope that Lieutenant Ji can let us take a look at it when the time comes. I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me, but I haven't seen my wife for almost 2 months after the curfew in Guan County. Lu Rengue said with a hoarse voice. This was where he was smart. If he blindly flattered Ji Zhongxing without asking for anything, it would be easy for Ji Zhongxing to feel that he had a bigger scheme in mind. Now that he made such a reasonable request, Ji Zhongxing felt that he could only flatter Ji Zhongxing because of Gu Nianji's family, but it wouldn't make things too difficult for Ji Zhongxing. Haha, small matter, small matter. Rendaniu, I've heard about your matter from the military governor. As long as the army passes by Bian province in the future, I'll give you half a day off to visit your family. Once you've made enough contributions, the military governor will let you go back. Ji Zhongxing patted Lu Rengue's shoulder and laughed. Lu Rengue cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Lieutenant Ji. However, my brothers and I have changed our minds. We won't leave even if we make great contributions. We want to follow behind the provincial governor to make contributions and be conferred the title of Marquis. We hope that Lieutenant Ji can guide us in the future. Ji Zhongxing burped and then gave a thumbs up. Haha, good. Good job. You have the same thoughts as me. Why can't we be conferred the title of Marquis and enter the imperial court? Burp. Yes. Lieutenant Ji. Lu Rengue cupped his fists in response, then left the room. Just like that, they settled down in the camp of the House of Subjugation. But when he thought of Ji Zhongxing's words, we should be leaving the city tomorrow morning, Lu Rengue couldn't help but worry. Leaving the city meant going to war, and war meant going to war with allies. This was something he didn't want to see. After all, he was only pretending to surrender. Not really. Dong dong dong. The next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, the sound of drums could be heard in the camp of the House of Surrender. Then, the soldiers of the various camps began to shout, All soldiers, get up immediately and gather at the drill ground. Those who are not there in 15 minutes will be flogged 30 times. All soldiers, get up immediately and gather at the drill ground. Those who don't arrive within a quarter of an hour will be flogged 30 times. The soldiers in the tent immediately moved when they heard the sound. Old Feng, go and wake the brothers up. Don't get beaten up later. Lu Rengue got up from the bed and quickly put on the armor that was given to him yesterday. Then he shouted to Feng Wu, who was next to him. This was the quality of a soldier. Compared to the people who had just joined the camp, Lu Rengue's group was undoubtedly much stronger. A quarter of an hour later, at the drill ground on the east side of the camp, the 50,000 new recruits who joined yesterday and the 20,000 veterans who were in the camp before this gathered here. Of course, there were also many who came late and were being beaten at the side. Since you are in the camp, all of you have to follow the rules. Whatever the higher-ups tell you to do, you have to do it. The next time there is someone who is late, the punishment will be doubled. The House of Subjugation's Lieutenant Chui Quan stood on the podium and said with a gloomy face, "The new soldiers were hard to lead." This was within his expectations. Although he didn't expect the new soldiers to have much fighting power, as soldiers they had to listen to orders. The 70,000 soldiers on the drill ground suddenly became silent. Chui Quan paused for a moment and then said, "Generals of the various camps, today we are going to march into Luoyang. Let all your soldiers take their weapons and dry rations and immediately leave the city. Gather with the other two armies and go straight to Luoyang." "Yes, Lord Lieutenant." The entire camp immediately became lively. The sounds of weapons clashing, the shouts of the generals, and the noisy footsteps entered the ears. Half an hour later, all the soldiers were ready and the army headed straight for the south gate of Guancheng County. On the way, they happened to meet the other armies that Chui Quan had mentioned. The Chui family originally had 250,000 soldiers. Yesterday, they had forcefully recruited a few middle-aged men. In total, they had 300,000 soldiers. Lu Rengue, who was advancing with the army, was secretly complaining. He thought to himself, "Didn't Wei Zheng say that the battle wouldn't start yesterday? Why is the army leaving the city now?" The city gates opened and the 300,000 soldiers left the city in succession. The villagers outside the city all made way when they saw them. But at this moment the ground began to tremble. Outside the city, on both sides of the official road, countless black armored cavalry suddenly rushed out. All of them were covered in thick armor. Even their heads were covered, only revealing pairs of cold eyes. They were like killing gods from the abyss of hell, holding Modeo in their hands as they rushed towards the army that had just left the city. "Kill!" The leading cavalry raised the Modeo in his hand and roared. Immediately, the cavalry rushed over at an even faster speed. "Ah, it's the Imperial Court's army. The Imperial Court's army is here. Quickly run. The Imperial Court's army is here. Quickly run." This cavalry formation was too powerful. Even from afar, one could feel the murderous aura emitted from their bodies. As for Zhengzhou's Zhichong residence's troops, the ones who were walking in front as cannon fodder were all new recruits. When had they ever seen such a terrifying cavalry in their lives? Their survival instinct did not allow them to have the courage to raise their swords to fight. Instead, they directly ran away. Initially, Chui Junchuo's original intention was to use these new recruits who had no combat power as cannon fodder. After all, since ancient times, attacking a city required the sacrifice of human lives. However, Chui Junchuo did not expect that once the battle went south, the first to collapse and flee would be these new recruits with weak willpower and low military literacy. And their collapse would not only disrupt their formation, it would also greatly affect the morale of the army. "Do not flee. Those who flee before battle will be killed without mercy." The generals of the various battalions were all veterans. When they saw the situation, they drew their swords from their waists and cut down a few fleeing soldiers as they roared loudly. But this did not stop the soldiers in front from fleeing. This was because the black armored cavalry brought even greater fear to them. If they were asked to fight, they would rather die. This was not an army of the human world. In the blink of an eye, the black armored cavalry had already charged into the midst of Zhichong Residence's army. Puff, puff, puff. When wolves entered a flock of sheep, their war horses first sent countless soldiers flying. Then, with a swing of their swords, heads fell from the sky. To the black armored cavalry, no one was a match for them. It was like chopping vegetables. They only needed to charge forward, swing their swords, and reap the lives. "Spare me. Don't kill me. I don't want a rebel. Run, run." The soldiers in front of the troops turned around and desperately ran towards the city gate. They did not want to face this group of evil spirits. Shichong Residence's army was instantly thrown into chaos. Black Armored Army? This is the Black Armored Army? Lu Rengue belonged to the 9th Battalion. His position was not very close to the front. When he saw the formation of the Black Armored Cavalry, he suddenly thought of something. His face was filled with disbelief. Old Feng, tell our men to retreat in the chaos. Don't fight with the Black Armored Army. Lu Rengue pulled Feng Wu over and whispered, Yes. Old Feng replied and quickly went to pass down the order. Shichong's commandant, Chui Quan, happened to be 30 feet away from the city gate. He sat on his warhorse and looked up. He could tell that the cavalry in front of him was the unparalleled Black Armored Army. He quickly exclaimed, Quick! Adjunct Huang, order all the soldiers to retreat immediately. Retreat into the city. Commandant, although these cavalrymen are fierce, there are at most 3,000 to 5,000 of them. We have more than 300,000 soldiers. What is there to be afraid of? Huang Chang had never left Zhengzhou in his life. He did not know that they were facing the Black Armored Army. Therefore, he was very confused by Chui Quan's order. What do you know? They are the Black Armored Army. Retreat now. Chui Quan was not stupid. He knew that Li Shimin was able to defeat Wang Shichong's army of 100,000 with his 3,500 Black Armored Army. Even though he had 300,000 soldiers with him now, they were just small fries. The strength of these 300,000 soldiers was far inferior to Wang Shichong's army. How could they defeat the Black Armored Army? Therefore, after Chui Quan explained, he turned his horse around and galloped back into the city. Black Armored Army. They are the Black Armored Army. Huang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Although he had never seen the Black Armored Army with his own eyes, how could he not have heard of them? At this moment he was scared out of his wits. How would he dare to fight them? He quickly shouted at the messenger, Retreat! And took the lead to escape. Retreat! Retreat! The Zhe Residence's army outside the city gate changed from the rear to the front and ran into the city. Not good. The city gate is about to close. Brothers! Quick! When they were about 4 to 5 feet away from the city gate, Lu Rengue saw 2 soldiers starting to push the gate open. He quickly shouted at his brothers. Bang! 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 More than 200 men used all their strength and ran towards the city gate. At the last moment, they finally managed to rush into the city before the gate closed. The 1,000 soldiers who had not entered the city in time put down their weapons and knelt down to surrender when they saw that the city gate was closed. Chapter 13:23. As soon as they left the city gates, they were chased back. Chui Quan ran back to the provincial governor's manor and reported the situation outside the city to Pan Jingyue. Pan Jingyue, Chui Junchuo, Zhang Shuwu, and Chui Wenji were drinking tea and discussing matters in the front hall of the provincial governor's manor. Although the 4 powers had formed an alliance, the follow-up plans still needed to be discussed. Hearing the shocking news, everyone in the front hall could not sit still. What? There are 3,000 black armored troops outside the city? How is that possible? Why would the black armored troops come to Zhengzhou? Could it be that Chang and knows that we have mobilized? The old man next to Chui Junchuo, Zheng Shuwu, the great-grandfather of the Zheng family, exclaimed in surprise. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Guangqing County has been sealed for more than a month. Not even a bird has flown out, let alone a person. How could Chang and have received the news? Chui Junchuo's face was as white as a sheet of paper as he spoke with a trembling voice. Since Chang and doesn't know that we have mobilized, why would Li Shimin send the black armored troops to Zhengzhou? Junchuo, when you persuaded our Zheng family to join you, you promised me that we would be able to take down Luoyang before the imperial court could react. What about now? Zheng Shuwu said with an unfriendly expression. Chui Junchuo was instantly speechless. Chui Wenji could not stand it anymore. So he said, all right, since it has already happened, what's the point of arguing about it? Now that our 3 families are in the same boat, once we are caught by the imperial court, none of us will be spared. Instead of arguing here, why don't we think of a plan to retreat? Chui Junchuo nodded. He looked at Zheng Shuwu and said, When Ji is right, Shuwu, it was indeed this old man who didn't consider this matter thoroughly. But the urgent matter at hand is that we should work together to defeat the enemy. Zhang Shuwu said with a dissatisfied expression. Work together to retreat? What can we use to retreat? The black armored troops' combat power is unparalleled. How can we defend against them with just those newly recruited soldiers? Even if we are lucky enough to win, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. When the time comes, how can we attack Luoyang with these defeated soldiers? A trace of anger flashed across Cui Junchuo's eyes as she said, the urgent matter at hand is to solve the problem, not to blame each other. If the Cui family is defeated, your Zheng family can forget about getting any benefits. Shu Wu, if you really want to defeat the enemy, then send out your Cui family's 30,000 secret guards as well. Our 3 families together have a total of 80,000 secret guards. Only then can we have the power to fight against the imperial court. Cui Junchuo, what do you mean? Are you blaming my Zheng family for not doing our best? Aren't the provisions and armors of 300,000 soldiers supported by our Zheng family? If you're thinking about my Zheng family's shadow guards, then why are your Cui family's shadow guards cowering in the back and not daring to make a move? Everyone is well aware of what you're planning. Stop pretending to be selfless. Hearing the hidden meaning in Cui Junchuo's words, Zhang Shuwu was instantly enraged. His Zheng family had been living well in Guan City, but after Cui Junchuo returned to Zhengzhou, the Zheng family was dragged into this mess. Now, if things went wrong, the entire Zheng family would be wiped out. How could Zheng Shuwu not be angry? 3 Grand Dukes, we can't go through the south gate. Can we go to the other gates? Pan Jinyue interrupted. Yes. Then let's go to the east gate. They only have 3,000 cavalrymen. It's impossible for them to set up an ambush at every gate. Cui Junchuo suppressed her anger and ordered. When the other 2 old men heard this, they did not express any objections. Seeing this, Cui Quan bowed and said, Yes, Grand Duke. This general will lead the army out of the east gate and take a detour to attack Luoyang. With that, he cupped his fists and turned to leave. He was truly convinced by the quarrel between the 3 old men in the room. At this time, he felt a trace of regret for choosing to rebel with Pan Jinyue. The aristocratic families were already rotten. Half an hour later, Cui Quan reorganized the army and went out of the east gate of Guan City. However, as soon as he went out of the gate, he was stunned. He saw at least tens of thousands of soldiers waiting outside the city. Cui Quan, where are you? Quickly get off your horse and surrender. At this time, in the army camp outside the city, an old general came out and shouted at the army outside the city gate. So it's the pacifier. Sir, you are really fast. Cui Quan came out and was shocked when he saw the person. The person opposite him was the pacifier of Hunan province. Runkin Cui Quan's heart sank. Runkin laughed and said, Hee. Cui Quan. His Majesty already knows that you want to rebel. He ordered this old man to lead the troops of 10 provinces to encircle and suppress you. Now that things have come to this, if you can put down your weapons and turn to the light, perhaps His Majesty will spare your lives. If you continue to follow behind the Cui family and do treacherous things, only death will await you. This official hopes that you will think carefully. As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers in Zhengzhou were immediately thrown into chaos. The soldiers all panicked. Since ancient times, the common people had a natural fear of the imperial court. Now that they heard that the imperial court already knew that they were going to rebel and even sent a large army to encircle them, these people, especially the new recruits, immediately wanted to kneel down and surrender. Silence. Cui Quan saw that the morale of the army was in chaos and quickly shouted, Since you have joined the camp of the House of Subjugation, you have already betrayed the imperial court. If you fall into the hands of the imperial court, only death will await you. What you can do now is to resist with the Cui family to the end. After that, he looked at Ren Kan and said angrily, The pacifier really has a good tongue. With just a few words, you have disturbed the morale of my army. If you have the guts, let's fight face to face. Runkin waved his hand and said, Ha ha! This official is old and not good at fighting and killing. If Commandant Chui wants to lead the army into battle, this official's 100,000 soldiers are more than welcome to join. Ha! Kill! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, the 100,000 soldiers behind Run Can shouted, "Kill!" in unison. Their voices shook the sky and their momentum was like a rainbow. Chui Quan's expression changed. After a long silence, he waved his hand and said, "Retreat! Return to the city. Adjunct Huang, lead 50,000 soldiers and guard the east gate." Yes. Chui Quan did not dare to take the risk. The soldiers led by Ren Ken were all seasoned soldiers. If they fought face to face, his 300,000 soldiers might not be able to win. He decided to send someone to the provincial governor's office to report the situation here. At the same time, he planned to lead the army to the west gate. There were people at the south and east gates, but there should not be anyone at the west gate, right? The gate opened and Chui Quan led the army out. However, the black mass of the army that greeted him made him feel a sense of despair. "Where is Chui Quan? Come out and answer me." An old general shouted at Chui Quan. "Who are you?" Chui Quan said coldly as he rode out. "Humph! I am the provincial governor of Sui Province, Wang Yu. I am here under the imperial order to encircle you rebels. Chui Quan, you are greatly favored by the emperor. You are the commandant of a province, but instead of serving the imperial court, you have joined the rebels. I advise you to abandon the darkness and join the light before it is too late to regret." Wang Yu shouted. "Wang Yu?" Chui Quan's heart sank. Sui Province was not far from Zhengzhou, but it was definitely not close. It would take at least 4 to 5 days to rush the army. However, Wang Yu was able to lead the army here. This meant that the imperial court had long been on guard against the Chui family's rebellion. At this moment, Chui Quan's heart sank completely. "Humph! Wang Yu, does your Wang family of Taiyuan really want to go against the three of us?" Chui Quan said unwillingly. He could not understand why the Wang family would be willing to be a dog of the imperial court when they were all from the same family. Wang Yu said indifferently, "Go against? This official's honor and disgrace were all bestowed by His Majesty. Since you want to rebel, you are going against me, Wang Yu. There's nothing to say." Chui Quan said in exasperation. "Do you really think that you can stop me with just your army of tens of thousands? Humph, then you can try, Commandant Chui." Wang Yui waved the sword in his hand and said with a murderous aura. Although he looked calm, he was actually panicking. He only had 20,000 some soldiers behind him. If they really fought, they were no match for Chui Quan's group. Chui Quan frowned, unable to understand where Wang Yu's confidence came from. He stretched out his hand and said, "All troops attack. Every person killed will be rewarded with 5 strings of cash. Those who refuse to fight will be killed without mercy. Charge! Kill!" At the eastern gate, Chui Quan had left 50,000 new soldiers behind to defend the city. Now, he had 250,000 soldiers under his command. Most of them were veterans, and their military training was quite good. The moment Chui Quan gave the order, the 3 armies charged at Wang Yu's army. "Kill! The rebels might have the advantage in numbers, but our reinforcements will be here soon." Wang Yu braced himself and roared. The 2 armies quickly clashed. As the provincial governor of a province and the current head of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Yu naturally would not personally charge into the fray. He was at the rear holding the fort. After seeing the situation on the battlefield, his face immediately darkened. In this situation, if reinforcements didn't arrive in half an hour, the 20,000-man army he brought with him would soon be wiped out. Bang! 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 "Provincial Governor Wang, I'm here to help you." Just as Wang Yu was feeling anxious, a cloud of dust suddenly rose from the south. Following that, a black mass of soldiers charged out of the dust. The old general in the lead roared, "Provincial Governor Zhao." Wang Yu looked over and was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly roared, "The provincial governor of Bianzhou has led his army to reinforce us. All soldiers, listen up. Attack Guanqing County and capture the rebels. Kill." Wang Yu's army's morale was high, but Chui Quan's army was panicking. "Retreat! Retreat into the city and defend the city gate. Chui Quan looked toward the east and estimated that there were at least 70,000-80,000 reinforcements. At this point, the only 3 city gates of Guangxing County were blocked by the Imperial Court Army. Chui Junchuo's plan to attack Luoyang was officially declared a failure. Chapter 1324. Guangxing County was surrounded on 3 sides, and Chui Quan's army had lost 2 battles, losing over 6,000 soldiers. Chui Quan left behind 150,000 soldiers to guard the 3 city gates, while the rest stayed within the city to maintain order. Arriving at the provincial governor's manor, Chui Quan told Chui Junchuo and the rest about the situation outside the city. The few of them were shocked, and Chui Junchuo's face was as white as paper. How is that possible? According to what you said, there are over 100,000 soldiers outside the city, and there are even soldiers that Wang Yu brought from Sui province. Doesn't that mean that the imperial court already knew that we were going to attack? But Guangxing County had sealed the city gates for over a month. So how did the news get out? Zhang Shua's face was dejected as he muttered, "It's over. It's all over. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have listened to your slanderous words. Now that Guangxing County is surrounded by the army, what should we do?" Chui Junchuo looked at Zhang Shu coldly and opened his mouth, but he did not say anything. At this time, he did not have the mood to argue. Chui Wenji was the oldest out of the 3, but because he took good care of himself, his body was the best. He stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before saying, "Now is not the time of life and death. There are only 100,000 soldiers outside the city, and we have 300,000. Furthermore, our Chui family and Xingyang family have not gone all out, and we can still mobilize 50,000 hidden guards and thousands of death warriors. Furthermore, our consecrators have not made a move, and with their martial arts, they can fight against 100. When the time comes, we can attack from the inside and outside, and we can definitely kill our way out. But at that time, Li Shimin will definitely not let us go. But our families can go to the Turks or live in seclusion in Southeast Asia, and when the time is right, we can return to the Central Plains." Hearing that, Chui Junchuo and Zheng Shua's eyes lit up, and Zheng Shu hurriedly said, "Then in Brother Chui's opinion, what should we do now?" Chui Wenji muttered, "The 2 of us will send a messenger pigeon to mobilize the hidden guards outside, and let them rush to Zhengzhou as soon as possible. When the time comes, we will wait for the opportunity to make a move. During this time, we just need to be careful of the army outside the city. Our army might not be able to defeat them outside, but we can defend the city. With the city walls as our backing, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers outside won't be able to break into the city. Yes, yes, yes. Let's defend the city first. When the reinforcements arrive, we'll launch a pincer attack and kill our way out. Didn't they recruit a bunch of new soldiers? Let them guard the city gates. Even if the imperial court's army attacks the city, the casualties won't be our people. In the future, with the strength of our clans, where can't we dominate?" Zhang Shuwu nodded as he listened. Chui Junchuo also felt that it was reasonable. He turned to look at Pan Zhenue and ordered, "Zhenue, send the new army to defend the city. The old soldiers will supervise from the side and enforce martial law in the city. Strictly forbid the citizens from gathering and causing trouble. Let all the retainers of the Chui residents come to the various commoners' square regularly to give lectures to pacify the citizens and encourage them to help us defend the city. Increase the patrols and prevent anyone from inciting the people to defect to the imperial court." "Yes, Taigong. I'll make the arrangements right away." Pan Zhenue cupped his hands and left with Chui Quan. "Hey, join the army." As expected, the army didn't attack Luoyang today. Wei's watching is really good at foresight. Tell me, how did he know that the black armored army and the pacifier would lead the army here today? Does Wei's watching, that old man, know how to calculate? Guangxing County, East City Gate. Lu Rengue and his group were standing on top of the city walls to defend the city. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Old Feng whispered excitedly. Lu Rengue faintly said, "Miss Li, you must have used the telegraph to send a message to Chang, and that day. The black armored army's combat power is unparalleled, and their speed is astonishing. From Chang and to Zhengzhou, They can reach there in less than 2 days. Minister Wei must have calculated the time in private. As for the pacifier, it shouldn't be hard for him to gather 100,000 soldiers in 2 days. Oh, I thought Wei Wuxia was an old immortal who could foresee things. Feng Wu scratched his head and muttered, "Sai, join the army. I just heard that Cui Quan's army met Wang Yu, the provincial governor of Suizhou, and our provincial governor's army at the West City Gate. After a bloody battle, Cui Quan left behind 6,000 corpses and fled back into the city. Wang Yu? Suizhou is more than 400 miles away from Zhengzhou. Why would he appear in Zhengzhou now?" Lu Rengue was puzzled. After a moment of silence, he said, "Guangqing County is surrounded by Guangqing County. The Cui family can either go out of the city and fight a bloody way out, or stay in the city and wait for the reinforcements of the Cui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xingyang. But in my opinion, the possibility of them choosing the latter is higher. So before their reinforcements arrive, we must find a way to get in touch with the army outside the city. Otherwise, the Cui family may really escape this time. I'll find a way to go back tonight and discuss with Wei Wuxia. You help me cover it up." Feng Wu nodded and said, "Don't worry, join the army. It's cold at night. I don't think anyone will come to patrol. Just go." Outside the city, the black armored troops and the provincial government's army had already set up their tents and started cooking. Apparently, they were planning to set up camp outside the city, south of the city in the central tent. "General Duan, now that Guangqing County is surrounded by us from 3 sides, the rebels will not be able to escape even if they have wings. When do you plan to attack the city?" Ren Can also came to the central tent of the black armored troops. At this time, he looked at Duan Jishuan and asked. Even though he was a pacifying ambassador, he did not dare to be negligent in front of Duan Jishuan. Duan Jishuan was also involved in the Black Tortoise Gate incident. He was a real hero. Duan Jishuan picked up the teacup and took a sip. He then pondered for a moment and said, "We only have 150,000 soldiers. Although we are not afraid of the Cui family's army in the open, if we want to attack the city with this small number of people, it is no different from wishful thinking. Moreover, the black armored troops are only good at fighting in the open. They are not good at attacking the city. So, let's just surround the city first. In 2 days, General Li's army will arrive. At that time, we will discuss attacking the city." That's the best." Ren Can and Wang Yu both nodded. It was a moonless night. On the other hand, Guangqing County's Chung Tower was filled with torches. Although under normal circumstances no one would attack the city at night, there were still many soldiers guarding the tower. Lu Rengue used the excuse of going to the toilet to sneak away. Along the way, he avoided the patrolling soldiers and finally came to the house in Wuning Lane. "Is Lu Rengue back?" At this time, Wei Zhang and the others were still awake. Wei Zhang asked softly when he heard some movement from the well. It's me. Lu Rengue answered and quickly walked over. At this time, a weak candlelight was lit in the tunnel. Lu Rengue looked at everyone excitedly and said, "Good news! Good news! In a few more days, you won't have to hide in this tunnel anymore." Li Yu's eyes lit up when she heard that. She asked, "Brother Lu, are the reinforcements here?" Girls loved to be clean. Ever since she moved into this tunnel, she had not taken a bath for a few days. She was very uncomfortable. Moreover, the tunnel was not very ventilated. With so many people living here, the smell was naturally unpleasant. She had had enough of this place. Lu Rengue looked at little Yu with admiration and said, "Miss Li Yu is right. The reinforcements sent by the imperial court have arrived. 3,000 black armored troops, 130,000 soldiers from the Hunan province pacifier, and 20,000 soldiers from the provincial governor of Sui province, Wang Yu, have surrounded Guangqing County. When the army outside the city breaks into the city, you will be saved." "Ah, that's great. That's great. Finally, the army is here. We can finally see the light of day again." Little Yu cheered when she heard that. Wei Zhang shook his head and said, "It's too early to say that. The army outside the city will not be able to break into the city. We have to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Reinforcements? How can Wei Zuoqing be so sure that there will be reinforcements? Lu Rengui was puzzled. They had returned after sending the information to the imperial court at Songhua Temple. As for how the imperial court had arranged it, they had no idea. Wei Zheng smiled and said, Duan Jishuan's black armored troops are very mobile and fast. They are very suitable to be the vanguard. Since His Majesty has sent the black armored troops to be the vanguard, he will definitely send reinforcements. Let's wait. Wang Yu's appearance means that His Majesty has already taken precautions against the Cui family. In this battle, the army sent by the imperial court cannot be underestimated. The Cui family cannot win. Wei Zuoqing is right. Lu Rengui nodded thoughtfully. Little Yu said, Wei Zuoqing, since we have reinforcements behind us, do you think the Cui family will have reinforcements outside the city? Wei Zheng's eyes darkened when he heard that. After a while, he looked at Lu Rengui and said, You have to ask Lu Rengui this question. Lu Rengui quickly cupped his hands and said, I think the Cui family will definitely have reinforcements. Why do you say so? Wei Zuoqing, as far as I know, the 300,000 soldiers in the city, other than the young men recruited in the past few months, the rest are the state soldiers and the secret guards raised by the Cui family. The Cui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xingyang did not send out a single soldier. Therefore, I guess that they must have some forces outside the city that they can mobilize. And today, they chose to guard the city instead of going out to fight. This confirms my guess. Lu Rengui cupped his hands and replied. The atmosphere in the tunnel became solemn again. Wei Zheng stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, Now, it depends on which side's reinforcements arrive first. If the Cui family's reinforcements arrive first, they will definitely go out to patrol the city. The situation will not be good if they are attacked from both sides. Chapter 1325. Brother Lu, where are the reinforcements of the Zheng family and the Cui family? Are they far from Guanqing? Inside the tunnel of Lu Rengui's rented house in Wanning Square, Little Yu asked after listening to Wei Zheng's analysis. Lu Rengui shook his head and said, I don't know. Logically speaking, the Cui family's army should be in Dingzhou, and the Zheng family's army should be in Guanqing. But since they decided to betray the imperial court with the Cui family of Qinghe, they must have set up an ambush in a county adjacent to Zhengzhou. We just don't know which county they are in. Yi Fashion frowned and said, According to the time, the imperial court's army will need at least 2 more days to reach Guan City. As for the Zheng and Cui families' reinforcements, if Brother Lu's analysis is correct and they are hiding in a county near Zhengzhou, then their reinforcements will definitely reach Guan City first. Then what should we do? Little Yu was anxious. Lu Rengui suddenly asked, I wonder if the imperial court will bring along a telegraph machine with them when they send reinforcements? Little Yu's eyes lit up and said, We'll know if we try. The army must be closer to us than we are to Chang'an. Maybe we can send a message without going to Songhua Pagoda. That's right. Then Miss Liu, try using the telegraph machine. No. Using the telegraph machine underground will be very difficult to send messages. We should at least go to the surface. Liu shook her head. Lu Rengui thought for a while and said, The Cui family and the government are busy dealing with the army outside the city. They shouldn't be able to send people to patrol the houses. Also, Su Fangzheng of Wanning Square knows that we have joined the army. So there must be no one in the house. Once the gate is locked, normal people won't be able to break in. So why don't you all disguise yourselves and stay in the backyard? But don't light candles at night, and don't go out during the day. Wei Zheng frowned and said, No, if we all stay there, there will be too many targets. Once someone breaks in, we won't even be able to hide. Let Miss Liu stay there alone. She needs to keep in touch with the army. Also, if someone breaks in, she can hide easily. Although he also wanted to stay there, he didn't want to give himself away at such a crucial moment. Yes, indeed, we should focus on the big picture. Yi Minglei nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Rengui could only say, Then, Miss Liu, you can bring your telegraph machine to the attic in the backyard. If the imperial court or the reinforcements send a telegram, you will know in time. Little Fishy pouted and shook her head. No, no, no. I'm alone. I'm not even allowed to light up at night. How would I dare to stay? Why don't you let Auntie Yi stay with me? She did want Yi fashion to go up, but this was such a big backyard. How could a man and a woman live together? Therefore, Liu thought about it seriously and decided to invite Yi Minglei's wife to accompany her. Madame Yi looked at Yi Minglei and saw him nod. She smiled and said, "All right then, since that's the case, I'll go up and stay with Miss Liu for a few days." After that, Liu, Madame Yi, and Lu Rengue took the telegraph and climbed to the ground. Then the three of them walked towards the backyard. Beep, beep, beep. 15 minutes later. In the attic in the backyard, there was a soft beep sound. In the house, Liu used the weak candlelight to control the telegraph machine to send out a message. In order to prevent the candlelight from leaking out, she was surrounded by a screen. "All right, I've sent it out. Let's see if anyone can receive and reply to me." After a while, Liu clapped her hands and said. Lu Rengue nodded and said, "Then we'll wait." Liu took the opportunity to ask, "Brother Lu, how are you doing in the military camp? Did anyone from the higher-ups make things difficult for you?" Lu Rengue shook his head and smiled. "No, the lieutenant in our camp is a drunkard. I promised him 2 jars of immortal drunken wine. He treats me like a brother. Why would he make things difficult for me?" Immortal drunken wine? Where can we get immortal drunken wine at this time? If I was in Chong and I could get some for Brother Lu. But now, I'm in charge of the city. Little Fishy frowned and said in a dilemma. Lu Rengue smiled. "It's fine. I guess that lieutenant won't have the fortune to drink a sip of immortal drunken wine in his life." Hundreds of miles away on an empty field, there were countless tents of various sizes. The campfire in the camp was brightly lit. There were also groups of soldiers patrolling the camp. Beep, beep, beep. Did Little Fishy send a message? Meng Wenhao reacted immediately. He quickly took out a pen and paper and laid on the ground to record. After a while, the beep stopped. Iron Egg asked curiously, "Wenhao, what did the message say?" To prevent more people from knowing about the telegraph machine, he, Meng Wenhao, and Pang Feiji stayed in a tent alone. At this time, Meng Wenhao had already translated the code. He looked up and said, "Nothing. This is just a test code sent by Little Fishy. She's not sure if I can receive her message." "Wenhao, you should reply quickly," Iron Egg said hurriedly. "Okay." Meng Wenhao nodded and pressed the handle of the telegraph machine to reply the message. Beep, beep, beep. On the other side, Little Fishy was chatting with Lu Rengue about the battle during the day. Suddenly, the telegraph machine rang. "It's here. There's a reply." Little Fishy exclaimed and quickly recorded the message. After a while, she stood up and said, "Brother Lu, it's the reinforcements sent by the imperial court. They are now 30 miles east of Luoyang in the wilderness. They should be about 100 miles away from us. The general manager this time is Duke Wei, Li Jing." Lu Rengue heard and frowned. Duke Wei is leading the army? 100 miles? If that's the case, it's hard to say who will be the first to arrive. How about this, Miss Liu? You send the situation of Guangqing County and the deployment of the troops. The decision will be up to General Manager Li. Okay. Liu thought for a while and started to send the message. She had a preliminary understanding of the situation in Guangqing County from the conversation with Lu Rengue. Outside Luoyang, Tang Army Camp. This time there was a very long beep, 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 beep. Meng Wenhao's hands were almost sore from recording the code. After a full 15 minutes, the telegraph machine finally stopped beeping. Next was the translation. Fortunately, Meng Wenhao had already memorized the code book, so the translation didn't take much time. "Wenhao, how is it? How's the situation in Guangqing County?" Iron Egg saw Meng Wenhao's work and quickly came over to ask. Meng Wenhao frowned. "It's a long story, and the military situation is urgent. Let's meet General Manager Li together and report to him as soon as possible." "Okay." After a while, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao came to the command tent. After reporting, they met Li Jing. "Qin Xiong, Chang Yaojin and Yojinda were also in the tent. They were probably having a meeting. Greetings, General Manager Li and the generals. Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao bowed. Li Jing nodded and said, "There's no need to be polite. Meng Wenhao, I heard that you have urgent military matters to discuss with me?" "Yes." General Manager Li, "This is the information that was just sent from Guangqing County." Meng Wenhao took out the translated message and raised it above his head as he replied, "Oh, let me take a look." Li Jing's expression changed as he walked down and took the message from Meng Wenhao. The other 3 old generals in the tent also cast their gazes on Li Jing. "Medicine Master, what is written on it? Why are you looking at it for so long?" A moment later, Chang Yaojin asked impatiently. Li Jing passed the message to Chang Yaojin and said, "The Chui family in Guangqing County has gathered 300,000 troops and is preparing to attack Luoyang. Luckily, the Black Armored Army, Ren Kan, and Wang Yu's 150,000 troops arrived in time and killed the rebels back into the city. However, according to the Bian Province Army hidden in the city, the Chui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xinjiang definitely have reinforcements outside the city. If we don't want the Chui family to escape, then we have to reach Guangqing before the reinforcements arrive." Qin Xiong stroked his beard and said, "Since that's the case, then let's march through the night." Li Jing thought for a moment and looked at Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao. "Iron Egg, you and Wenhao go up to the Celestial Lamp and send information to Guangqing. Say that we will definitely reach Guangqing before dark tomorrow. Then send a message to Chang En and inform His Majesty about the situation here. Also say that we plan to change the route of the army and merge the 3 armies into one to head straight for Guangqing." Li Er had told him before he left that although he would not interfere with his battle plans, he hoped that he could send the situation of the battlefield to the imperial court regularly. The 2 fellows quickly cupped their fists and said, "Yes, General Manager." Li Jing looked at the 3 generals in the tent and said, "Jijia, Shubao, Jinda, we originally planned to split into 3 groups to enter Zhengzhou tomorrow. However, the situation is urgent and the Chui family is hiding in Guangqing waiting for reinforcements. We have to merge our forces and move out immediately. We have to rush to Guangqing before the reinforcements of the Chui and Zheng families arrive. This time we will surround them and attack the reinforcements. We will wipe out all the hidden powers of these 3 families." "Good. Then Old Chang, will go clean up the army and set off immediately." Chang Yaojin was instantly energized and hollered loudly. Speaking of which, his horse Lance was already thirsty and could not take this chance to see some blood. Qin Xiong and Yojinda also cupped their fists and left. Half an hour later, all the tents were kept and the 60,000 troops were gathered. Then, they all held torches and started their rapid march. They traveled through the night and night to head straight for Guangqing. Chapter 1326. Late at night, the entire Chang'an city was asleep, but the Taiji Palace was still brightly lit. Li Er was looking at the sand table in front of him thoughtfully with his hands behind his back. Yes, it was a sand table. Ever since Li Zishuan created the Yanhuang College sand table last year, the sand table was finally used in war for the first time. "Reporting, Your Majesty. Prince Wei has something urgent to report." At this moment, a chamberlain rushed in and bowed. Li Er's eyes flashed. He turned around and said, "Let him in. In the future, there's no need to inform Qin Ke when she comes to Ganlu Hall." "Understood." The eunuch cupped his hands and left. Not long after, Li Tai walked in with a letter. He raised the letter above his head and said, "Reporting to Imperial Father, the frontline army sent an urgent report. Imperial Father, please take a look." "Oh, let me take a look." Li Er impatiently walked to Li Tai's side, took the report, and began to read it carefully. "Zhengzhou has a 300,000 army? Cui Junchuo, that old thing, probably conscripted all the youths in Zhengzhou, right? Fortunately, Duan Jishuan, Ren Kan, and Wang Yu arrived in time. Otherwise, Luoyang would be in danger." After a while, Li Er put down the report and whispered to himself. Li Tai stood at the side in silence. He had personally translated the telegram. Even if Li Er didn't say it, He knew the contents. "Qingke, what do you think?" Li Er glanced at Li Tai, who was beside him, and asked. His son used to like to hang around him. Li Er knew why. It was nothing more than fighting for favor. However, ever since Li Tai went to Yanhuang College, this child was obsessed with strange things. He heard that the Prince Wei's residents had built a laboratory to fiddle with strange things. The little fatty who used to hang around him every day and call him father was gone. Every time he thought of this, Li Er felt gratified, but he couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Imperial father. This son doesn't dare to have any opinions on the matters of the country. This son believes that with Imperial father's wisdom and martial prowess, a mere rebel army is like a grasshopper after autumn. They won't be able to survive for more than a few days. If Imperial father has nothing else, then this subject will take his leave first. If there are any urgent reports from the front lines, this subject will report to Imperial father again. Li Tai cupped his hands and said, from the day the army left the capital, he was asked for leave. He was asked by Li Er from Yanhuang College back to Chong, and to be in charge of communications with the front line. He was quite interested in this, so he came back half-heartedly. However, what he was interested in was the first practical use of a new technology like the telegraph, not the situation at the front line. To put it bluntly, he was now a technical geek. All right then, Qingke, you've worked hard these days. Li Er saw that Li Tai's mind was not here, so he could only helplessly say, this son is not tired. Father, please rest early. This son will take his leave. Li Tai cupped his hands and took his leave. The three armies combined into one army, besieging the enemy and attacking reinforcements. The medicine master's actions are very much to my liking. I'd like to see how much power is hidden behind the three of you. After Li Tai left, Li Er lowered his head to look at the intelligence on the table and muttered to himself. Back then, he had indeed noticed the Chui family's disloyalty and had secretly made preparations. The reason why he did not nip the rebellion in the bud was mainly because he wanted to see how much power the Chui family had hidden in the dark, or how many people were willing to rebel with the Chui family. He wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He wanted to take this opportunity to wipe out all the remnants of the aristocratic families in one fell swoop. Li Jing's strategy of besieging the enemy and attacking reinforcements was exactly what he wanted. However, after this battle, Zhengzhou is bound to lose a large number of young and strong laborers, and the people's livelihood will wither. I'm afraid it will be difficult to fully recover in the next 10 years. What should we do? A moment later, a hint of worry appeared on Li Er's face as he sighed softly. Reporting to the general, the head chief has ordered the Black Armored Army and 150,000 provincial government troops to strictly guard the city and guard against the reinforcements from the Zheng family and the Chui family from Bowling. The head chief is leading 3 armies to travel through the night and will arrive before nightfall. The next day, a messenger rode a fast horse to the Black Armored Army's tent in the south of Guangqing County. He cupped his fists and reported to Duan Jishuan. When Duan Jishuan heard this, he suddenly stood up and said, You said that the rebels in the city have reinforcements near Zhengzhou. Is the information accurate? Obviously, he also realized that if the Chui family's rebels were to form a pincer attack, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. Reporting to the general, the head chief obtained the information from within Guangqing County, and it is extremely reliable. I hope the general can deal with it carefully. The messenger replied and then fainted immediately. He was really too tired after rushing all the way here on a fast horse. Quick! Someone come and help him to the tent to rest. Duan Jishuan hurriedly shouted outside the tent. Then, 2 soldiers came in and carried the messenger away. Duan Jishuan then ordered, Wu Feng, Zhang Chong, immediately send out scouts to scout along the south of Zhengzhou. If you find the enemy, come back immediately and report to me. Yes, sir. The 2 generals cupped their fists and immediately left. Duan Jishuan thought for a moment and followed them out of the tent. Someone, prepare the horses and follow me to the East Gate camp. Hiya! Hiya! Quick! 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 Follow me. Everyone behind me. We must reach Guangqing County before nightfall. On the official road in the north of Shuzhou, an army of more than 10,000 people was galloping. The general in front was riding a war horse and the soldiers behind were chasing after him. "Hey, I heard that the 300,000 soldiers in Guangxing County were surrounded by 150,000 soldiers outside the city. If you ask me, that Cui Quan is really useless. If I were to lead the army, I would definitely kill the imperial army." Hehe. Next to the army, there was a small group of people who were not wearing military armor. They were all holding strange weapons, and their appearance was even more unrestrained. They were dressed rather casually, as if they were not going to the battlefield, but rather to attend some grand event. They were the Jianghu experts that the Cui and Zheng families had been keeping all these years. The rest of them were the secret guards of the Cui and Zheng families. Who would have thought that the two families would hide their troops in Shuzhou, which was south of Zhengzhou? "Hey, Iron Fist Wang, you are really shameless. I heard that the imperial court had sent the black armored army this time. With your mediocre skills, I don't think you can last more than 3 rounds with the black armored army." Another shifty-eyed man chuckled. "Bah, Hua Xiajian, if you say one more word, do you believe that I will cut off your manhood so that you can go and harm other people's maidens? Hey, 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 what a joke. What a joke. Brother Iron Fist, don't mind me." In Guangxing County, since yesterday, when the commoners knew that the army was outside the city, there were more and more people who were dissatisfied with the Cui family in private. But because the provincial governor's troops had not only strengthened the city's defense, they had also increased the patrols in the city. They had also caught a few groups of people who were spreading rumors. So the commoners did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. As the saying goes, if you do not explode in silence, you will perish in silence. Some things, the more oppressed, the more they would rebound. The longer the silence, the stronger the rebound would be. For example, the public opinion. A formless anger was brewing in Guangxing County. However, those who were still immersed in their dreams of killing their way out of Guangxing County did not feel this anger. Sigh. Now that the imperial court's army has surrounded Guangxing County, but the Cui family is still dreaming of dominating the city. It's fine if they are dreaming, but it has caused us, the commoners, to suffer. In a few more days, when the imperial court's reinforcements arrive, they will attack the city. And us, the new soldiers guarding the city gate, will definitely die. On the east side of Guangxing County, Lu Rengue looked at the densely packed military tents and sighed deeply. And behind him on his right, there was a soldier holding a javelin in his hand. When the guard heard this, his face twitched imperceptibly. However, due to his fear of the general in the camp, he did not say anything. Seeing Lu Rengue shake his head and turn to leave, he finally could not help but say, "Brother Run, please wait." "Oh, it's Captain Wang of the 6th Battalion. Just now, you didn't hear anything, right?" Lu Rengue's face flashed with a trace of surprise, followed by fear. He carefully probed. That soldier shook his head and said, "The wind was strong just now. I didn't hear anything." Lu Rengue heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, that's good. That's good. Captain Wang, why did you call me?" Actually, he had purposely said those words in front of this person. And this Captain Wang's background, he had already investigated clearly. His name was Wang Lang, the son of the Wang family village outside the city. A month ago, he was captured and used some unknown method to become the captain of the 9th Battalion's 6th Battalion. He was also quite popular among his subordinates. More importantly, the Wang family village outside the city had been bullied by the Cui family for many years. This was also the main reason why Lu Rengue dared to say those taboo words in front of Wang Lang. Come, Brother Ren, let's talk here." Wang Lang carefully pulled Lu Rengue to the corner of the city wall and asked softly, "Brother Ren, let's not beat around the bush. Just now you said that there will be reinforcements from the imperial court, and when the reinforcements arrive, they will attack the city. Is that true?" You don't have to worry. I will never tell anyone what you said to me. I, Wang Lang, swear to the heavens." Lu Rengue originally wanted to humbly decline a few more words to prevent this kid from getting suspicious, but after hearing Wang Lang's honesty, he simply said, "Brother Wang, Since you said so, then I won't hide it from you. What I said just now was actually accidentally heard from our adjunct Huang. He also said that when the imperial court's army attacks the city, he will send us, the new soldiers, to our deaths. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Rengue returned to his position and continued to stand guard. How is it? Joining the army? Is it done? Old Feng asked sneakily. Hey, is there a need to ask? This should be the 12th one, right? It's almost enough. Chapter 1327. Right now, the public opinion of Guangxing County was like a ticking time bomb. What Lu Rengue was doing right now was to collect these ticking time bombs and wait for a specific time to detonate them all at the same time, blowing up a crack in this impregnable city. Many things looked impenetrable from the outside, but from the inside, they might be easily broken. Reporting to the Grand General, the scouts at the front discovered a large number of troops and a group of unidentified Jianghu people at the junction of Zhengzhou and Shuzhou. They are rushing towards us. At 5 past noon, a soldier rushed in from the Black Armored Army's tent in the south of the city and reported to Duan Jishuan. Oh, at this time, 50,000 unidentified troops suddenly appeared. They must be the reinforcements of the Cui and Jin families. As for those Jianghu people, they might be the retainers of these two families in recent years. Did you see how many of them there are? How long will it take to reach Guangxing County? Duan Jishuan's expression changed as he stood up. Replying to the Grand General, the other party has about 50,000 people. According to their marching speed, they will reach Guangxing County around 5. Then when will the Grand General Manager and the rest arrive? Duan Jishuan's expression changed slightly as he thought about it and asked again. According to the latest intelligence, the Grand General Manager's army is more than 30 miles away from Guangxing County. They will probably reach Guangxing County around 5. But the soldier suddenly became hesitant at the end. Duan Jishuan frowned and said, But what? But the Grand General Manager's army travels day and night. As far as I know, they only rested for less than 4 hours last night. The soldier cupped his fist and said. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to tell Duan Jishuan that even if the army led by Li Jing arrived, their combat power would probably be less than 10%. After all, they didn't really rest for a day and a night. Duan Jishuan's brows furrowed deeply. After pondering for a moment, he ordered, Wu Feng, Zheng Chong, the two of you go to the east and west camps respectively. Ask Ren Kan and Wang Yu to take 20,000 men each and go with me to stop the reinforcements of the Cui and Zheng families. Then, Grand General, if the rebels in the city take the opportunity to escape from the south gate, what should we do? The general to the left of Duan Jishuan cupped his fist and said, I will only bring 1,000 black armored troops with me. The remaining 2,000 will be led by the two of you. If the Cui family intends to escape from the south city gate, the 60,000 elites that you brought along with the head chief will be able to defeat them easily. Duan Jishuan said coldly. Wu Feng and Zheng Chong looked at each other, and then they cupped their fists and said in unison, Understood. Report the military situation here to the general director while you're at it. In the end, Duan Jishuan instructed. Here. Reporting to the 3 great-grandpas. The 2 young masters have sent a letter saying that our reinforcements have arrived 40 miles outside the city. In another 4 hours, we will reach the south of the city. Guangxing County Provincial Governor's Office. A soldier carrying a piece of paper hurriedly ran in and bowed. The reinforcements of the Cui and Zheng families this time were personally led by Cui Wenji and Zheng Shua's eldest grandsons, Cui Xin and Zheng Huijie. The troops carried carrier pigeons, so that they could send messages into the city at any time. This message was, of course, directed in one direction. Cui Xin and Zheng Huijie could use carrier pigeons to send messages into the city, but Cui Wenji and Zheng Shuwu could not use carrier pigeons to send messages to Cui Xin and the rest. This was because the army was constantly on the move, and carrier pigeons would only return to the home in their memories. Compared to that, the superiority of telegraphic messages was obvious. Good. When Shin'er and the rest arrive with their reinforcements, we will fight our way out from the South City Gate. With a pincer attack, I don't believe that we can't fight our way out. Chui Wenji got up and laughed. Chui Junchuo hesitated and said, Brother Wenji, the army has been on the move for a whole day. Why don't we let them rest for a night and fight again tomorrow? Chui Wenji nodded and said, Junchuo is right. Look at my brain. I'm probably old and confused. Once I get excited, I forget everything. The army is fatigued from the journey and should indeed rest for a night. In that case, we will attack again tomorrow. It's just that, how are we going to spread the news? When he said that, Chui Junchuo, Chui Wenji, and Zheng Shuwu were all in a dilemma. Previously, they had sealed the city so that Wei Zhang and Lu Rengui could not spread the news even if they wanted to. It was only after Li Yu came to manage the city that the situation changed. Now, Guangqing County was surrounded by the imperial court's army. Chui Junchuo and the rest finally experienced Wei Zhang and Lu Rengui's situation. For now, we can only wait for Huaijie and the rest to send another message and act according to their plan. If they choose to fight tonight, then we will go out of the city and fight. If they choose to rest for a night, then we will wait until tomorrow to lead the troops out of the city. After a long silence, Zhang Shuwu said helplessly, That's the only way. Reporting. Reporting to the chief steward, General Duan sent an urgent report. In the wilderness 30 miles west of Guangqing County, a huge army was advancing quickly. Suddenly, a knight in black armor came toward them. Li Jing quickly ordered the army to stop. The knight quickly got off his horse and cupped his fists. Read it, Li Jing said in a low voice. Reporting to the chief steward, General Duan found the reinforcements of the Chui and Zhang families 40 miles south of Guangqing County, as well as the martial arts experts and death warriors that the two families have raised. General Duan took 20,000 soldiers from the east and west gates and brought 1,000 black armored soldiers to ambush them. General Duan said that the chief steward and the rest must be tired after traveling through the night. When the time comes, we only need to help in the south of the city to stop the rebels from escaping. The black armored soldier cupped his fists and said, Defense was always more energy efficient than taking the initiative to attack. Duan Jishuan's arrangement was reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it. Bastard! What does Duan Jishuan mean? What do you mean by tired? He is looking down on us old generals. Motherf asterisk Kerr, you want to steal old Cheng's credit? Impossible. Chief Steward, I request for an order to bring 1,000 elites to stop the reinforcements of the Chui and Zheng families. When Chang Yaojin heard this, he was instantly furious. He cupped his fists at Li Jing and said angrily, Jijia, don't be rash. General Duan is right. The army has traveled for a day and night. The men and horses are tired. Qin Xiong pulled Chang Yaojin and stopped him. Li Jing frowned and did not say anything. After a while, he stretched out his hand and said, Give me the map. Yes. A soldier at the side quickly handed over the map. Li Jing opened it and pointed at a location on the map. He said to Chang Yaojin, Qin Xiong and Yojinda, The reinforcements of the Chui and Zheng families should be around Mi County, and they are less than 30 miles away from us. Since they are the last trump card of the Chui and Zheng families, their fighting strength cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, there are many martial arts experts and death warriors. I'm worried that Duan Jishuan's men are not their match. Jijia, you bring 5,000 elites and support Duan Jishuan. When the time comes, you will act according to the situation. After I stabilize the defense line at the 3 gates of Guangqing County, I will bring people to support you. Chang Yaojin laughed when he heard this. Ha! Good. Don't worry, head chief. I, old Chang, will kill all the rebels. Qin Xiong said anxiously, Manager, it's easy for Jijia to take risks. I will go with him. Guangqing County has you and Jinda, so there shouldn't be any accidents. When Chang Yaojin heard that, his face fell. However, Qin Xiong was talking about him, so he did not dare to talk back. Li Jing thought about it and said, That's great. A moment later, Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin chose 5,000 elites from the 60,000 army and rushed towards Mi County. We will be able to see Guangqing County in an hour. Huaijie, should we find a secluded place outside the city to rest for the night or launch an attack directly? On the road north of Mi County, the reinforcements of the Chui and Zheng families were rushing. Chui Shen, who was at the front, opened his mouth. Zheng Huijie rubbed his thighs that were almost scraped open. He had always been a spoiled brat, so he had never suffered so much. If it weren't for the Zheng family's crisis, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to come here personally. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Why don't we launch the attack tomorrow? The soldiers have walked for a day and should be tired." Chui Shen nodded and said, "That's good. I will send someone to send a message to grandfather." The army continued to move forward. At this moment, there was a mountain path in front of them. The mountain path was not very narrow and could allow 4 horses to walk side by side. The hills on both sides were not very steep and there was a dense forest growing on the hills. "Young master, please tell the army to be on high alert and be careful of an ambush." An old man beside Chui Shen, Wang Tai Shou, who had said that he would lead the army to kill the black armored army, came to Chui Shen's side and said solemnly. Chui Shen frowned. "Ambush? At this time they will ambush me. Kang! 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 Kill!" Before Chui Shen could finish his sentence, countless soldiers suddenly rushed down from the hills on both sides. They held Mo swords in their hands and charged toward the Chui and Zheng armies with an indomitable will. "Ambush! Draw your swords and fight. Remember to maintain the formation," Wang Tai Shou shouted. Then, he and a few other experts surrounded Chui Shen and Zheng Huijie in the middle to protect them. The 2 armies soon engaged in battle. As they did not know where the enemy came from and whether they would have any reinforcements, Chui Shen and Zheng Huijie ordered the army to advance as they fought. They planned to get out of this mountain path first and get rid of the terrain that was disadvantageous to them. Soon they saw the mountain path. Once they got out of this mountain path, there would be a vast plain in front of them. At that time, they would be able to fight the enemy head-on. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Chui Shen and his army were about to get out of the mountain path, everyone suddenly felt the ground tremble. Then, a group of black armored cavalry appeared on the plain outside the mountain path. They were emitting a strong and cold murderous aura, like a group of death knights from hell. "Black armored army? Young master, it's the black armored army. But why are the black armored troops here?" Wang Tai Shou said with a face full of fear. Chapter 13:28. 2 in 1 chapter. Black armored troops. Isn't the black armored troops stationed outside of Guangqing County? Why are they here? When Chui Shen and Zheng Huijie heard that the enemy was the black armored troops, their faces turned green with fear. The black armored troops were known for their unparalleled combat prowess. The 2 of them had never been on the battlefield before, but this was their first encounter with the black armored troops. How could they not be terrified? "Young masters, there is no need to worry. The black armored troops only have about 1,000 men. Let the experts from the Hall of Worship and the men of sacrifice from the Kamikaze Battalion meet them. As for the troops on both sides of the mountain path, let the shadow guards deal with them. If we can take down 1,000 black armored troops, the south side of Guangqing County will be defenseless. At that time, we will have a better chance of rescuing old grandfather and the rest." Taizhou Wang was also panicking at the start. However, when he saw the number of black armored troops, he calmed down and tried to persuade them. "Hall of Worship Wang is right. Let's do as he says." At this moment, Chui Shen and Zheng Huijie were in a state of being out of their wits. Iron Hand Wang's words were like a life-saving straw, letting them see some hope, so they desperately climbed up this life-saving straw. "Yes, young master." Taizhou Wang clasped his hands and shouted, "Brothers from the Hall of Worship and the men of sacrifice, follow me to meet the black armored troops." "Yes." Following a chorus of voices, hundreds of Jianghu people dressed in various colors rushed out from the army. Together with 3,000 to 4,000 warriors dressed in black, they charged straight at the black armored troops. "You are courting death. Listen to my command. Charge with me." Duan Jishuan saw that the opposing army dared to take the initiative to meet the black armored troops head-on. He roared angrily and urged his horse forward. With a lance in one hand, he charged forward at an even faster speed. "Kill! 1,000 black armored troops roared in unison and charged forward. The war horses neighed and their shouts shook the heavens. The hall of worship and the men of sacrifice from the Chui and Zheng families felt that it was not 1,000 men charging at them, but tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. This was the unparalleled black armored troops. After so many years of training, the black armored troops of today was much better than the black armored troops of Li World. Bang bang bang. Duan Jishuan's warhorse sent countless soldiers from the Chui and Zheng families flying. Wang Taizhou panicked when he saw this. He said to the two people beside him, Chu Xiaofeng, Hua Xiajian, you two come with me to deal with Duan Jishuan. Ah, Iron Fist Wang. You're sending us to our deaths. I'm not going. Hua Xiajian mocked as he swung his sword to block the black armored troops around him. Wang Taizhou panicked and shouted angrily, Hua Xiajian, can you be a little more mature? With us 3 great grandmasters working together, would we still be afraid of a single Duan Jishuan? If we don't capture him first, our formation will be disrupted by him alone. At that time, no one will be able to survive. Humph. All right then. Hua Xiajian's expression changed. Moments later, he sent a flying kick towards one of the black armored troops who was about to attack him. He then turned his head towards Wang Taizhou and snorted angrily. Humph! Duan Jishuan, your opponents are the 3 of us. Just as Duan Jishuan was killing as if he was invincible. Suddenly, 3 masters wielding swords and sabers came flying towards him. 3 martial Dao grandmasters. The Chui and Zheng families are really generous. Duan Jishuan frowned. He felt that this was going to be tricky. He had only just entered the martial Dao grandmaster realm a few years ago. He could fight and kill enemies, but in a one-on-one fight, he was definitely no match for these 3 grandmasters. However, with the enemy before him, even if he could not win, he had to fight. Duan Jishuan slapped his horse's back and soared into the sky, dodging the fatal blows from 2 grandmasters. Then, he used his lance to stab the 3rd grandmaster, Wang Tieshou's chest. His speed was as fast as lightning, and so was the situation on the battlefield. Previously, it was 3 against 1, but in the blink of an eye, one of the 3 was about to be killed. Duan Jishuan had been on the battlefield for many years. Unlike these Jianghu ruffians, he paid the most attention to killing efficiency. His moves looked simple, but often the simplest move was the fiercest killing move. His lance moved forward without hesitation. Wang Taizhou was in the air and had no time to dodge. Ah! Duan Jishuan! How dare you! At the moment of life and death, Wang Taizhou roared. His hair moved without wind. He channeled his strength into his sword and swung it to block the sure-kill lance. Clang! There was a sharp sound of metal clashing as the sword and lance clashed together. But at this moment, there was a cracking sound. What shocked Wang Taizhou was that the long sword that he had always regarded as a treasure actually had a crack on it. Duan Jishuan sneered. Humph! To think that ordinary iron would dare to block this general's lance. Go to hell. With a crack, the long sword in Wang Tieshou's hand suddenly split into 2 halves. Duan Jishuan's lance continued to stab at Wang Tieshou's chest. Humph! Duan Jishuan, it's not that easy to kill me. Wang Taizhou growled. Then, he did something that made everyone speechless. He actually used both hands to grab Duan Jishuan's lance. Clang! Just when the onlookers thought that there would be the sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh, there was a sound of metal clashing on the horse lance. Duan Jishuan's horse lance was actually blocked by Iron Hand Wang with his bare hands. Heh! Duan Jishuan, now you know why the Jianghu people call me Taizhou, right? What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Wang Taizhou sneered and shouted at Hua Xiajian and Chu Xiaofeng. Master Wang, we're here to help you. As long as we kill Duan Jishuan today, the 3 of us will be famous all over the world. Ha! Chu Xiaofeng laughed and slashed with his sword. Hua Xiajian was not willing to be left behind. He also hurried over to help. Duan Jishuan frowned. He wanted to injure one of the grandmasters when they were not prepared. Then, he would go and stall for time with the other 2 grandmasters. After all, the grandmasters were too powerful. If he did not hold them back and let them kill him, the black armored army might lose a few hundred men. But now that his sneak attack did not work, the enemy must be prepared. He would have to face the pressure of the three grandmasters head-on. It was no different from suicide. Half an hour ago, Guangxing County Provincial Governor's Mansion. Reporting to the two grandmasters. A portion of the soldiers from the three directions outside the city have been transferred to the south of Guangxing County. A provincial government soldier hurriedly ran into the main hall of the provincial governor's office and reported. What? To the south of Guangxing County? Isn't that where our reinforcements are? Cui Wenji stood up and said. Pan Jinue thought for a while and said, Grandmasters, could it be that they have discovered the traces of our reinforcements and sent their soldiers to stop them from reaching Guangxing County? Zhang Shuwu nodded and said, Yes, it's very likely. Duan Jishuan scouts are the best in the world. It shouldn't be difficult for them to discover that our reinforcements are from Shuzhou. Cui Junchuo looked at the soldier and asked, Let me ask you, how many soldiers have been transferred to the east, west, and south gates? The messenger cupped his fists and replied, In reply to Taigong, I can't see the exact number. However, about 20 to 30,000 soldiers have been deployed from the east and west gates. As for the south gate, it seems that more than 1,000 black armored soldiers have been deployed there. Cui Junchuo's eyes lit up and said, More than 1,000? That means there are only about 2,000 black armored army left at the south gate? Wenji Shuwu, the east and west gates are still there. But there are only about 2,000 black armored army left at the south gate. Although the black armored army's combat power is unparalleled, they won't be able to withstand the combined attack of 300,000 soldiers. We will concentrate on breaking through the south gate and then rendezvous with the reinforcements brought by Shen'er and Huaijie. Cui Wenji thought for a while and saw Zhang Shuwu nodding. He replied, All right, we will transfer most of the soldiers and break through the south gate. If the other two gates send reinforcements to the south gate, we will lead the rest of the soldiers to escape from the east and west gates. He was indeed an old fox. This was what it meant to attack in the east and attack in the west. Cui Junchuo nodded and said, That's the best. Zhenyue. Cui Quan. Go and make the arrangements quickly. Half an hour later, the south gate of Guangxing County opened. Cui Quan led 150,000 soldiers and the guards stationed at the south gate and charged towards the 2,000 black armored army outside the city. Soldiers, we are the black armored army. We will win. Kill! Duan Jishuan's lieutenant, Wu Feng, roared and led the black armored army to charge forward. Pay attention to the formation. Don't fall behind. Duan Jishuan's other lieutenant, Zhang Chong, shouted from behind. Reporting. Lord Pacifier, the rebel army has found out that the south gate is empty. Cui Quan led 100,000 soldiers and charged out from the south gate. I don't think the black armored army can hold on for much longer. East City Gate, Central Army Tent. The messenger hurriedly ran in and bowed to Ren Ken. What? The rebel army has left the city? Ren Ken was shocked and immediately became anxious. He said, There are only 2,000 black armored troops at the south gate. Although the black armored troops have unparalleled battle prowess, how can they fight against the hundreds of thousands of rebels in the city? Men, quickly, gather the soldiers and reinforce the black armored army. Lord Pacifier, you can't do that. You can't do that. A middle-aged officer to the left of Ren Ken hurriedly stood up to stop him. Cui Junchuo has only mobilized a few 100,000 soldiers this time. The other few 100,000 soldiers are obviously still waiting for an opportunity to make their move. Once we send too many people to the south gate, the main force of the rebels will definitely escape from the east gate. At that time, the ones who let Cui Junchuo and Pan Jinue go will be us. Lord Pacifier, please think twice before you act. Ren Ken frowned and said coldly, Captain Meng, in your opinion, should we stay put and watch as the black armored army is annihilated and the Cui family escapes from the south gate? You must know that the black armored army is the army that His Majesty values the most. If His Majesty finds out that we watched the black armored army being destroyed without doing anything, then our sins will be even greater. Captain Meng was speechless. He clasped his fist and said, Lord Pacifier, Lord Pacifier, Pacifier, there are currently 55,000 soldiers guarding the east and west city gates. We can only deploy 5,000 soldiers each to reinforce the black armored troops. This way, we won't weaken the defense of the east and west city gates by much. Moreover, with 2,000 black armored troops and 10,000 prefecture soldiers, even if we lose, we won't lose so quickly. Now, we just have to see if Butler Lee's army can arrive before the 2,000 black armored army is completely defeated. Other than that, we have no other choice. Ren Kan's brows furrowed. He lowered his head and fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and said, Captain Meng, immediately take 5,000 elite soldiers and go to the south gate to support the black armored troops. Also, send someone to the west gate to inform Wang Yu. Yes, Lord. The middle-aged general replied loudly and left the tent. At the south gate, the two armies were engaged in a fierce battle. The black armored army lived up to their reputation as the heavy armored cavalry. Even in the face of hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers, they were not completely defeated. The 2,000 black armored army formed a long snake formation. With their strong charging force and armor, they charged through the rebel army several times. Chui Quan's army of hundreds of thousands had already lost at least 20,000 soldiers. Most of them were killed by the fully armored horses. However, the black armored army had also paid a heavy price. After a few charges, they had lost more than 300 soldiers. This made Wu Feng and Zheng Chang's hearts ache. Those who were able to join the black armored army were all elite soldiers who could fight against 100 soldiers. Set up your formation and surround the black armored army. Chui Quan roared, and the remaining 100,000 soldiers, under the command of their respective captains, formed an encirclement and surrounded the black armored troops. Without an open space, the black armored army could not charge forward. They were like caged beasts. Kill! From all directions, the rebel soldiers wielded long spears and charged towards the black armored troops. Without their advantage in speed, the black armored army could only raise their swords to defend themselves. But as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Under such a dense encirclement, many of the black armored army were dismounted. Bang! 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 Kill! Suddenly, 2 armies of thousands of soldiers appeared from the east and west. The rebel army panicked. Wu Feng made a prompt decision and shouted, Charge out from the east! Kill! Soon, the eastern side of the rebel army's encirclement was attacked from both inside and outside. It did not take long for a gap to be torn open. The black armored army was finally able to charge forward again. Together with the 10,000 soldiers, they started to fight the rebel army again. However, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers that Chui Quan brought with him were not just a motley crew. There were also 20,000 Chui family's shadow guards. Coupled with the fact that there were so many of them, the black armored army and the 10,000 soldiers from the provincial government showed signs of defeat. Hee. Looks like we've won. We can leave Guan City from the south gate now. On the city gate tower, Chui Junchuo heaved a long sigh of relief after she saw the situation of the battle below. Bang! 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 Soldiers, follow me. We're going to save the black armored army. Just when Chui Junchuo thought that the situation was settled, a black mass of soldiers suddenly rushed out from the wilderness to the west. The leader was a large number of people holding long lances, riding horses and galloping towards them. Niu Jinda? Li Jing? How is that possible? Chapter 1329. Chui Junchuo, Chui Wenji, Zhang Shuwu, Pan Jinyue, and the rest were devastated when they saw Li Jing and Niu Jinda leading at least 60,000 soldiers to the south gate. Just a moment ago, they were still overjoyed that they had won the battle and could finally break out of the encirclement. However, the army led by Li Jing and Niu Jinda had extinguished the flames of hope in their hearts. The 2,000 black armored troops and 10,000 prefecture soldiers had already caused them such heavy losses. Now that the Tang military god was leading 60,000 soldiers, how were they supposed to fight back? In terms of reputation, Li Jing was much more powerful than the black armored troops. The Tang military god had never lost a single battle since his debut. Chui Quan was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. He looked at the tanned and thin veteran who called himself Old Nyo and was shocked. Could this be Langi County's Old Nyo Jinda? Then, wouldn't the army he brought be the elites from the capital? Who would be able to withstand this? Reinforcements are here. Generals, listen up. Follow me and kill. Kill every last one of them. Wu Feng was overjoyed when he saw the army coming from the west. He shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Hearing that the reinforcements were here, the black armored troops' morale was boosted, and they charged even more fiercely at the rebels. At this moment, Nyo Jinda had already led his soldiers over. As soon as they came into contact, 4 to 5 rebels were sent flying by him. Then, he swung his sword left and right, and more than a dozen soldiers were killed by his sword in an instant. He was unparalleled in bravery. Roar! Kill! 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 Although the army behind Nyo Jinda had been traveling for a day and a night, and their bodies were extremely tired, they still couldn't help but feel their blood boil when they saw this scene. Their bodies were instantly filled with a primordial energy, and they forgot all their fatigue and launched a fearless charge. To Chui Quan, the current situation on the battlefield could be said to have taken a sudden turn for the worse. Very soon, his army of over 100,000 was scattered and utterly defeated. Beat the gongs to retreat. Quick! Beat the gongs to retreat. Order everyone to return to the city immediately. Chui Junchuo, who was watching the battle from the city gate tower, hurriedly ordered. Chui Wenji and Zhang Shuwu looked at each other, shook their heads, and said nothing. Obviously, they also thought that Chui Quan's men couldn't defeat Li Jing's men. Yes, a soldier rushed out hurriedly. Clang, clang, clang. Not long after, a sound similar to the sound of a gong sounded from the city gate tower. It was written in Sun's Han army, Sun Zi's Han army. Advance at the sound of the drum, sound, sound, retreat. East, west, north, 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 east, 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 west, north, 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 and central, central. Because technology was west, west, and west, west, yong, west, 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 soon west. When the Sunday were, when Sun, Li heard the after Wang heard the Sun, army, and Sun and Wang sounded Sun heard of the retreat, Yai and retreat. Sun, wait. Fong. When this heard the sound of the this, to, the when twos to s, he didn't have the courage to fight against a famous general of the Great Tang like Nyo Jinda, much less win. If he could retreat, he would do so with all his might. Commandant, why do you want our 2 battalions to bring up the rear? A young general roared unwillingly. Commandant Song, this is an order. Chui Quan looked at the young general coldly and said, the rest of the soldiers, listen to my order. Retreat. Retreat into the city. After saying that, he turned his horse around and took the lead to escape. The remaining 100,000 rebels hurriedly followed behind Chui Quan and ran toward the city gate. Although the thousands of soldiers in the 13th and 14th battalions were unwilling, they could only stay behind to stop the imperial court's army. The rebels on the battlefield were getting fewer and fewer. Not long after, only these 2 battalions were left. Just as the commandants of these 2 battalions were about to bring their troops back to the city, they saw that the wooden bridge over the moat had been put away, and the city gate was gradually closing. Ah! Chui Quan, you'll die a horrible death. When Commandant Song saw this, he knew that his 2,000 men had been abandoned. He immediately let out an indignant roar. At this moment, Nyo Jinda had already surrounded the 2,000 men with his army. He said coldly, put down your weapons and surrender immediately, then I might spare your lives. Thank you, General Nyo. We surrender. We surrender. Hearing this, the rebels put down their weapons without hesitation. Since Chui Quan was using them as cannon fodder, what was there to hesitate about? Take them away. Nyo Jinda waved his hand, and the soldiers took the captives away. At this moment, Nyo Jinda looked at Chui Junchuo and the others on the city gate tower and shouted, Chui Junchuo, you've committed treason and disregarded the imperial court's favor. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll die without a complete corpse. Cui Junchuo was disheartened. Li Jing and Niu Jinda's appearance made him lose all hope of winning. However, things had already come to this. If he retreated, he would die. If he advanced, he would also die. There was no turning back. Niu Jinda, it's impossible for me, Cui Junchuo, to surrender. There are still 200,000 men in the city. If you and Li Jing want to attack the city, then come at me. Cui Junchuo's eyes flashed with viciousness. Even if there was no chance of winning, he would drag the entire city down with him. Humph! Old bastard. You really don't know what's good for you. Niu Jinda said angrily. All right, Jinda, quickly clean up the battlefield. Then, bring the rest of the black armored troops to support Shu Bao and Jijia. Leave this to me. At this moment, Li Jing walked up and patted Niu Jinda on the shoulder before speaking softly. Oh, okay. I'll do it now. Niu Jinda was shocked. Only then did he remember that there were still 2 armies fighting in the south. He cupped his fists in response and quickly went to find the black armored troops. In the southern suburbs of Guangxing County, the 50,000 shadow guards from the Cui and Zheng families and the 40,000 soldiers from Duanjishuan had suffered heavy casualties. However, the shadow guards from the Cui and Zheng families still had the upper hand. As for Duanjishuan's black armored troops, the Cui and Zheng families' hall of worship and camp of sacrifice, the situation was even more one-sided. More than half of the black armored troops were either dead or injured. As for Duanjishuan himself, he was severely injured. His light armor was stained with blood from both the enemy and himself. It could be said that if the battle continued like this, the people that Duanjishuan had brought with him would be completely annihilated. So what if the black armored troops were brave and powerful? The hall of worship of the Cui and Zheng families were all elite fighters. As for the camp of sacrifice, they were all assassins who were not afraid of death. In terms of combat power, the black armored troops were not that strong. Moreover, the enemy outnumbered them by a few times. Hey, black armored troops? Didn't you say that 3,000 black armored troops could defeat 100,000 soldiers? Why is the general of the black armored troops so weak? Wang Taizhou threw a punch at Duanjishuan and sent him crashing to the ground. This man did not know the saying that all villains die because they talk too much. So, he wanted to mock them and show off his strength. Duanjishuan supported himself with his lance and stood up unsteadily. He looked at Wang Taizhou and said coldly, "The black armored troops' reputation is not for trash like you to judge. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant when my reinforcements arrive." Haha, reinforcements? If you have reinforcements, why are they taking so long? Why don't you call for your reinforcements to come quickly? Wang Taizhou sneered. In this battle, although it was 3 evolved Jing masters against 1, all 3 of them were injured. At this time, he had a stomach full of anger. Now that he had beaten Duan Xuanji to the ground with great difficulty, of course he wanted to show off his prestige as the victor. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the mountain. Wang Taizhou, Cui Xin, Zheng Huaijie, and the rest were shocked. "Oh no, their reinforcements are here," Cui Xin said in a panic. "Ha! How dare the remnants of the noble families resist the imperial army? Soldiers, charge with me. Old Chang, kill every last one of them." Chang Yaojin held a lance in his hand and took the lead to rush over. Kill, kill, kill. The 5,000 elites that Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong had brought with them also charged forward. Damn it, they really have reinforcements. Then you can go to hell first. Wang Tieshou's face darkened. He cursed himself for saying such a thing. He used his leg to pick up a saber beside a dead soldier and slashed it at Duanjishuan's neck with one hand. "Ha! How dare you, old man!" At the crucial moment, Chang Yaojin roared and threw out the stallion in his hand. His target was Iron Hand Wang. Wang Taizhou did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly dodged, and the lance stabbed into the ground. It was obvious how powerful Chang Yaojin's attack was. Whoosh! In just a short while, Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong had arrived and stood in front of Duan Jishuan. General Duan, take care of yourself. Leave these three to me and Jijia. Qin Qiong looked at Duan Jishuan and said. Duan Jishuan clasped his fist and said, Thank you, General Qin. Thank you, General Chang. Chang Yaojin laughed. Hey, little Duan. Next time you encounter something like this, don't force yourself. You're a good fighter. If you die in the hands of these idiots, it won't be worth it. Duan Jishuan was immediately choked by this shameless old man. All right, Jijia. Focus on the enemy first. Qin Qiong pulled out his sword and looked at the three grandmasters in front of him. All right. Haha. Today, I can finally show my skills. The three of you old men, come at me together. Chang Yaojin picked up the lance that was inserted into the ground and laughed loudly. Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, Wang Taizhou, Chu Xiaofeng, and Hua Xiajian's pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with shock. Hey, cut the crap. Today, none of you can leave. Chang Yaojin did not waste any more time. He shouted and charged forward with his lance. Chapter 1330. Clang, clang, clang. On the mountain path, Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong fought the three grandmasters from the Cui and Zheng families together. The sound of weapons clashing echoed throughout the valley. Although in terms of overall strength, Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong were weaker than Wang Taizhou, Chu Xiaofeng, and Hua Xiajian in the previous battle with Duan Jishuan, each of them had expended a lot of their qi and suffered some injuries. Although those injuries were not fatal, they were unable to maintain their peak condition. It was because of these reasons that Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong could fight the three grandmasters without losing. On the other side, with the addition of the 5,000 elites brought by Chang Yaojin, the shadow guards of the Cui and Zheng families were gradually losing. The scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the imperial court. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was gradually turning dark. Of the three grandmasters from the Cui and Zheng families, one was dead and two were injured. Chu Xiaofeng was dead, and only Wang Taizhou and Hua Xiajian were left struggling to hold on. The two of them could not hold on for much longer. On the other hand, less than 10,000 of the Cui family's 50,000 shadow guards were left. All of them were injured, and the battle was coming to an end. Cui Xin and Zheng Huijie were watching from the side. They were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Huijie, our shadow guards can't hold on for much longer. Why don't we run? Cui Xin said with a pale face. He was afraid of death. He had not lived long enough. Gulp. Zheng Huijie swallowed and hesitated. Okay, let's run now and hide in the forest on both sides of the mountain path. Even if they find out that we have escaped, it won't be easy for them to find us. After that, the two young masters of the aristocratic families led a few guards and began to sneak toward the side of the mountain. Dong, dong, dong. Just then, the sound of horses galloping came from outside the mountain path. A moment later, the clan people saw a group of black-armored knights galloping toward them. Shubao Jijia. Jinda is here to help. Niu Jinda urged the warhorse beneath him to gallop over at a high speed. Black-armored troops. Black-armored troops again. The Cui and Zheng families are done for. When Wang Taizhou saw Lai Jun clearly, he suddenly felt a wave of despair and said with a painful expression. At this time, he was truly in despair. He even wanted to give up resisting. Quick, run. Another group of black-armored troops is here. Cui Xin heard the commotion at the entrance of the mountain path. When he took a closer look, he was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly urged Zheng Huijie and the guards around him to speed up. Jinda, don't worry about us for now. Those two should be the young masters of the Cui family and the Zheng family. Capture them. Don't let them escape. Qin Qiong had already noticed Cui Xin and Zheng Huijie, who were surrounded by a group of people trying to escape. He hurriedly said to Niu Jinda, who was running over. Good. I'll go and capture those two kids right now. Niu Jinda looked in the direction Qin Qiong was pointing at, and then he shouted and urged his warhorse to gallop towards Cui Xin and Zheng Huijie. Young master, hurry up and leave. Someone was chasing after them. I'll help you block them for a while. One of the guards beside Cui Shen saw Niu Jinda galloping over and said. Then he turned around with a solemn expression and went to meet the enemy with his weapon. Go, go. All of you go and block that person. The Cui family will help you take care of your family. Cui Shen panicked and hurriedly shouted at the rest of the guards beside him. Yes, young master. The guards looked at each other, and a trace of despair flashed in their eyes. They cupped their hands and turned to rush out. Hey, you think you can stop me with just the few of you? Niu Jinda snorted coldly and did not slow down at all. He continued to gallop towards these few soldiers. These few soldiers did not see Niu Jinda move, but their weapons were already sent flying by the lance in Niu Jinda's hand, and they were also pushed back by this huge force. Niu Jinda did not kill them. Instead, he went straight for Cui Shen and Zheng Huijie, who were running up the hill. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up with them. He jumped down from his horse and knocked the two unconscious without any effort. Cui Shen's guards wanted to go forward to rescue them, but they were surrounded by the prefecture soldiers who had rushed over. At this moment, Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong respectively found a flaw in Wang Taizhou and Hua Xiaojin's defense and killed them with a single blow. Two Grandmaster-level consecrators of the aristocratic families fell unwillingly just like that. The reinforcements of the Cui family and Zheng family who had not fallen saw that their young masters had been captured and that their top fighters had died. Instantly, they lost the motivation to continue fighting and put down their weapons, kneeling on the ground and surrendering. Seeing this, Qin Xiong decisively gave the order to quickly clean up the battlefield and then regroup with the main force. In this battle, the Cui family and Zheng family's consecrators were completely wiped out. Only 3,000 of the 50,000 secret guards were left, and they surrendered in the end. As for the imperial court, the black armored army suffered heavy losses. More than 500 war horses were lost, 512 soldiers were killed, and General Duan Jishuan was severely injured. Of the 40,000 prefecture soldiers, 3,568 were killed, and 5,032 were severely injured. All in all, it was a heavy loss. If Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin had not arrived in time, the losses would have been even worse, or even completely wiped out. Jishuan, you are recovering from your injuries. The military situation is urgent. You made the right choice. The black armored army suffered heavy losses mainly because we underestimated the hidden power of these aristocratic families. After returning to the central tent in the south of Guangqing County, Qin Xiong reported the situation to Li Jing. Duan Jishuan bowed to Li Jing and asked for forgiveness. Li Jing shook his head and comforted him gently. 3 grandmasters, hundreds of Qi transformation realm martial artists, and thousands of fearless men of sacrifice. With such a lineup, perhaps only the black armored army led by Duan Jishuan had the ability to fight against them. Although the black armored army suffered heavy losses in the end, Li Jing understood that it was not easy for them to fight to this extent with the military strength at that time. In the end, they had underestimated the strength and foundation of these millennium-old aristocratic families. Thank you, General Manager, for your mercy. Duan Jishuan saluted and then turned to leave with a sad face. In this battle he won, but he also lost. General Manager, the identity of these 2 boys has been verified. They are the eldest grandson of the Cui family in Bowling, Cui Shen, and the eldest grandson of the Zheng family in Xingyang, Zheng Huijie. How should we deal with them? Niu Jinda pointed at Cui Shen and Zheng Huijie on the ground and asked Li Jing. Li Jing thought for a moment and replied, Take them down and guard them well. When the time comes, bring them back to Chang and hand them over to His Majesty. Okay. Niu Jinda heard and nodded. Qin Xiong asked, General Manager, when are we attacking the city? When Li Jing heard this, he could not help but frown. He said in a deep voice, Although theoretically, our victory is already decided, and the Cui family probably knows this, they still want to resist stubbornly and even want to drag the entire city's people to be buried with them. Their thoughts can be said to be vicious. If we rashly attack the city, they will probably let the newly recruited young men and even some old and weak women and children go up to the city tower to defend the city. In this way, if we attack by force, countless innocent people will be injured. Once the battle ends, Zhengzhou will definitely be transferred to the people's livelihood, and it will not recover for 10 years. Therefore, the matter of attacking the city needs to be considered at length. I also have to report this to His Majesty. Let the soldiers rest for a night. Anyway, the rebel army in the city will not be able to escape for a while. Qinqiang frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, General Manager's words make sense. Then let's rest for a night. Li Jing's prediction was right. Cui Junchuo had the intention of dragging the entire city to be buried with him. When Ji, Shuwu, you don't have to have any more hope. Since Li Jing is here, the reinforcements brought by Cui Shen and Huai Jie must have all been killed. They can't possibly defeat Li Jing's scheme. In the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion, everyone's face was gloomy. The atmosphere in the hall was very oppressive, so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Cui Junchuo shakily stood up and let out a long sigh. No, I don't believe that my Huai Jie will die just like that. Zhang Shuwu shook his head with a pained expression. Cui Junchuo sighed and ignored him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shuwu suddenly stood up and walked quickly to Cui Junchuo's side. He grabbed his collar and said crazily, It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you, Cui Junchuo, had not charmed me with your words back then, how would the Zheng family have come to this point today? Cui Junchuo's body did not dare to move. Being pulled by Zhang Shuwu like this, he immediately had some difficulty breathing. He quickly shouted at Pan Jingyue beside him, Quick! Zhang Shuwu is crazy. Quickly capture him. Quick! What are you still standing there for? Pan Jingyue was originally hesitant, but seeing that Cui Junchuo was almost out of breath, he quickly waved his hand and ordered, Men! Capture old grandfather Zheng. Yes. Cui Junchuo, you dare to capture me? Zhang Shuwu was quickly captured by the guards. He looked at Cui Junchuo in disbelief and asked, Humph, why wouldn't I dare? Quick, take him away. Cui Junchuo said angrily. Now that the Cui and Zhang family's reinforcements had been annihilated by Li Jing's men, he no longer needed to rely on the Zhang family, so he naturally did not need to spoil Zhang Shuwu anymore, because the entire army in Guanqing County was his Cui family's people. Cui Junchuo, you're ungrateful. You'll die a horrible death. Cui Junchuo was quickly taken away, leaving behind a wave of vicious curses. Cui Wenji just watched and did not say a word from the beginning to the end because he could see the situation clearly. Jingyue, if Li Jing attacks the city later, let the new soldiers go up to defend the city. After the new soldiers are all dead, let the people in the city to defend the city. Even if the Cui family cannot win, I will make Li Jing lose a few teeth in Guanqing County. I will let the entire Guanqing County be buried with the Cui family. After a moment of silence, Cui Junchuo looked at Pan Jingyue and said word by word fiercely. After everyone in the hall heard this, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Chapter 1331. 2 in 1 chapter. After cleaning up the soldiers and counting the casualties, there were many more tents of various sizes in the open space in the south of Guanqing County. Li Jing's 60,000 elites from the capital were able to set up camp. The generals of the army in the east and west naturally came to visit Li Jing, the general manager of the Hunan Province Army, and report the situation of the war in the past 2 days. After receiving the generals, Taidan walked in and bowed. Chief Steward, I was on the celestial lamp just now. I used the binoculars to observe the situation in the city and found that the 3 city gates were heavily guarded. There were also some elderly and children among the guards in the south of the city. They were all captured by the Cui family to guard the city. Li Jing frowned and said angrily, Cui Junchuo, that old bastard, does he want all the people in the city to die with his Cui family? That's outrageous. At this time, he couldn't help but recall what Cui Junchuo said to Niu Jinda in the afternoon on the city gate tower. Niu Jinda, it's impossible for me, Cui Junchuo, to surrender. There are more than 200,000 soldiers in the city now. If you and General Manager Li want to attack the city, then come. Now it seemed that Cui Junchuo not only wanted to bury these 100,000 new soldiers with him, but also wanted all the people in the city to be his cannon fodder. That was simply insane. Yes, I know all of this. Iron Egg, you've been traveling day and night. Have an early rest. Iron Egg's grandfather and Li Jing were cousins. So strictly speaking, Iron Egg also had to call Li Jing granduncle. With this relationship, Li Jing was quite close to Iron Egg. Yes. Bruiser clasped his fists and left. In the tent, Li Jing closed his eyes and concentrated. After a while, he opened his eyes and wrote the situation here into a memorial. Then he asked someone to call Meng Wenhao and said, Meng Wenhao, send this letter to Chang'an City by telegram. Right now, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg had become the core members of the entire army. They were in charge of the army's communication with the outside world. The rescue of Guancheng relied on the unparalleled transmission speed of the telegraph machine. Li Jing had fought in wars all his life, but he had never been so comfortable as this time. Grasping first-hand information at the first moment allowed him to calmly make various tactical arrangements to deal with the changes in the situation on the battlefield. This was more efficient and useful than strategizing. He had already secretly made up his mind. After returning to the imperial court, he would definitely suggest to Li Er to build a telegraph machine. With this thing, it would be extremely convenient to fight in the future. Think about it. If an army had a telegraph machine in every camp, it could send their location and the deployment of the enemy's forces to the central tent in a timely manner. Then, he would be able to receive the news as soon as possible, formulate a strategy, and send the battle orders to the front line. Li Jing felt that it was impossible to lose such a war. Information was crucial to the direction of the war. Yes, Chief Steward. Meng Wenhao clasped his fists and was about to turn and leave when Li Jing called out to him again. Wenhao, contact little Yu and ask her how the situation in the city is. Yes. Beep, beep, beep. A series of long codes were sent to Chang'an City. Little fatty Li Tai was busy recording the codes. He was extremely busy. Similar to him, there was another person busy collecting the codes outside Chang'an City. It was Li Zishuan from Yunshan residence. Since the day the army set off, Li Zishuan had handed over the 2 remaining telegraph machines. He had made a few more telegraph machines. Because he knew all the codes and passwords used by the imperial court, Li Zishuan had also received a copy of all the telegrams that Meng Wenhao sent to the imperial court. Because of this, although Li Zishuan had never left Yunshan residence, he knew the situation at the front line like the back of his hand. However, only God knew if what he did was considered as stealing the imperial court's military secrets. Wife, go and tell grandmother and grandfather that the imperial court has won a great victory in Guan City. The Chui family is at the end of their rope. The monk is not in any danger for the time being. Tell them not to worry. After copying the codes, Li Zishuan quickly translated them. After reading the information, he found Han Yushi and said softly, Yes, yes. Han Yushi nodded. Then, she hesitated for a moment and asked, Husband, Iron Egg, is Iron Egg doing well over there? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Wife, don't worry. Iron Egg is with Uncle Li. He is safe. This time, he and Meng Wenhao have made a lot of contributions. When they return, His Majesty will reward them. Han Yushi heaved a sigh of relief and said, That's good, husband. I will go and find grandfather and grandmother. Yes, go. After watching Han Yushi leave, the smile on Li Zishuan's face disappeared. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, Chui Junshuo, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You know that you will lose, but you still use the lives of hundreds of thousands of young people in Zhengzhou to buy time for yourself. It's a pity that this time, it may not be as you wish. Imperial Palace. Li Tai sent the information he received to Li Er. After reading it, Li Er frowned and said coldly, What a vicious old man from the Chui family. The thing that worried him the most had happened. When he first learned that the Chui family had 300,000 soldiers, he was worried that after this battle, Zhengzhou would lose a large number of young people and their livelihood would wither. Now, he didn't expect that the Chui family would be even more vicious. They even wanted the old, weak women and children in the city to help defend the city. After taking 2 deep breaths, Li Er suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Li Tai and said, "Qin Ke, send a telegram to inform Li Jing. Ask him to send 2 groups of troops directly to Xinjiang and Bowling. Capture all the clansmen of the Zheng family in Xinjiang and the Chui family in Bowling. The collateral descendants will be directly exiled to Chongzhou, and the direct descendants will be escorted back to Chong. In addition, let him handle all the military affairs in the county as he sees fit. Under the premise of eliminating the rebels, try to reduce the casualties of the people in the city as much as possible." As Li Tai spoke, he asked the servants for a pen and paper to record at the side. In the end, Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Yes, sir. Tomorrow, I will go to the pagoda of Xingshan Temple and send the information to Supervisor Li." Xingshan Temple was built during the Sui dynasty and was the largest Buddhist temple in Chang'an. Although it wasn't as tall as Songyue Temple, it was still one of the taller buildings in Chang'an. In any case, it was already late at night and there was no need to rush to send out the information. Li Er nodded and said, Good. Then, Qin Ke, go back and rest early. Your son will take his leave." Li Tai cupped his hands and left, while Li Er sat on the dragon bed and fell into deep thought. Although the outcome of the Battle of Zhengzhou was already decided, Cui Junchuo's final counterattack made Old Li very uncomfortable. "Your Majesty, Li Junxian requests an audience." After an unknown period of time, an attendant walked in and carefully reported, "Oh, let him in." Li Er came back to his senses and hurriedly said. A moment later, Li Junxian walked in and was about to bow when Li Er waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so courteous. Why have you come to find us so late at night?" Li Junxian cupped his fists and said, "Replying to your Majesty, ever since the army went south to Zhengzhou, a total of 42 officials have tried to send pigeons to inform the Chui family and Zheng family, but the letters have all been intercepted by the cavalry. This subordinate has come today to ask your Majesty, how should we deal with these officials?" Li Er's face darkened and he expressionlessly said, "Do you have a list? Let us take a look." Li Junxian took out a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it over. "Your Majesty, please take a look. Chui Liang, Chui Chang, Zheng Shangguang bastards. A bunch of bastards. They eat from the emperor, but instead of sharing the emperor's burdens, they colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. These people have gone too far. Tonight, arrest all of them and hand them over to the Supreme Court, Ministry of Justice, and censorate for public trial." Looking at the familiar names on the paper, the anger in Li Er's heart grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he slammed the dragon table and exploded. Li Junxian's spirit was shaken and he solemnly said, "This general obeys the decree." Li Er's casual words set off a storm of blood in Chang'an City. At night, the doors of dozens of houses were opened by the cavalry department. The owners of 42 mansions were arrested almost at the same time. The screams, pleas, and shouts woke up many people who were sleeping soundly. However, no one dared to go out and check what was going on, because at this time, there were only 2 possibilities for such a huge commotion. One was that they were attacked by bandits, and the other was that the imperial court was arresting criminals. Regardless of the situation, it was not something that ordinary people could afford to offend. Most of the officials who heard the news were unable to continue sleeping. Everyone had a premonition that something big was about to happen in Chang'an City. Guanqing County, East Gate. A group of new soldiers were still guarding the city walls. "Brother Rin, do you have time?" "Brother, I have some matters to discuss with you." At this moment, Lu Rengue was leaning against the city wall and dozing off. Speaking of which, this fellow wasn't afraid of falling off the wall in his sleep. At this moment, someone patted him on the shoulder and said, Who? Oh, so it's Brother Wang Lang. Do you need something from me?" Lu Rengue woke up from his sleep and saw that the person who had come was the captain of the 6th platoon, Wang Lang, whom he had wanted to join a few days ago. He immediately perked up and greeted him. Wang Lang nodded and whispered, "Brother Run, can we talk in private?" Seeing his mysterious expression, Lu Rengue's eyes turned. There was no reason for him to refuse. Of course. Brother Wang Lang, follow this one. A few moments later, Lu Rengue led Wang Lang to a corner of the city wall. This place was rather remote, and under normal circumstances no one would come here. Brother Wang Lang, what do you need? Speak, Lu Rengue asked as he leaned against the wall. Wang Lang looked around and whispered, Brother Run, don't you think that Provincial Governor Pan and Commandant Chui are getting more and more overboard? Lu Rengue asked, curiously. Brother Wang Lang, what do you mean? Wang Lang said with a face full of resentment. Brother Run, don't you know about the battle in the south of the city today? At first, Commandant Chui's army did have the upper hand, but later on, Duke Wei Li Jing and Duke Niu Jinda of Langyi County led an army of 50 to 60,000. Commandant Chui was so scared that he fled in panic. It's fine if he fled, but he actually had the brothers of the 13th and 14th Battalions stay behind to cover his retreat. After the army retreated back to the city, he ordered his men to close the city gates, and the several thousand brothers of the 13th and 14th Battalions were all locked outside the city gates. Do you think Chui Quan is still human? In my opinion, he thinks that the 13th and 14th Battalions are all new recruits like us, so he doesn't care about us. What's even worse is that according to what I know, Chui Quan's men have started to capture some old, weak women and children to guard the south gate. Because of today's battle, more than half of the new recruits guarding the south gate were killed or injured. He's short of manpower. This guy is really a beast. In my opinion, if the army outside the city attacks later on, us new recruits will definitely be the first to die. If we're all dead, Chui Quan will definitely capture the citizens in the city and put them on the city walls. Bah! This son of a bitch is really a good-for-nothing. Hey, Brother Wang Lang, keep your voice down. If someone hears you, then we'll be in big trouble. Lu Rengue was overjoyed when he heard this, but he tried to persuade him out of good intentions. After talking for a long time, Wang Lang's heart was already burning with anger. He wanted to smash the pot to smithereens. So what if they hear me? At worst, I'll die. If this continues, I'll die sooner or later. Although my family doesn't live in the city, I have many relatives in the city. If Chui Quan captures my relatives and puts them on the city walls to guard the city one day, how do you think I should face them? How much do they hate me? Lu Rengue looked at him sympathetically and said, Brother Wang Lang, calm down first. Being angry won't solve the problem. Actually, Chui Quan is just a lackey of the Chui family. The reason why he did so is because the Chui family ordered him to do so. The Chui family is now able to cover the sky with one hand in Guangqing County. Although they can't defeat the army outside the city, but dealing with the citizens below is still easy. Wang Lang said angrily, When I was young, my father told me to study hard. If I can become a hanger-on of the Chui family in the future, then I'll bring glory to my ancestors. Now it seems that I'm lucky that I didn't study hard at that time. Otherwise, if I rely on the Chui family, such a dirty place, I might as well cut my own throat. When Lu Rengue heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, the Chui family is dirty. Is that the reason why you didn't study hard? Brother Wang Lang, now we're all chess pieces under the Chui family. If they want us dead, what can we do? Lu Rengue pretended to sigh helplessly and said, Bullshit. Brother Denyo, I, Wang Lang, respect you as a man. Today, I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. If you want to report me after hearing it, then I'll accept it. We're going to die anyway. Instead of dying in the hands of the Imperial Army without knowing why, and ending up with the title of traitor, making our descendants unable to raise their heads, why don't we rebel against the Chui family together? Even if we die, we'll die like a real man. How about it? Brother Denyo, do you dare to rebel with me? Chapter 1332. Shoo! Brother Wang Lang, lower your voice. Even if you want to rebel against the Chui family, you don't have to be so loud. On the East Gate Tower of Guangqing County, Lu Rengue had a thought and secretly thought that the time was ripe. He first calmed Wang Lang's emotions and then whispered, Brother Wang Lang, I won't hide it from you. I, Lu Rengue, am also hot-blooded and have long disliked the Chui family. But so what? The Chui family is powerful and they have countless soldiers under their command. With just the two of us, I'm afraid we can't even get close to Chui Quan, Pan Jinyue, Chui Junchuo and the others. We will be killed immediately. Wang Lang's face lit up. He quickly said, Brother Dainyu? Who said it's just the two of us? Actually, the brothers in the 6th squad all want to rebel against the Chui family just like me. There are many people like us in other camps. As long as there is a hero who can take the lead, I, Wang Lang, can guarantee that there will be thousands of brothers who will be willing to follow him to destroy the Chui family. Lu Rengue was shocked and said, Oh? Brother Wang Lang, are you serious? Of course. Brother Dainyu, you can ask around in other brigades and you will know. Brother Wang Lang, how many people on your side are willing to rebel against the Chui family? Lu Rengue suddenly asked tentatively. Wang Lang said confidently, Brother Dainyu, I don't dare to say about other brigades, but as long as someone takes the lead to rebel against the Chui family, the 200 brothers in the 6th squad will definitely follow. According to the military system of the Tang dynasty, there were 5 brigades under each battalion. Each brigade led 3 groups. Each group led 5 10-man leaders and each group led 10 men. In other words, a brigade was only allowed to have 150 soldiers, and a battalion had 750 soldiers. But the Chui family had recruited too many new soldiers this time, and there were not many officers who could lead soldiers. So every battalion and every brigade was overstaffed. For example, the 9th Battalion had 9 brigades, and each brigade had 200 soldiers. Lu Rengue laughed and said, Good, Brother Wang Lang, since you trust me so much, then I'll tell you the truth today. Actually, I've always been planning to rebel against the Chui family because I can't just watch my subordinates die with that old fart Chui Junchuo. I have a plan that can topple the Chui family. Before this, I have contacted the other recruits. Including you, there are a total of 8 teams on our side. I want to wait until there are more people before activating this plan. At that time, we will have the opportunity to completely push the Chui family into the abyss. Wang Lang was excited when he heard this. He said, That's great. That's great. I, Wang Lang, did not misjudge you. Brother Dainyu, what's your plan? Can you tell me about it? Lu Rengue shook his head and said, Brother Wang Lang, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that we don't have enough manpower. When there are more people, Dainyu will tell you everything. Then we will send the Chui family to hell. Wang Lang nodded and said, Good. Brother Dainyu, don't worry. I have 2 good friends who are brigades in other battalions. They are also farmers outside the city like me. They have long disliked the Chui family. I will help you contact them. They will definitely be willing to rebel against the Chui family with us. Lu Rengue said happily, That's great. Brother Wang Lang, after you convince them, let me know. With these 2 brigades, we should have enough people. When we get together, I will tell you the plan. We can definitely overthrow the Chui family in one fell swoop. Brother Dainyu, then it's settled. As for my 2 friends, I promise to convince them before noon tomorrow. I will bring them to meet you. Good. The next day, Chang'an City Imperial Palace. Under Taiji Palace, hundreds of officials were in the morning court. What was different from the past was that there were many officials who came to the morning court with an uneasy heart. This was because they had received news early in the morning that 42 officials had been sent to prison last night. They were from all departments, ranging from the 3rd-ranked officials to the 9th-ranked officials. Since the establishment of the Tang Empire, there had never been a situation where more than 40 officials were arrested at the same time. This meant that there would be a huge earthquake in the Tang Empire's officialdom. However, only those who had a guilty conscience would feel guilty. In the early Tang dynasty, there were many people in the imperial court who did not have a guilty conscience. Thus, Xiao Yu was speaking frankly in the main hall, reporting to Li Er the expenditure of the imperial court's treasury in the first 3 months of this year. In general, compared to last year, the expenditure of the treasury has increased slightly in the first 3 months of this year. The reason is that His Majesty has rebuilt Shanyu and built the Yellow River Forest Belt. However, These expenses are completely within the range of the imperial court's ability to bear. Li Er listened to Xiao Yu's Tang Empire Treasury report expressionlessly. It was as if the arrest of a large number of officials yesterday had nothing to do with him. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Yu finally finished. Li Er saw that no one came forward to report, so he said, "Last night, I received news that Li Jing and Duan Jixuan defeated the rebel army in Zhengzhou. The Cui clan of Bowling and the Zheng clan of Xinjiang had hidden 50,000 secret guards, hundreds of Jianghu experts, and 3,000 men of sacrifice. They fought with Duan Jixuan's black armor army in the wilderness. In the end, except for a few who surrendered, the rest were all annihilated. Li Jing led the 3 armies and fought with the 150,000 soldiers of the Cui clan outside Guangxing County at dusk yesterday. He killed 45,000 soldiers and forced the Cui clan's army into the city. Now Cui Junchuo is like a turtle in a jar. He can't make any waves anymore." The officials were slightly shocked in their hearts. Firstly, they were surprised that the Cui clan of Qinghe that was said to possess an army of 300,000 was actually so weak. Secondly, most of the officials were unable to figure out why Li Er was able to receive news of victory last night when it was clearly yesterday afternoon. How did he send the news? Even a messenger pigeon would not be so fast. However, core officials like Zhang Sunwuji and Fang Xianling knew that when Li Jing led the army to Zhengzhou, he brought along a telegraph. Therefore, they definitely wouldn't have such doubts. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Although they were confused, they still had to congratulate Li Er for winning the battle. Does our Emperor Li Er not care about his face? The civil and military officials cupped their hands and said in unison. However, Li Er's face did not have a trace of joy from winning the battle. He just kept a cold face and did not say a word. This made the officials feel very strange. "Humph, congratulate? You should indeed congratulate us, because over the past few days, we have discovered 42 officials who have colluded with the enemy and betrayed their country. They are eating the salary given by the imperial court, but they are doing the shady business of colluding with the enemy and betraying their country. If not for Baichi intercepting their carrier pigeons flying to Zhengzhou, you would have heard the grievous news of Luoyang being surrounded and about to be captured." Li Er suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily. The entire hall was echoing with his angry roar. The civil and military officials immediately kept quiet out of fear. None of them dared to breathe loudly. "Lu Dui." After a moment of silence in Taiji Palace, Li Er's cold voice came from above. "This old official is here." Lu Dui, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, hurried forward and cupped his hands. Li Er coldly swept his gaze over all the officials in the court. Then he looked at Lu Dui and said, "In a moment, I will hand over all these officials and the intercepted letters to you. I give you 7 days to investigate these officials together with the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate. Find out if they have any accomplices. After 7 days, report to me the results of your investigation. At that time, those who should be killed will be killed, and those who should be exiled will be exiled." Lu Dui's heart trembled. He cupped his hands and said solemnly, "This official obeys the decree." The officials in the court felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that Li Er was going to start a massacre. "I would like to remind some people that you are officials of the Tang Empire first and then people of the aristocratic families. Without the Tang Empire, you are nothing. Humph. Court is dismissed." After Li Er said this coldly, he got up and left in a huff. Now that he had almost wiped out 3 of the 5 families, he had the confidence to say these words. The officials looked at each other and sighed. Then, they left the hall and went about their own business. Little fishy. At noon, in a private house in Wanning Square in the south of Guangxing County, a fierce-looking man took advantage of the fact that no one was around to jump over the wall and come to the backyard. "Big Brother Lu, why are you back?" Little Fishy, who was taking an afternoon nap in the attic, hurried downstairs to welcome him when she heard the shouts below. "Shoo, lower your voice. I snuck out during lunchtime. Let's talk inside." Lu Rengue hurriedly whispered. "Oh, okay. Little Fishy replied and led Lu Rengue into the house. Then she said, "Big brother Lu, you must have not eaten lunch, right? I still have some steamed buns left. Why don't you eat some to fill your stomach?" Lu Rengue waved his hand and said, "There's no time. I can't stay any longer. I came back to look for you today because of an urgent matter. I'll make it short and leave after I'm done." Little Fishy hurriedly sat up straight and said, "Okay, Big brother Lu, go ahead. I'm listening." Lu Rengue said, "Little Fishy, I've already convinced the captains of 10 teams. They are all willing to join me in the rebellion against Chui. I can mobilize 2,000 troops. I plan to bring these people to kill the soldiers guarding the gate at midnight tonight. Then, I'll open the city gates and release the drawbridge to let the army outside the city in. So, you have to inform Duke Wei outside the city in advance and let them prepare. Once midnight arrives, we'll work together and take down Guanqing City in one fell swoop. Understand?" Little Fishy said in surprise, "Wow, Big brother Chui, you're amazing. You can actually gather 2,000 troops from the rebel army." Lu Rengue waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this first. Send out what I just said and see if Duke Wei agrees. I'll wait here. Hurry." "Oh, okay, okay, okay. But even if they receive the news, it will probably take a while before they reply. Big brother Lu, take advantage of this time to eat something. I'll go up and send the telegram now." Little Fishy said and then went upstairs excitedly. If this plan succeeded, she would be able to escape Guanqing City and return to Chang. Lu Rengue sat alone downstairs, thinking about what to do at night. It would take a lot of effort, so he picked up the steamed bun on the table and started eating. Chapter 1333. 2 in 1 chapter. South of Guanqing County Middle Army Tent. After lunch, Li Jing gathered all the generals together to discuss the plan to break the city. "Everyone, His Majesty sent us a letter this morning. First, he asked us to capture all the disciples of Chui family in Bowling and Zheng family in Xinjiang. Second, he asked us to solve the problem of Chui family in Qinghe. Although Chui Junchuo's power is gone, he obviously wants to hide in the city and drag everyone in Guanqing County to die with him. Now, many of the guards on the south gate are the old, weak women and children they captured. If we want to attack the city, on one hand, we have to consider the casualties on our side. On the other hand, it's inevitable that we have to kill those innocent people. His Majesty asked us to reduce the casualties of the people as much as possible under the premise of eliminating the rebels." Li Jing, as the general manager of the army, naturally sat on the highest seat. Qin Shubao, Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, Duan Jishuan, Sui Provincial Governor Wang Yu, Bian Provincial Governor Zhao Kai, and Hunan Provincial Governor Ren Ken were kneeling on the left and right. Cheng Yaojin was furious. "Humph! This Chui Junchuo is really a bastard. When I, old Cheng, break through the city gates in the future, I'll definitely beat this old thing up and feed him to the dogs." Cheng Yaojin had killed countless people in his life, but he only killed enemies. Old hooligans like Chui Junchuo, who killed civilians, were despised by old Cheng. Qin Qiong's face sank. He thought for a while and said, "If Chui Junchuo really wants to let the people defend the city, then we can't attack the city. His Majesty has always loved the people like his children. We can't fight against those people, right?" Li Jing nodded. "Shubao is right. That's why I gathered everyone here today to discuss how to attack the city. First of all, you need to mobilize 20,000 soldiers from other provinces as soon as possible and divide them into 2 groups. One group will go to Bowling and the other group will go to Xinjiang. You must capture all the people of Chui family in Bowling and Zheng family in Xinjiang before the news of the victory in Guanqing County spread out." Although Run Can was a pacification ambassador, Li Jing was the general manager of the marching army and had Li Er's emperor's sword. All the officials in Hunan province should be under his control. Therefore, when he heard Li Jing's words, Run Can quickly stood up and saluted. "Yes, head chief. I, Ren Baqian, will immediately send someone to Qi province to gather the troops." "Yes." Li Jing nodded and said, "Next, everyone, think about how to take down Guan City. We didn't bring much food with us on this expedition. Even if we can mobilize food from the nearby provinces and counties, the imperial court can't afford to drag it on for too long. Therefore, we must think of a foolproof plan as soon as possible. Hearing this, everyone in the tent frowned. Reporting, Chief Steward. Young Master Meng said that he has something important to discuss with you. At this moment, a soldier came in from outside the tent and said carefully. Usually, outsiders were not allowed to disturb this kind of high-level meeting. However, Li Jing had already said that Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg were special figures in the army. Therefore, even though the guard knew that an important meeting was being held in the tent, he still forced himself to come in and report. Li Jing's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, "Let him in." "Yes, sir." The guard received the order and left. After a while, Meng Wenhao walked in from outside the tent. Seeing so many people in the tent, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his expression became a little hesitant. "Greetings, head chief and generals." Meng Wenhao saluted. Li Jing nodded and said, "Yes, Wenhao, I heard that you have something to ask me? Say it." Meng Wenhao looked at the people around him. He knew Qin Xiong, Chang Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Duan Jishuan, but he had never seen Wang Yu and the others. He didn't know if he should tell them the information he had just received. After all, this matter concerned the life and death of many people. Li Jing's eyes were very sharp. How could he not see the hesitation in Meng Wenhao's heart? He smiled and said, "Ha, Wenhao, you don't have to have any misgivings. Everyone in this tent can be trusted. In the battle yesterday, if any of them were missing, the rebel army in the city would definitely have killed their way out of the encirclement." Hearing this, Meng Wenhao looked embarrassed and saluted to the people around him. He said apologetically, "I was rude and offended the generals. I hope you can forgive me for being disrespectful." Runkin laughed and said, "Young master, you are so cautious. I guess you have very important information to tell the chief steward, right? It's never wrong to be cautious about such things. We are not unreasonable people. We will definitely not take it to heart." Wang Yu and Zhao Kai nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Meng Wenhao turned around and saluted to Li Jing. He said with a serious face, "Reporting to the chief steward, I just received a telegram from Little Yuer. It said that the Bian province army commander, Lu Rengue, has united 10 new recruits in the city who want to rebel against Chui. They can control 2,000 troops. Lu Rengue plans to bring these new recruits to kill the soldiers at the city gate at midnight tonight. He plans to open the city gate, lower the drawbridge, and lead the army in from outside the city. I wonder what the chief steward and the generals think? They are waiting for my reply." "Oh, there is such a thing?" Li Jing was shocked. They were now worried about how to break through the city gate with the least casualties. In the end, someone sent a pillow to them while they were dozing off. If someone cooperated to open the city gate, then all the problems would be solved. They would not lose too many soldiers, nor would they hurt too many innocent people. Do the generals think that Lu Rengue's plan is feasible? Li Jing looked at everyone and asked in a deep voice. Everyone looked at each other. Qin Xiong stood up and said, "Guangqing County is the governing area of Zhengzhou. The city is strong. If we attack from the front, there will be heavy casualties. If we can really break through from the inside and then cooperate with the outside, it is undoubtedly the best plan to break the city. I think this plan is feasible." Bian Province Governor Zhao Kai smiled and said, "Chief Steward, I also think this plan is feasible." Lu Rengue was the Bian Province Army commander and was his subordinate. At such a critical moment, Lu Rengue directly played the key role of one person to decide the situation. This made him, the Bian Province governor, very proud. Wang Yu curled his lips in annoyance. He thought to himself that Lu Rengue was also a talent. He would see if he could be transferred to Sui Province. He was willing to directly give him the position of commandant. Chang Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and the others did not have any objections. Seeing this, Li Jing said to Meng Wenhao, "Immediately reply to Lu Rengue. Tell him to open the city gate at midnight tonight and lower the drawbridge. The army outside the city will be prepared to enter the city in advance." "Yes, Chief Steward." Meng Wenhao cupped his fists and left. In the tent, Li Jing immediately began his tactical deployment. Generals, listen up. Tonight at midnight, organize the troops and follow me into the city. However, each department needs to leave 10,000 troops outside the city to guard the city gates to prevent the rebels in the city from escaping. Yes, sir. Guanqing County, Wanning Square. Beep, 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 beep. It's here. It's here. It's finally here. Little Fishy waited for a long time before the telegraph finally rang again. She quickly took a pen and recorded the code. Speaking of which, the distance between the two telegraph machines was now only a city wall. There was no need to go to a very high place to send a telegram to each other. This undoubtedly created a great convenience for the communication inside and outside the city. After a while, Li Yu received and translated the code. Then, she went downstairs. Lu Rengue, who was downstairs, had already eaten his fill of steamed buns. How is it? Did Duke Wei agree? Lu Rengue asked anxiously. Little Fishy smiled sweetly and nodded. Yes, Wenhao just sent a telegram saying that Chief Steward Li and the rest felt that this plan is feasible. Tonight at midnight, the army outside the city will gather at the east gate. Once you open the gate, the army outside the city will flood in and destroy the Chui family. Good, good, good. Lu Rengue waved his fist excitedly and said, Okay, I will go back to the east of the city first. If I return late, I will probably take care of things. You and Wei Zuoqing must not go out tonight. After all, swords have no eyes in war. Do you understand? Yes, yes, I understand. Brother Lu, go quickly. Little Fishy smiled and replied. Lu Rengue clasped his fist and left hurriedly. Iron Egg, are you also going to enter the city with the army tonight? South of Guanqing County, outside the central military tent. Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, the two special people in the army, were sitting on the celestial lamp to observe the enemy. Meng Wenhao looked at the situation in the city with his binoculars and asked Iron Egg. Yes, it is not easy to get a chance to go to the battlefield. How boring it is to stay in the camp every day. Tonight we will enter the city with the army. Maybe we can kill a few of the Chui family's dogs. Iron Egg stroked a heavy mo sword and replied softly. Meng Wenhao put down the binoculars and looked at Iron Egg and said, But swords have no eyes in war. General Duan is so good at martial arts, and he was seriously injured yesterday. Tonight, the city will be very chaotic. If you are also injured, Yamacho and his wife will be very worried. Iron Egg shook his head and said, Master said that it is difficult to make progress by practicing martial arts on a daily basis. Only in real combat and in the face of a big crisis can there be a big breakthrough. My master was assassinated by Snake King. In a desperate situation, he comprehended Tao and broke through. That was how he became the youngest martial arts grandmaster in the Tang Empire. And my father, in his early years, followed General Qin to fight everywhere. Although he did not get an official position in the end, he is still a great hero in my heart. I want to be a master like my master and a great hero like my father. But how can I become a master if I am locked in a cage every day? How can I become a great hero? So tonight, I must enter the city and see for myself. Meng Wenhao was slightly moved. Everyone had different dreams. He wanted to learn martial arts well and become a useful person in the Tang Empire. He wanted to bring glory to his ancestors and let his father, mother, and sister live a good life. Iron Egg's dream was to become a master and a great hero on the battlefield. As a dream chaser, what reason did he have to stop Iron Egg? In that case, Iron Egg, you can go. I will wait here for your good news. Meng Wenhao said with a complicated expression. Yes, yes, Wenhao, don't worry. After entering the city, I will find little Yu and the others. Then, I will let the army take them to a safe place. Iron Egg said with a big laugh. Thank you. Chui Quan, have you arranged the defense of all the city gates? We can't let anything go wrong. In the provincial governor's mansion, Chui Junchuo sat on the seat of honor and asked Chui Quan. Reporting to Grand Duke, rolling stones and hot oil have been prepared at all the city gates. Once the army outside the city attacks, there will be heavy casualties. Currently, there are 2 commoners who have been conscripted to guard the southern city gate. Along the way, there were 3 rebellions, but nothing else happened. Chui Quan bowed and replied, "Oh, there were rebellions? Can they be punished severely?" Chui Junchuo's eyes darkened as he asked. Chui Quan hurriedly said, "Reporting to Grand Duke, they have all been killed. After the rest of the commoners saw what happened to them, no one dared to cause trouble anymore." "Yes, then they should all be killed. These rebellions should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, it will be difficult to manage them." Chui Junchuo nodded. Then, his eyes darkened as he said, "In the new army, there must be many people who are dissatisfied with our Chui clan. Therefore, you should also send some veterans to watch the city gates and prevent them from slacking off or secretly opening the city gates." Chui Quan nodded and said, "Don't worry, Grand Duke. There will always be veterans watching around the new soldiers. Nothing will go wrong. In fact, many people are still loyal to the Chui clan." "Yes, that's good. That's good. Let's see how long Li Jing can drag this out. After a long time, won't he have to withdraw his troops?" Chui Junchuo was completely relieved when he heard this. However, he didn't know that the current Chui clan was no longer the 5 surnames and 7 sects that everyone looked up to in the past. Especially the recent actions of the Chui clan had already made many commoners hate them. A just cause enjoys more support while an unjust cause finds little support. The Chui clan was about to pay the price for their recent unjust actions. As night fell, Guangqing County was lit up with thousands of lights. However, in these thousands of lights, there was no warm atmosphere like in the past. Because now, Guangqing County was no different from a huge cage. Everyone was a prisoner inside. No one knew how long they could live. Although they were fine today, who knows if they would be captured to guard the city walls tomorrow. "Brother Wang Lang, is everything ready?" Lu Rengue found an opportunity to find Wang Lang, the captain of the 6th squad, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Daniu, don't worry, everything is ready. And tonight, the one who will be on duty in front of the city gates is our adjunct Huang. He will bring his personal guards." Wang Lang replied in a low voice. Lu Rengue frowned and said, "Personal guards? It is said that in this personal guards, everyone is good. At night, we have to be careful. We can't let anything go wrong." "Understood. Understood." The city gate was quiet again. However, as the saying goes, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Sometimes, behind the quiet, there was a bigger storm brewing. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a black shadow quietly sneaked into the tower where Adjunct Huang was temporarily staying. Chapter 1334. Huff! Huff! East of Guangqing County, in one of the corner towers of the City Gate Tower, Zhengzhou's Zhichong House's military officer, Huang Chang, was sleeping soundly on a bed. Although it was his turn to supervise the new army tonight, it was already the middle of the night. How could he not sleep? Besides, in Huang Cheng's opinion, these new recruits were all very timid and could not cause any trouble at all. Therefore, he slept very soundly and peacefully. Tisk! Tisk! A black shadow floated by and a cold light flashed. The 2 soldiers who were dozing off in front of the turret didn't even have time to cry out before they collapsed on the ground. Blood flowed out of their necks like a stream. The black shadow landed in front of the door, then took out a blade and extended it to the gap in the middle of the door. Ta, ta, ta. After a while, the lock behind the door was opened. The black shadow carefully pushed the door open and entered. Looking at the person who was sleeping like a dead pig on the bed, he quickly unsheathed the blade, and a cold light flashed. The head was separated from the body. The black shadow did not stop and immediately flew out. "How is it? How is it, Brother Daniu?" The black shadow came to a corner of the city gate tower, and Wang Lang quickly went forward to ask. It turned out that the black shadow was Lu Rengue. "Huang Chang is dead. Now that his personal guards are leaderless, we can start the operation now." Lu Rengue smiled and replied, "That's great. Then I'll let the brothers start the operation now." Wang Lang said excitedly, Inform the brothers in the other teams to gather immediately and get rid of the personal guards. Let's end this quickly. After a while, all the soldiers on the city gate tower gathered. First, they killed a dozen of Huang Cheng's personal guards on the city gate tower. Then, under Lu Rengui's lead, 2,000 people went down the city gate tower and went straight to the personal guards at the city gate. Who is it? Stop! Which battalion are you from? Why are you not guarding the city up there? Why are you coming down? A soldier at the city gate hurriedly shouted when he saw Lu Rengui leading a large group of people over in an aggressive manner. Hearing the commotion, more than 100 soldiers behind him also became alert. Brother, Adjunct Huang asked me to come down and ask you to go up. He has something to tell you in person, Lu Rengui said as he led his men closer to the city gate. The soldier asked doubtfully, Sir Adjunct? Why is he looking for us? Besides, why would I let you guys come down? Before the soldier could finish his words, Lu Rengui had already pulled out his saber and pounced towards him. Kill! Lu Rengui's speed was as fast as lightning. Under his sudden attack, the soldier had no time to dodge and his throat was instantly slit. After standing still, Lu Rengui let out a low roar. Behind him, more than 2,000 recruits all wielded MO swords and slashed at Huang Cheng's personal guards. It's a rebellion. Someone is going to rebel. Someone from the personal guards immediately shouted. At the east gate, they were not the only group of personal guards. There were also 5,000 veteran soldiers stationed there. Quick! Let's end this quickly. Lu Rengui growled and took the lead to rush into the guards. Captain, wait for me. Feng Wu was so anxious that he almost called out Lu Rengui's real identity. Fortunately, he changed his words in time. After that, he also rushed forward with his MO sword. He had to protect Lu Rengui's safety. The two groups of people quickly clashed. Lu Rengui's side had more than 10 times the number of people on the other side. Although the soldiers of the personal guards were generally more skilled, it was still difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. After a short while, the personal guards of nearly 200 people were left standing. Of course, Lu Rengui's side also paid a heavy price. There were more than 300 casualties, which was almost double the number of the enemy. The gap between the recruits and Huang Cheng's personal guards was immediately apparent. I know you. You're Rendaniu of the 5th Battalion. How dare you rebel against the Chui family? Aren't you afraid of being cut into pieces? A soldier pointed at Lu Rengui and shouted unwillingly. Humph! Even if I die, I won't be a lackey of the Chui family and harm the people. Kill them all. There's not much time left. At this critical moment, Lu Rengui did not waste his breath. He took the lead and rushed towards the soldier. Bang! 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 At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps from afar. Lu Rengui's face changed and said, Quick! Just a little faster. Their reinforcements are here. Kill! As soon as he finished his words, the recruits rushed towards the remaining 20 personal guards and launched the last round of attacks. After a few seconds, all of Huang Cheng's personal guards were killed. Lu Rengui quickly said, Feng Wu, quick! You take a few people to open the city gate and lower the drawbridge. The rest of you, follow me to stop the rebels. Yes. In the battle just now, Lu Rengui had used his outstanding martial arts skills to conquer the majority of the recruits. At this moment, when they heard his orders, no one objected. Although they knew that with just these recruits, they would definitely not be able to defeat the 5,000 veterans. But they still followed Lu Rengui without hesitation and turned around to face the incoming veterans. How dare you? Who dares to open the city gates and rebel against their superiors? Attack! Arrest them all! Sure enough, it was the 5,000 veteran soldiers who were stationed at the east side of the city. Lu Rengui took a deep breath. He knew that he could not defeat them, but he had to buy time for Feng Wu. He rolled his eyes and glanced at the torches on the city wall not far away. Many recruits were peeking at them. He shouted loudly, Brothers who were forced into the camp by the Chui family, listen up. The Chui family not only wants us to help them to defend the city, but they also want the old, weak women and children to defend the city. Don't you have any relatives or friends in the city? After we die on the city wall, the Chui family will bring your relatives and friends to defend the city for them. If you are still a man, stand out and fight against the Chui family with me. You will die anyway. Do you want to die standing and be remembered forever? Or do you want to die kneeling and be remembered as a disgrace to your descendants? Come, come, fight against the Chui family. Fight against the Chui family. Fight against the Chui family. Lu Rengui's words struck a chord in the hearts of all the recruits. As soon as he said this, the 1,000 or so recruits beside him immediately roared in unison. Fight against the Chui family. Fight against the Chui family. Very quickly, the recruits who were watching from the city gate tower also started to shout. They had long been dissatisfied with the recent actions of the Chui family. However, they didn't dare to resist as they didn't have anyone to lead them. Now that someone had raised their arms and shouted, what was there to hesitate about? Even if they had to die, they would rather die standing and be remembered forever. Dong dong dong. There was a series of footsteps on the city wall. It was obvious that the recruits were coming down the city wall. Shut up. Go. Chop this bastard into minced meat. When the leader saw Lu Rengui's glib tongue trying to incite the other recruits to rebel, he quickly pulled out his sword and shouted, "Kill!" More than 5,000 old soldiers rushed forward and engaged in battle with Lu Rengui's 1,000 over recruits. Lu Rengui and his men were inferior in terms of numbers and strength. Naturally, they were forced to retreat. In just a few seconds, more than 10 of them were injured. Kill! At this moment, more than 500 recruits came down from the city wall. When they saw the battle at the city gate, they rushed up without hesitation. On top of the city wall, more recruits were rushing over. After a few minutes, the city gate was finally pushed open by Feng Wu and his men. At this moment, there were more than 5,000 to 6,000 new recruits. More recruits were coming after hearing the news. On the other hand, the 5,000 old soldiers were surrounded and nearly 1,000 of them were injured or killed. Do you people not want to live anymore? Rebel! Rebel! The provincial governor will not let you go. The Chui family will not let you go either. The old soldier shouted angrily when he saw the city gate being opened. Humph! This is called the righteous get more help while the unjust get little help. The Chui family is selfish and has done some heartless things. They have already lost the support of the people. Their retribution will come soon. Lu Rengui snorted and looked at the old soldier. Quick! Quick! Lower the drawbridge and let the imperial army come over. Feng Wu, who was at the city gate, quickly shouted to the soldiers around him. Yes. There was an ear-piercing screech, followed by the sound of the other end of the drawbridge falling to the ground. The drawbridge at the city gate was finally lowered. Quick! The city gate is open. Everyone, follow me. At this time, there were already more than 100,000 soldiers standing outside the city gate. Chang Yaojin shouted excitedly when he saw the city gate was open. He held his lance and urged his horse to gallop toward the city gate. Kill! Niu Jinda and Qin Qiong also followed closely behind. Bang! 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 Hundreds of thousands of soldiers swarmed towards the east city gate of Guangqing County. The thousands of old soldiers in front of the city gate wanted to escape when they saw the army entering the city. However, they were blocked by the thousands of new soldiers and were quickly killed by the army of the imperial court that entered the city. Lu Rengui, take these new recruits and follow the army into the city to capture the leader of the rebels. Under Zhao Kai's lead, Qin Qiong saw Lu Rengui and ordered, Yes, sir. General Cui Junchuo should be in the governor's mansion now. Pan Jinyue should be in the provincial governor's mansion. Lu Rengui cupped his fist and said loudly. The new recruits next to him were dumbfounded. What is going on? Isn't this guy called Rendaniu? Why is he called Lu Rengui? Also, how does he know the guards outside the city? Okay, Lu Rengui. Take these people and follow General Chang to the Chui family to capture Cui Junchuo and the others. I'll take them to the provincial governor's mansion. Qin Qiong gave a simple order and led the soldiers into the city. Lu Rengui bowed and shouted, Brothers, it's time to redeem ourselves. As long as we capture Chui Junchuo, we can redeem ourselves. Okay, capture Chui Junchuo. At this time, Lu Rengui's identity was no longer important. To these new recruits, as long as they could redeem themselves and reduce their crime of defecting to the rebels, that would be enough. Hey, let's go. I didn't expect you to incite so many new recruits to go against the Chui family with you. You're quite capable. I old Cheng like you. Cheng Yaojin looked at Lu Rengui with appreciation and then laughed. Chapter 1335. Lu Qinjun. Where are Wei's Wuxing and Little Fishy now? Are they safe? Cheng Yaojin led an army of 50,000 and headed straight for the Chui family. On the way, Iron Egg found Lu Rengui and asked. Lu Rengui saw that Iron Egg was only 10 years old and was following the army to battle. He couldn't help but feel surprised. So he asked, "Little brother, you are?" Iron Egg replied as he walked. "Everyone calls me Iron Egg. Oh, Meng Wenhao and I were the ones receiving the telegrams you sent out of the city. We are good friends with Little Fishy, so we are very worried about her safety." Lu Rengui suddenly understood and asked, "Then you should both be students of Yanhuang College, right? I heard from Miss Liu that this telegraph was invented by the Marquis of Yong and I think only his students would use this kind of thing." Iron Egg nodded and said, "Yes, we are both my master's students. My master is also very interested in you, Lu Qinjun. He hopes that after this war, you can come with me to Chang'an City." When Lu Rengui heard Iron Egg call Li Zishuan master, he thought that all the students of Yanhuang College called Li Zishuan that way, so he didn't make a fuss. However, when he heard the last sentence, his eyes widened and he said, "I have never met the Marquis of Yong'an. How did he know me?" Taiden thought about it and said, "Although my master lives in Cloud Mountain, he knows about the world's affairs. He's an extraordinary person. He knows that you're brave and resourceful, so he cherishes you. What's so strange about that?" This child helped Li Zishuan to show off. Li Zishuan's image in Lu Rengui's mind instantly became tens of thousands of times higher. Living in the mountains but knowing about the world. Wasn't this the work of a god? At this moment, Lu Rengui only thought of Li Zishuan as one of those immortals on earth. He hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully and said, "I am indebted to Marquis Yong and for thinking so highly of me. After this matter is over, I will personally go to Chang and to pay him a visit." Iron Egg turned his head and looked at Pang Feiji behind him. Pang Feiji quickly gave him a thumbs up. With this, old Pang's mission in Zhengzhou was completed. Chicken Bro was full of admiration for Iron Egg. "Ahem, Big Brother Lu, where are Little You and the rest?" Iron Egg coughed lightly and returned to the topic at hand. "Oh, they are all in the tunnel of Wuning Workshop. They are very safe. Brother Iron Egg, you don't have to worry. I will take you there after we destroy the Chui family." "Great-grandfather, Taigong, something bad has happened." In the Chui residence, the old housekeeper hurriedly ran to Chui Junchuo's bedroom and shouted anxiously. Chui Junchuo, who was sleeping on the couch, was suddenly awakened. He quickly opened his eyes and said, "What's the matter? Why are you panicking? Come in and tell me." "Yes, great-grandfather." The old housekeeper pushed the door open and entered. At this time, Chui Junchuo had already sat up. The old housekeeper bowed and said, "Great-grandfather, something bad has happened. At the east gate, the new soldiers guarding the city mutinied. They killed Adjunct Huang and then opened the gate to let the army in. Great-grandfather, quickly take the young master and escape." "What? The army outside the city has entered the city?" When Chui Junchuo heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. "It's over. It's all over. Once the army enters the city, the Chui family will definitely be wiped out. Great-grandfather, great-grandfather, you must escape. We still have 30,000 shadow guards and 5,000 men of sacrifice. Please take the young master and escape." The housekeeper knelt down beside the bed and said anxiously, "Yes, escape. The Chui family cannot be destroyed. It's better to leave some hope. Immediately let Qi Li lead the hall of worship, the men of sacrifice, and the shadow guards to escort the young master out of the city. Chui Junchuo's lifeless eyes suddenly flashed a ray of light, and he quickly ordered, "Great-grandfather, what about you? I'm old and I've lived enough. I won't escape. Housekeeper, you've been with me for so many years. Later, take advantage of the chaos and escape." Chui Junchuo sighed. A man's words were kind when he was about to die. At this moment, a rare trace of kindness appeared in his heart. "Great-grandfather, I've been with the Chui family all my life. Where can I go? I'm willing to live and die with the Chui family." Chui Junchuo patted the old housekeeper's shoulder and was speechless. "General Cheng, the Chui family now has 30,000 shadow guards and many Jianghu experts. General Cheng, please be careful." When they were about to reach the Chui family's residence, Lu Rengue cupped his fists and said to Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin laughed carelessly and said, That's good. I've come all the way from Chong and to Zhengzhou, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Tonight, I'll use the shadow guards of the Chui family as practice for the little brats below. Hurry up. Don't let the Chui family escape. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk while they were talking, a large number of soldiers suddenly rushed out of the gate in front of them. In front of the army was a young man wearing a scholar's robe. He was riding on a horse and was urging the people behind him. Hurry up. Now that the guards outside the city are empty, let's go out from the south gate. Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes and said, Lu Rong, bring 10,000 men to the Chui family's residence to capture Chui Junchuo. The rest of you follow me. Don't let them escape. Yes, General. A general behind Cheng Yaojin quickly took the order and left. Cheng Yaojin shouted, Chase! All of you, chase after them. Don't let the Chui family escape. Yes, sir. The army started moving. Cheng Yaojin took the lead and rode his horse at the front. Lu Rengue, Iron Egg, Pang Feiji and the rest quickly followed behind and chased after them. Not good. There are pursuers. Qi Li, get your men to stop the pursuers. The rest of you, follow me and escape from the south gate. When Cui Xuanji heard the commotion behind him, he turned around and was immediately shocked. He said to Qi Li beside him with a panicked expression. Qi Li frowned, although he did not want to agree to this difficult task. He thought that Cui Xuanji was now the young leader of the Cui family. If he could really escape, he would benefit a lot in the future. So he braced himself and said to the two people beside him, Third brother, fourth brother, protect the young master well. I will bring up the rear. Wang Wangjin and Ming Huan cupped their fists and said, Big brother, you must come back alive. Qi Li smiled and said, Don't worry. If I want to escape, no one can stop me. After that, he laughed and led thousands of Chui family's shadow guards toward Cheng Yaojin's army. Cui Xuanji, on the other hand, quickly summoned the remaining troops and ran toward the south gate without looking back. General Cheng, your opponent is us. If you want to pass through this road, you have to pass through us first. Qi Li led 5,000 shadow guards and blocked the path of Cheng Yaojin's army. Guangqing County was not like Chang'an City. The distance between the streets was small. Naturally, the streets were not as wide as those in Chang'an City. 6 or 7 people standing side by side basically blocked the entire road. Therefore, Qi Li and the others had completely blocked off the path. Hey, you talk big. Oh, you're a grandmaster. Old Cheng will fight you. Lu Rengue, take 20,000 men and go around the side streets to chase after the Chui family. Leave these people to me. Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Li. Suddenly, his eyes burned with the fire of war, but his mind was still clear. He knew that he could not let anyone from the Chui family escape tonight. So he ordered Lu Rengue. This was also a test for Lu Rengue. Yes, General Cheng. Lu Rengue clasped his fists and left. Cui Xuanji's plan was perfect. He let Qi Li block Cheng Yaojin while he slipped away from the South City Gate. Once he reached the South City Gate, he could recruit the guards near the South City Gate. Wouldn't his strength increase by several times? But sometimes dreams were full, but reality was harsh. Just as he reached the South City Gate, Chui Xuanji found that it was already chaotic. The recruits at the East City Gate rebelled. How could the South City Gate be spared? The recruits and veterans here were also fighting. In the beginning, the Chui family had recruited 250,000 new soldiers with 50,000 old soldiers, 30,000 shadow guards and 20,000 government soldiers, as the foundation to expand into a 300,000-strong army. However, their foundation was not solid enough. Moreover, the Chui family's recent actions had really made those new soldiers bitterly disappointed. In addition, Lu Rengue had raised his arms and led a group of people to rebel against the Chui family at the East City Gate. The time bombs that the Chui family had buried finally exploded on this night. Now, in Guangqing County, the recruits who knew that the Imperial Army had entered the city all picked up their weapons and fought with the veterans who usually shouted at them. When Chui Xuanji arrived at the South City Gate, he saw this scene. 50,000 to 60,000 recruits were fighting 5,000 to 6,000 veterans. It was basically 10 against 1, and veterans were dying in pools of blood. Chui Xuanji gritted his teeth and said, "Go to the West City Gate." "Haha. Young Master Chui, you can't go anywhere today. Stay here." While Chui Xuanji was hesitating, Lu Rengue arrived with the army. "Go, go, kill them." Chui Xuanji's expression changed and he said viciously, "Clang!" Wang Wangzhen and Ming Huan looked at each other, drew their swords, and stabbed at Lu Rengue. They knew that it was impossible for them to fight their way out in this situation. Almost everyone in Guangqing County was House Chui's enemy. They might as well capture Lu Rengue and force the Imperial Army to retreat and let them out of the city. It was a good plan, but Lu Rengue was someone who had been on the battlefield for a long time. How could he be so weak? He took 2 steps back and then fell on his back. He didn't fall completely, but when he was close to the ground, he put 2 fingers on the ground to support his weight. With this step and fall, he dodged Wang Wangzhen and Ming Huan's fatal attack. "Go." That's the young master of House Chui. It's a great achievement to capture him. Don't let him get away. Taking the opportunity, Lu Rengue circulated his internal energy and roared. His shout, which was infused with internal energy, not only stirred up the emotions of the soldiers behind him. They all drew their swords and charged at Chui Xuanji. Even the new soldiers who were fighting with the old soldiers at the city gate all looked at Chui Xuanji. Obviously, they wanted to make a contribution and take revenge at the same time. Their current situation was all thanks to House Chui. Kill! Lu Rengue's army of 20,000 charged at Chui Xuanji and his secret guards. Many new soldiers at the city gate also changed their direction of attack and charged at Chui Xuanji. Despicable! Wang Wangzhen and Ming Huan's expressions changed. They wanted to go back to help, but Lu Rengue wouldn't let them go. His right hand twirled his saber, and he took the initiative to attack Wang Liangzhen and Ming Huan. "Colonel Lu, let me help you." Iron Egg was anxious. He raised his Mo sword and joined the battle. Since he started drawing qi into his body last year, he had trained hard for almost a year before entering the body refining realm. Although Wang Wangzhen and Ming Huan were both experts in the qi transformation realm, Iron Egg wasn't afraid. He had seen experts in the Grandmaster realm. How could he back down because of 2 small fries in the qi transformation realm? "Brother Iron Egg, be careful. These 2 are very strong," Lu Rengue warned as he launched his attack. "Colonel Lu, don't worry. I only need to help you hold 1 person back." With a leap, Bruiser arrived in front of Ming Huan. He had chosen Ming Huan because he was relatively weak. He had only just entered the qi transformation realm. "Humph! You want to stop me with just you? A brat who's still wet behind the ears?" Ming Huan snorted coldly. Then his body moved in a dazzling manner. Suddenly, a long sword stabbed at Iron Egg's chest without warning. It was fine if he didn't attack, but once he attacked, he used a killing move. Clearly, Ming Huan didn't want to waste time on Bruiser. Iron Egg had been by Li Zishuan's side for many years. Although his aptitude wasn't as good as others, he was definitely much more knowledgeable than his peers. After all, he had witnessed several battles between grandmasters. It was very useful for improving his eyesight and combat experience. The moment the long sword was unsheathed, Iron Egg had already reacted. He stabbed his MO sword into the ground and used his hands to block Ming Huan's killing blow. Humph! Arrogant. Ming Huan was surprised at first, but then he sneered. The long sword quickly stabbed at Iron Egg's chest. Iron Egg first took 2 steps back and dodged the attack. Then he grabbed Ming Huan's wrist and used Tai Chi to push Ming Huan away. Ming Huan staggered and almost fell to the ground. His heart was filled with disbelief. What kind of martial arts was this? Why did he feel like he couldn't use any strength? Big brother, let me borrow your sword. Iron Egg borrowed a sword from a soldier next to him. Then he looked at Ming Huan, his eyes full of eagerness. Sure enough, actual combat was the best way to make one's blood boil and focus their attention. He knew that he couldn't beat Ming Huan, but he wanted to use the Tai Chi sword that Li Zishuan had taught him to hold Ming Huan back. After Lu Rengui finished off Wang Jin, he would be free to deal with Ming Huan. Hey, I didn't expect you to have some skills, but you won't be so lucky next time. Ming Huan's expression was very unsightly. He took a deep breath and then he vanished on the spot. A moment later, he appeared above Iron Egg, and then he swooped down and stabbed his sword towards the top of Iron Egg's head. Iron Egg's eyes flashed. He lifted the long sword he borrowed and used Tai Chi. His sword was like a magnet, firmly sucking Ming Huan's long sword. His whole body leaned back, forming a very small angle with the ground. Tai Chi Sword Technique 38. Phoenix Wings Spread. Iron Egg's wrist moved slightly and twirled the sword twice. The tyrannical force on Ming Huan's long sword was instantly deflected by Iron Egg, sacrificing oneself to follow others, failing to lead in, pulling 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. This time, Ming Huan didn't dare to underestimate Iron Egg anymore. The two of them tangled together again. Iron Egg relied on his exquisite Tai Chi sword technique to defend with all his might. Ming Huan wanted to finish off Iron Egg as soon as possible. One of them was in a hurry and the other was slow. It was a bit like the situation when Snake King ambushed Li Zishuan in Chong and City last year. On the other side, Lu Rengui and Wang Liang's fight had basically come to an end. Because Wang Liang was overcautious and had distracting thoughts, Lu Rengui found a few openings and left 3 sword wounds on Wang Liang's body. At this time, Wang Liang's arm was injured and his sword technique revealed a big opening. Lu Rengui seized the opportunity and stabbed Wang Liang's throat. Poochie! Wang Liang didn't have time to change his technique. Lu Rengui's sword slit Wang Liang's throat. Wang Liang clutched his neck and fell to the ground. Third brother! Ming Huan roared and tried his best to rush over, but he was held back by Iron Egg. Lu Rengui sneered and rushed forward. He and Iron Egg fought Ming Huan together. Ming Huan couldn't even kill Iron Egg, let alone Lu Rengui, who was even more powerful than him. How could he be a match for Lu Rengui? In less than 10 rounds, he was defeated. Iron Egg sneakily attacked him and pierced his heart. At the city gate, the Chui family's shadow guards were basically wiped out. Chui Xuanji had been captured by Feng Wu and the rest. Lu Rengui laughed and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Chui mansion and meet up with General Cheng." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice came from behind. "Ha ha! No need. Everyone in the Chui family has been captured. Since you are done here, follow me to the provincial governor's mansion." It was Cheng Yaojin leading a large group of people to support them. How could Qi Li and his men be a match for Cheng Yaojin? The battle over there ended even faster. As for the Chui mansion, Chui Junchuo had sent all her shadow guards to protect Chui Xuanji. Cheng Yaojin's aide led the troops to the Chui mansion and captured all the Chui family members without any effort. At this point, the Chui family of Qinghe had become history. A 1,000-year-old family was wiped out in one night. Life was unpredictable. How sad. Chapter 1336. All the guards of the Chui family were annihilated. The old soldiers of the Zhichong house in Zhengzhou didn't even need the imperial court's army to act. They were either annihilated by the new soldiers who had a deep grudge against the Chui family or kneeled down and surrendered. All the reactionary forces in Guangxing County were finally wiped out. The clansmen of the Chui family in Qinghe, All the officials and generals in the provincial governor's manor, as well as the county magistrate and registrar of Guangxing County, were all captured and locked up in the prison of the provincial governor's manor. Li Jing directly took over the provincial governor's manor. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers from outside the city entered the city at night. Guangxing County changed hands overnight. Yi Minglei, the position of county magistrate of Guangxing County, will be temporarily taken over by you. Before dawn tomorrow, draft a notice to pacify the people and hand it to Wei Zhucheng for inspection. If there is no mistake, hurry up the printing and post it in the city tomorrow morning. We must let the people see the true face of the Chui family and let them understand that the emperor truly loves the people like his own children. The Chui family is just a hypocritical wolf that wants to kill its master. Although it was already late at night, the provincial governor's manor was still brightly lit. Li Jing sat on the seat of honor and made arrangements for the people after the war. In the early years, he followed Li Er to conquer the north and south. Every time he conquered a city, the first thing he did was to pacify the people. After the chaos, there would be great governance. This sentence not only applied to the change of the dynasty but also to the post-war reconstruction of the city. Those who had just been freed from the chaos of war, their hearts were restless and restless. If they were not pacified in time, once they were instigated by someone, there would be another turmoil. Li Jing had been on the battlefield for a long time. It was because he was very clear about this that he solemnly told Yi Minglei, "Thank you for your trust, head chief. Rest assured, head chief, I know the true colors of the Chui family and what they have done in the past few months. Tomorrow's announcement to pacify the people will definitely allow the people to distinguish between good and evil and return their hearts to the imperial court." Yi Minglei didn't expect that this time he would gain a blessing in disguise and become the acting county magistrate of Guangxing County. Although it was only a temporary position, but if he did it well, there was a high possibility that the word temporary would be removed and he would directly become the official county magistrate. He cupped his hands and left after receiving the order. Now, there were only less than 2 hours before dawn. Yi Minglei estimated that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, but what did that matter? Right now, his entire body was filled with enthusiasm. Left Minister Wei, the announcement to pacify the people is of great importance. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to check on Yi Minglei. After Yi Minglei left, Li Jing looked at Wei Zhang and cupped his hands. Couldn't be helped. After all, Wei Zhang was the best writer here. Otherwise, Li Jing would definitely not be willing to trouble Wei Zhang, because this old troll often liked to cause trouble. Wei Zhang did not shirk away and readily agreed. "This is my duty. How can it be troublesome? Head chief, you can rest assured." Yi Minglei had stayed with him in the underground tunnel for many days. Strictly speaking, the two of them could be considered friends in adversity. For such a small matter, of course, he wouldn't decline. Li Jing's heart was slightly relieved. He looked at Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong and the rest who were sitting below and said, "This time, everyone has done their best to besiege Guangxing County. When we return to the imperial court, this old man will definitely report to the emperor and reward you according to your merits." Everyone stood up and cupped their hands. "Thank you, head chief." Li Jing nodded and said, "It's not early now. Everyone has been working very hard these days. Quickly go and rest. Tomorrow, all the generals must count the casualties and submit the battle report to this old man. This way, this old man can send the news of victory to the emperor." "Yes." Everyone responded and cupped their hands to bid farewell. The incident happened suddenly and it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. There was no place for them to stay in the city. So tonight, they all stayed in the guest rooms of the provincial governor's residence. Who asked Pan Jingyue to have so many rooms in the provincial governor's residence? Wen Hao, at first, I really didn't expect that you would come all the way to Guangxing County to save me. You knew that there was a war here, but you still insisted on coming. Aren't you afraid of accidents? In a garden in the west courtyard of the provincial governor's residence, Little Fish and Meng Wenhao sat on a stone bench. With the faint light from the lantern beside them, they talked about the joy of reunion in a foreign land. Which girl didn't yearn for love? Girls of this age were all infatuated. In order to save her, a young man traveled hundreds of miles without any complaints and came to the dangerous battlefield. How could little fish not be moved? How could she not be moved? Meng Wanhao smiled and said, "Little fish, you are a girl. You are not afraid in the enemy camp. What do I have to be afraid of? Besides, the first person you met in Chang'an City was me. If you are in trouble, who will help you if not me?" Hearing this, Li Yu felt warm in her heart. She didn't know why. She had always been open-minded, but at this moment, she didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, little fish raised her head and rebuked. "Idiot, I came here to take care of the city, to get rid of violence and to save Left Minister Wei. As long as I can achieve my goal, even if I die, I think it's worth it. After all, I'm just an insignificant person to everyone, but you are different. You have parents and sister. If you have an accident here, what will they do?" Meng Wanhao frowned and said, "Who said you are just an insignificant person? Although you don't have parents, in Yunshan, there is Yamacho who cares about you. Master's wife loves you. Also, Mr. Ma usually takes care of you. How can you be an insignificant person?" After that, Meng Wanhao hesitated for a long time. As if he felt that it was not enough, he added, "And I also care about you. So you are definitely not an insignificant person. In Chang'an, you have friends and elders. When they heard that you had an accident in Guangxing County, everyone was very worried about you. Sometimes, the more ordinary the words, the more touching they were." At this moment, in Little Fish's mind, the scene of Meng Wanhao bravely standing up for her when she encountered bandits in Chang'an at the beginning of last year. In less than a year, she, a child without parents, not only established herself in Chang'an, but also made many friends and met many elders who cared about her. Li Zishuan was like her father and brother. In her most difficult time, he took her in and helped her. Ma Zhou was like her teacher. During the time in the editorial department of Datang Daily, she learned a lot of useful things from the talented Ma Zhou. Faubert was like her grandfather, indulging her to do whatever she wanted in the workshop. As for Meng Wanhao, he was her first friend and Zue Hao's best friend. "Little fish, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Li Yu was silent for a long time. Meng Wanhao was puzzled. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of tears in the corner of Li Yu's eyes. He quickly went up to her and asked with concern, I'm fine. It's just that a gust of wind blew sand into my eyes." Li Yu suddenly woke up from her memories. She rubbed her eyes and pretended as if nothing had happened. She said, "Wanhao, it's getting late. You've been fighting with the army for the past few days. It's better for you to rest early." Meng Wanhao felt a little strange, but he didn't know where to start. He could only say, "Okay, little fish, you should rest early too. Let's talk tomorrow." "Okay." Little fish nodded. Meng Wanhao turned around and left. When he was about to reach the corridor under the eaves, Li Yu suddenly shouted, "Meng Wanhao!" Meng Wanhao couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He turned around and heard Li Yu continue, "Meeting you is the greatest honor in my life. Thank you for coming to save me. You are Little Fish's best friend for life." After that, Little Fish's face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly turned around and ran back to her room. Meng Wanhao was stunned. After a long time, he shook his head and smiled. He then walked into the room. "Let old Chui go. Let the Chui family go. The Chui family are all good people. Let old Chui go. He is a good person. Yes, the current emperor killed his brother and imprisoned his father. It's a treacherous act. He needs a wise leader like old Chui to take over the throne to help the country. Li Jing, old Chui is only helping me to help the country. What's wrong with that? Why do you want to capture him? Let old Chui go." The next day, when the people woke up, they found that Guangxing County had a new master overnight. Most of the people were very happy. After all, when Guangxing County was surrounded 2 days ago, the Chui family had already shown their ugly side. The people all knew that as long as the Chui family was in power, they would very likely be captured and sent to their deaths to defend the city. Thus, the next morning, when the people learned that the imperial army had entered the city and that the Chui family had been destroyed, they all rushed to spread the news. The city could be said to be extraordinarily lively. However, there was a group of people who were filled with righteous indignation when they learned that the Chui family had been destroyed and Chui Junchuo had been captured. They went to the provincial governor's residence together and completely blocked the entrance. They stood in front of the door and loudly protested. These were all Confucian scholars of Guangxing County. They had previously relied on the Chui family, hoping that they could one day enter the court and become officials through the Chui family's connections in the court. Perhaps some of them had recently been fantasizing about helping the Chui family succeed in their rebellion and become heroes of the founding of the country. But now, Li Jing had destroyed the high and mighty Chui family in their hearts. At the same time, he had also extinguished their dreams in their hearts. Thus, these greedy Confucian scholars came to the provincial governor's residence to cause trouble. On the other hand, this also showed that the Zhangzhou Daily had been very successful in brainwashing these people. Li Jing, who had heard the commotion, couldn't help but be furious when he heard the Confucian scholars shouting at the door. He turned his head and said to a guard, "Beat them all away with sticks." Yes. After a while, a group of armored soldiers rushed out of the provincial governor's residence. They held wooden sticks in their hands and rushed toward the crowd. "Ouch! My leg! Ouch! My head! Li Jing, how dare you? We are the disciples of the saints. How dare you use weapons? You are going against all the scholars in the world. Indeed, there are incapable rulers and treacherous officials. After you die, you will go down in history in infamy." The leading scholar shouted loudly at the top of his voice. Li Jing, who was about to enter the house, had a change in expression at this moment. He said in a low voice, "Arrest all of them and send them to prison." The Confucian scholars had harmed the country. Li Zishuan's engineering was more useful. Li Jing couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he thought of the crucial role Meng Wenhao and the Iron Egg had played in this war, and then looked at these Confucian scholars who couldn't distinguish between good and evil. Chapter 1337. Chief Steward, there are so many Confucian scholars. Should we arrest them all? In front of the Guangxing provincial governor's office, a guard hesitated when he heard Li Jing say that he wanted to arrest all the Confucian scholars. The Great Tang was founded on martial arts. Although it was not like the Song and Ming dynasties, ordinary people still respected scholars. Today, more than 200 Confucian scholars came to the provincial governor's office to cause trouble. Compared to the number of scholars the Chui clan had raised, these were just a drop in the ocean. However, if Li Jing arrested all of these Confucian scholars, it would definitely shake the court and cause all the scholars in the world to attack him. Guangxing County has just been established. We need to calm the people down. Arrest them and interrogate them first. If they are innocent, then let them go. If they are in cahoots with the Chui clan, then no one can save them. So what if they are scholars? Can a scholar violate the law and slander the emperor? Li Jing also felt that this matter was tricky, but for him, the most important thing was to calm the people of Guangxing County. Yes, Chief Steward. The guard cupped his fists and walked to the door. He ordered loudly, "Arrest all these audacious students who slander the emperor and throw them all into prison. You dare? We are the disciples of the saints. We read the books of the saints." A hint of panic flashed in the eyes of the leading scholar. Then he put on a fierce front. "Humph, disciples of the saints? You think you are worthy? The benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith of the saints? What have you learned? The saints told you to be loyal to the emperor and love the country. Is this what you did? You are just a bunch of selfish and greedy scoundrels in troubled times. Are you worthy of being called disciples of the saints? You are simply ruining the reputation of Confucius. Take them away." At this moment, an old man walked out of the provincial governor's office and scolded the group of Confucian scholars. "This is Minister Wei." A Confucian scholar recognized the old man. Who else could this old man be but Wei Zheng? Since the beginning of this year, Wei Zheng had been sent to Hunan province to clean up the government. He had appeared in public many times, so it was not surprising that someone recognized him. When the leading scholar saw that it was Wei Zheng, his face immediately paled. When it came to generals like Li Jing, he could use his glib tongue to accuse Li Jing. But when it came to Wei Zhang, who made a career out of scolding, he was truly terrified. After all, the person in front of him was a super ruthless person who dared to scold Second Emperor Li in front of him. Who could be compared to him? Humph! You can't differentiate between good and evil, loyalty and treachery. You've read the books of the sages in vain. Today you even came to the provincial governor's office to mislead the people with your lies, with the intention of inciting the common people to rebel with you. This old man will definitely report this to His Majesty and strip you of your academic status, so that you will never be able to participate in the imperial examinations. The more Wei Zhang spoke, the angrier he became. His last sentence scared the group of Confucian scholars quite a bit. Wei Wuchang, please calm down. Please don't take away the student's student status. We were all bewitched by Shui Guangwen and came here to cause trouble. Yeah. Left Minister Wei, please calm down. We were all bewitched by Shui Guangwen. I beg Wei Wuchang not to deprive us of our academic status. Wicked people needed to be tamed by wicked people, and scholars naturally needed to be tamed by scholars. Wei Zhang had also read the books of the sages, so he knew what these Confucian scholars cared about the most. He immediately grasped their sore spot, and the group of Confucian scholars began to beg for mercy. The leading Confucian scholar roared in exasperation. Stop! Nonsense! You are all talking nonsense. You came willingly. What does it have to do with me, Shui Guangwen? Li Jing frowned and said, Take this Shui Guangwen down and properly interrogate him about his relationship with the Chui family. Yes. Immediately, two wolf-like soldiers lifted Shui Guangwen up. Chief Steward, although the rest of the Confucian scholars were bewitched, this shows that they can't distinguish right from wrong and should be punished. Why don't we also capture them and lock them up for a few days as punishment? I will report this to His Majesty. Wei Zhang looked at the rest of the Confucian scholars and frowned, then suggested to Li Jing. Li Jing originally had such a plan. When Wei Zhang said this, he had no more scruples in his heart. He waved his hand and said, Capture them all and properly interrogate them. Yes. A group of soldiers surrounded the 200 Confucian scholars. Now that the Confucian scholars knew fear, they all knelt down and begged for mercy. At this time, the onlookers burst into cheers. Good. Good capture. A few days ago, it was you people who were talking about how good the Chui family was. In the end, you almost killed all of us in Guancheng County. You lackeys of the Chui family, relying on a few books to help the Chui family confuse us, the people. You are really vicious. You deserve to die. That's right. I beg Left Prime Minister Wei and General Li to make the decision for the people and severely punish these scholars. Back then, the Chui family established the Zhangzhou Daily and ordered the scholars under them to give lectures in the streets, promoting Li Er's brutality and praising the Chui family's benevolence and righteousness. This encouraged the people to actively join the army and support the Chui family. However, in the end, the Chui family used them as stepping stones and scapegoats in their plans for hegemony. So now, not only did the people hate the Chui family, but they also hated these Confucian scholars who helped the tyrant. This was the aspiration of the people. Wei Zhang pursed his lips. He was a little sad but also a little relieved. He turned around and shouted at the backs of the Confucian scholars who were being escorted away. This is the aspiration of the people. Do you see it? You bring disaster to the country and the people, but you call yourselves the children of saints. You have let down Confucius and the people of this world. As long as I, Wei Xuanqing, am in this world, I will make sure that you scum will never be able to rise again. After that, he looked at Li Jing and said, Director Li, please let me handle these Confucian scholars. If there is anything illegal on them, I will not be merciful. Previously, His Majesty asked me to come to Hunan province to clean up the governance. I didn't expect that the Chui family would rebel halfway. Now that the rebellion has been quelled, but the officialdom in Hunan province still needs to be cleaned up in time. So, Director Li, you take the army back to Chang'an first. I will stay here and give Hunan province a bright future. Li Jing was shocked and moved. He couldn't help but respect Wei Zhang because Wei Zhang took the initiative to take on this kind of dirty and tiring work. Obviously, he wanted to take the blame for him. If he were to deal with this matter, it would definitely cause many civil officials in the imperial court to impeach him. Wei Zhang was helping him to reduce the trouble. In that case, I will have to trouble you, left Prime Minister Wei. Li Jing cupped his hands and said, the city has just been taken care of, and the security around Zhengzhou is also worrying. In order to avoid the danger last time, I will leave 5,000 troops for you to use. Wei Zhang didn't refuse because although the Cui family had been destroyed, who knew if there were any remaining forces stirring up trouble in the dark? He cupped his hands and said, then I will thank you, Director Li. At noon, after eating lunch, Li Jing called Meng Wenhao over and handed him a letter and said, quickly send this news back to Chang'an. After the army replenishes their rations, we will return to the imperial court tomorrow. Since Wei Zhang was willing to stay in Guangxing County to clean up this mess, Li Jing felt that there was no need for him to stay here. In terms of pacifying the people, Wei Zhang was undoubtedly better than him. As such, he planned to return to the imperial court tomorrow morning. Why wait until tomorrow? The main reason was that the army didn't bring much rations to ensure the speed of the march. If they didn't replenish their rations in Guangxing County, the army would probably starve on the way back. Yes, Director. Meng Wenhao took it with both hands and was about to turn around and leave when Li Jing stopped him. Meng Wenhao, wait. Meng Wenhao was confused and didn't know what Li Jing wanted. Li Jing got up and coughed twice. His face flashed with embarrassment. Cough, cough. Meng Wenhao, do you have any intention of making contributions in the military in the future? With your talent in telegraphy, this old man can persuade His Majesty to give you a position in the army. What do you think? Poaching, the dignified military god of Tang actually wanted to poach someone. Because of Han Yushi, Li Zishuan was Li Jing's junior. But now, Li Jing actually wanted to poach his student. No wonder he had an embarrassed look on his face just now. Meng Wenhao obviously didn't expect Li Jing to say this to him. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment and then took 2 steps back. He solemnly bowed and replied, Director's military achievements are outstanding and awe-inspiring. It is indeed my honor to be able to serve beside you. But Wenhao's skills were all taught to me by Yamacho. Even if Wenhao wants to go to the military, Wenhao has to get Yamacho's permission. Besides, I only learned a little about Yamacho's engineering. I don't want to leave Yanhuang College now, so I hope you can forgive me. Li Jing's face turned red and he waved his hand. Cough, cough. It's fine, it's fine. I'm just asking casually. Don't take it seriously. When you return to Yunshan, don't mention this to Yamacho. If Li Zishuan were to find out about this, where would he put his old face? At this moment, Li Jing regretted asking just now. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He didn't expect the invincible military god of Tang, Li Jing, to have such a moment. How rare. Don't worry, Director. I didn't hear anything just now, but I have something to say. I don't know if it's appropriate. Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said. Li Jing raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, Wenhao, go ahead. Meng Wenhao said, It's actually not difficult for Director to use telegraphy in the military on a large scale. Yamacho promotes engineering so that the students of the academy can apply what they have learned. Yamacho will definitely be very willing to lend you a hand in this matter. Li Jing's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was better to go directly to Li Zishuan, the head of engineering, than to poach people behind their backs. Meng Wenhao saw that Li Jing was silent and deep in thought, so he quietly left. Father Guanchang has been victorious. Director Li sent a telegram saying that the head of the Cui family, Cui Junchuo, and the governor of Zhengzhou, Pan Jinyue, have been executed. The army will return tomorrow. In Chang'an City, Li Tai had just finished his lunch when Li Er rushed over and reported. Oh, Guangcheng County has been conquered so quickly? Quick, let me have a look. Li Er was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. 2 days ago, he was still worried about how to conquer Guangcheng. Today, he received news that Guangcheng had been conquered, which really surprised him. Li Tai quickly handed the telegram over. As they weren't in a hurry to march this time, there was plenty of time to send the telegram. Therefore, this telegram described the process of conquering Guangcheng County in detail. Li Er read it for a full 15 minutes before he finally finished reading it. He couldn't help but sigh. Good! We didn't hurt the innocent people, and our soldiers didn't suffer too many casualties. This plan of cooperation from the inside and the outside was well done. Lu Rengue? This person is also a talent. He is brave and resourceful. The governor of Bian province sent him to manage the city. It was the right choice. If it weren't for him, Wei Xuanqing would have met with misfortune this time. This Li Yu can actually stay calm in a dangerous situation and help the army communicate with each other. When she and Yi Fashion went to Guangcheng County, I was worried that they would ruin my plans, but I didn't expect that in the end, she would become a key figure in the entire war. And this Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, they all contributed greatly to this war. The people around Li Zishuan are really extraordinary. I'm not in Jianghu, but Jianghu is full of legends about me. Now, there is one person who didn't personally go to the battlefield, but the outcome of the war was reversed because of him. This person was Li Zishuan. Whether it was Yi Fashion and Li Yu working together to secretly visit Guangcheng, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg following the army, or Lu Rengue's successful plan of cooperation from the inside and outside, behind all of these, there was more or less Li Zishuan's shadow. Father, now that Guangcheng has been broken, and Chief Steward Li has returned to the capital, there shouldn't be any military matters that need to be communicated by telegram. Therefore, I plan to return to Yanhuang College this afternoon. I hope that Father will allow it. Li Tai cupped his hands and said, to be honest, he was really not used to leaving the academy for so many days. Now that the war was over, he naturally wanted to return to Yunshan as soon as possible. Li Er was stunned and said unhappily, You child, are you so unwilling to accompany father and mother? I don't dare. I just saw the importance of engineering in the Tang Empire from this war. I want to learn it as soon as possible so that I can help father build the country and conquer the world in the future. Li Tai quickly came up with a reason to shut Li Er's mouth. Li Er heard this and said happily, Ha! Good. You are indeed my good son. Then you can go. The next day, in the east of Guangcheng County, after the three armies were assembled, Li Jing gave the order and the army set off. Tens of thousands of soldiers moved in order and returned to the capital. Farewell, General Li. General, have a safe journey. Unexpectedly, the people of Guangcheng County were waiting on the road that the army had to pass through early in the morning. Both sides of the street were filled with people who heard the news and rushed over. When the army passed by, countless people shouted loudly. Now, the people understood that the Chui family was only using them in the past, not for their own good. If Li Jing didn't lead the army to Guangcheng County, the people of Guangcheng County might have lost their lives for Chui Junchuo's personal ambition. It was Li Jing's army that saved them. Of course, they would be grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Wenhao, looking at these people, I now feel that the risks I took in the past half a month were worth it. Otherwise, there would definitely be many children who lost their parents because of the war and become orphans like me. Little Yu rode on the horse and walked side by side with Meng Wenhao. Hearing the shouts of the people on both sides of the road, she couldn't help but sigh. Meng Wenhao thought for a while and said, I also feel that everything I did was worth it. Not only did I save you, but I also saved these people. The Yamacho taught us to have a heart for the world and a life for the people. I did it.